And then the music died. I think. Oh, never mind. My bad. False call. Haha. Murder! A murder most foul! No! Who killed the radio star? Not... video? I don't even think that video has, like, anything to do with music anymore, right? Isn't it just, like... Music videos were a fad, I think. I mean, they still make them. But, it seems with the rising of streaming that video has lost its luster? Maybe because we all had access to video so easily? Maybe we've got so many videos now that we don't really even... Oh, well, no, the radio's dead too. Oh, no, the radio is dead as well. They're both dead. Okay, so maybe video did kill the radio star, and then streaming killed radio? I mean, the internet definitely killed radio. Even before you could stream music, it was still like... You could download it on LimeWire. Like, as soon as... But those were also, like, a lot of the first ways to steal music were via, I mean, CD. I guess they distributed it on the internet. Yeah, well, it dead either way. What is radio? Crane couple, you both know what radio is! Oh, okay. Whoops. Hi, Crane couple. Good morning! Oi, Lynn, how are you doing? Hello, it is me, Squirrel. It is me, your furry friend, your fluffy, furry...
Never heard of it. What is this radio? This newfangled radio business that they're talking about? I don't know anything about it. Sounds like demon magic. What do you mean? A voice comes out of a box? Must be haunted. Hell no.
Black Rabbit, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! Black Rabbit, what are you doing here right now? I can't believe it. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, wait. I think Valentine's Day is over. The Anne. What is radio?
What is radio? Father, please tell me. What is it the box that you turn on in the car?
Missing you. Happy V-Day as well. V-Day. Wait a second. I thought that was whenever World War II ended, right? Or was that World War I? I thought that V-Day was like, I don't know. But you're doing absolutely fantastic. Oh, why, Lynn, I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that you're well. I'm doing so well. I mean, the sickness is getting worse, but I am doing fantastic. I'm extremely sick, but I'm also healthy. Hi there, Rosera. Oi, 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 oi. Awkward IRL. Oh, that's relatable. That I was just gonna. Very relatable. Awkward IRL. I'm feeling awkward. What would be the different, what's the in real life, so in fake life? IFL? Shoot, I'm awkward on all life. V-Day is Valentine's Day. D-Day is the end of the war. No, it's not! D-Day is not the end of the war. D-Day is whenever they stormed the freaking beach. Whenever they stormed the beach, that wasn't the end of the war. I only like that you're arguing with me. D-Day is not the end of World War II. I don't think it's what Saving Private Ryan is about. It's about the storming of Normandy. Is that what it is? Storming the beach of Normandy? I was trying to remember the location. I don't know. It's just a bunch of boys and a bunch of dinghies, and they're like, what do you say we have a little vacation? Enough of this war stuff. Oh no, the homeschool is showing. Yeah. The fact that I can remember them storming the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. Yeah, right. Oh no, my homeschool, it's showing. He's not here to try to force me into doing that. Tayaki, hello. Oi, oi, oi. Tayaki, who's that I see? You bunch of dingles. No, well, technically. I mean, if you think about it, I suppose Dingles and dinghies were involved. However, I said dinghy, which is a small boat. A small floaty boat. But to be fair, you're not wrong. A bunch of dongles? No, there was no dongles. There were no dongles included, I don't think. There's a bunch of dodongos. Oh boy. The big Dodongo cavern had to be stormed, and they stormed it on the beach of Normandy D-Day. That's whenever Link finally broke into the Dodongo cavern. Oh, well, I don't know, war stuff. Good, awkward. I wouldn't want you to be shooting people. You know, I know a few war things here or there. Know a little bit of knife play. Know a little bit of gun shooting. Oh wait. Oh, I think that my samples are a little. Are they low? They're not low. Y'all can hear those. It's just me that can't hear them. I was gonna get some water. Let me water.
Okay.
Water's being poured out. Elfie, hi. Hi, Elfie. Hope you're doing well. Hi there, Kim. I hope you're doing well as well. I hope y'all are all ready for a fever dream. We're almost there. Crane couple.
Okay.
Stop. Ow. Don't do that. Poor squirrel. I only implemented the bat on the screen here at the beginning because I knew everybody would get mad if they wasted channel points on nothing. And they'd be like, what was the sound effect? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I thought that it would automatically turn on your webcam. Even though you're not ready and not prepared, you're supposed to hit. You're supposed to hit me. Also, I love that nice sound effect. I couldn't get rid of it. Is it too low? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Very much appreciated. God bless. Hi there, Goth Girl Punk. Thanks for knocking me into the cavern. Appreciate it. Today we'll be continuing the fever dream known as Earthbound. I don't know how to feel about this game right now, to be fair. It is, the music and the visuals and the dialogue lead me to think that I'm going insane. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. You're still working and trying your best to stay awake? Elfie, stay awake! Stay awake! Yeah! That's how I keep people awake, is yelling. If I keep yelling, then it should wake you up. You think it's fine? Nice. I hereby announce that I won a battle against our dear streamer. No, you did. What? No, you didn't. What? An easy win? Now I know it's not true. You won a battle of what? Wits? Not likely. What did you win? What are you talking about? It ain't on Cookie Run. I'm a Cookie Run god. There's no way. Listen, the only person in this chat that could bother me in Cookie Run would be Alchemic, and that's only for guild battle. What are you talking about, Moy? You are the one who named the characters Beefsteak and Patty. I was just trying to go along with the clear meat theme that's in the game. The game clearly has, like, I don't know, a meat-based theme. So I was just trying to keep up with it, you know? You have an announcement? What? Kim? You have a partner? Congratulations! Could we get some hearties in the chat? Some hearties in the chat, Kim? I'm so glad for you. Oh my goodness. Kim, I guess it's about time for me to make an announcement then. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, I guess it's time for me to announce that I have no announcement. That's too bad. Let's see. This week after you're on the final countdown. Oh, after this week you're on the final countdown of what? Let me scroll up real quick. Let me see. Let me see. Are you on your final? Are you doing your finals? Is that what you're saying? Are you doing your finals? Hi there, Wolf Doggo. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Let me see. Thanks a lot. I guess I deserve that. Personally, I think that this game needs more hot dogs in it. Hot dogs, eh? I think that unfortunately, Mr. Punk Kid, I have run out of items to name in the game. So I'm afraid I can't name anything hot dog. Thanks for the announcement, Kenny. 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, I got you. I got you guys. Keeping y'all in the loop, just in case you're curious. I wanted to yeet him after that announcement. God, I love it. Makes me laugh every time you mean that. Nice. No, I know what you mean. My American friendo. Hey, it's I Love Shiny. Look, I'm not dressed up. Wait a second. We're not supposed to talk about last night. I forgot that we weren't talking about last night. Well, Shiny, I'm glad that you're here. How are you doing? Hello there, Norwegian friendo. Wait a second. You call me American friendo. I'm allowed to call you Norwegian friendo, right? LSR! LSR Dragon, how are you doing? Hello, y'all. I just want to stop by and check in. I hope you've been enjoying Arceus or Arceus, depending on which way you want to say it. LSR, it's good to see you, my friend. Hi there. Hi there. Last night was just your clicky cosplay. You didn't even stream last night? What do you mean? I don't remember any streams, but, oh, witchy woman. Hello. I say, witches in the chat? Most splendid. Most splendid. Some of my favorites. Here, let me sip some coffee. That's the, this is the hydration that I got. Is just a cup of coffee that has ears and a tail, of course. Ahem. But Rachel Olive, hi there, welcome. What's up? Oi, 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 Rachel Olive. It feels like it's been a little bit since I've seen you. I know I rated your stream, but I was so sleepy I didn't know what was happening. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, Rosera. Whenever you raid streams, you. I forgot to close it. Forgot to close the closet. My bad. My bad. My bad. Don't look in there. Sorry about that. Closet door closed. No problemo. Hi there, Tio Ducky. What's up? I mean, Ducko. Ducko. How art thou doing? You know what time it is. It's time for that fever dream game that we've been playing. Can somebody explain to me how close I am to finishing it? It's, hey! Yeah, boy. Thank you, Rachel Olive, for the sub. Hey!
Love you, Kenny.
Oh,
I may not be here
gracious.
much, but I still have all the
Rachel
love.
Olive, we be living busy lives. I totally understand. Thank you so much for the 27 months of support. Ah! That's such an OG number. Mama mia. Ducky is fine. Ducky's a good name. I like that. I like that. The skeletons wanted to come out of the closet. Gotta keep those skeletons in there somehow. Good thing I got my shotgun. Let's see. I can come out of hiding now. The gnome sound is back. Nezumi. Oh my goodness. Nice. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe Nezumi. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you not like watching me dating Cthulhu? What are you talking about? Hey, see the Kenny pump? What is that? What kid? Why am I bleeding? Kenny pump? Skeletons live in the closet? Is that true? I mean, how are they living though? Wait a second. How are skeletons living in the closet? Oh, the Kenny pump for the sub. Oh. Hey, you dummy. Listen here, dummy. Baka. It was beautiful. Glad that stuck around. What do you mean, monster? Oh, you mean that? Nice. I love that sound effect. I used to watch Michael Rosen YouTube poops like. I used to watch them religiously. I watched them like hours of them. So I've always loved that. Nah, the skeletons are just lonely. They have no body. Skeletons are lonely. They have no body. You really slid in a dad joke right into a nice, important skeleton discussion, didn't you? I'm really happy I can see you stream today. Hey, Nezumi, I'm glad that you are here as... I'm glad that you're here as well, Nezumi. It's good to see you. The mod basement? Wait a second, there is no basement. What do you mean? That's a myth. It's a myth that's propagated by anti-Twitch lobbyists in the government. Don't listen to that. Are you good, my guy? I think it's all right. Should be all good. I think he's denying everything today. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What do you say? What do you say that we start playing this game? I say, just listen to this jamming music, you guys. Just let the jamming music take away all questions that you may have for me. Just let them disappear. Just let it. It's so dark in this game. Oh, just let all of your worries just go away as you listen to this streamy, relaxing music. It's turned up the music so that I can really enjoy it. Mod basements are totally within OSHA standards, 100%. Yeah, I've had inspectors come out to my apartment. They said that everything was totally fine. I mean, regulation is super loose as far as mod basements go. Like, it's kind of I don't want to say that it's a loophole because it's just poorly written law, but yeah, it is, it's very simple to get past it. The closet door issue, then the blood on the knuckles. Next thing you know, well, I don't know what would follow from that. What is the next thing? The bear is dead again. Of course it is. The bear's always dead. Also, Anne, still loving that, them doodles that you made here. Beef, level 24. I don't know where I am in this game, but you know what? I have a feeling we're about to beat it. I'm pretty sure that we're real close to the end. We just gotta find poop, and then we're gonna win. Also, I realize that these guys are like this is like the Timmy... This is exactly like the Timmy village. The village of Timmys from Undertale. I almost said Overwatch. Right? Like, isn't this just the Timmy village? Look, they all look really weird. They all look exactly the same, and they talk their own weird language, and they kind of cute. Kind of cute, you know what I'm saying? You just heard of this game on Twitter yesterday. You've been super curious. Ooh, so you've never heard of this game, hey? Well, the characters are in Super Smash Brothers. This fella right here, Mr. Nestor. Nestor is in Smash Brothers, but yeah, the Mother series has been strikingly irrelevant in America. Like, they haven't released it very many times. They've never released one of the games, and I never even really got the opportunity to play this before. And it is pretty dang fun, I've got to say. I'm not a big fan of like RPGs in general, so you could call me a real gamer, but but it's been pretty fun. I like the combat. It feels unique, and then also the like, I don't know, leveling is fun. The dialogue's really silly. I guess it's as good as an RPG could get, I suppose. You're gonna lurk and play a game? What? Nezumi, enjoy your game. To play a game to cheer me up for today. Nice. Go cheer yourself up. Go cheer yourself up by playing a game. I cannot relate, though. I don't play games to make myself happy. I play games to make myself angry. And I gotta say, my blood is boiling already. I'm already angry. What? Homestar Gamer, what's up? Hi there. It's totally normal me, Earl. Look, I am, hi. Hi there. Totally normal stream right here. Oi. Homestar, how are you doing, my friend? What's up? You have enough internet for audio only? Okay, good. That means you don't have to look at the game. Thank goodness. Lens, take care of yourself by not viewing this game. It's the only way to stay safe. Oi. Lens, where are you at, though? I have learnt more than what I was allowed. Don't let Kenny know I know where the mod basement is located. I don't care if people know where the mod basement is. you could never get into it anyway. Oh, you still have a ways to go in this game. What? Are you kidding me? I got a ways to go in this game. We got a violent roach right in front of us. He's shaking his fist saying, "Get off of my frickin' lawn! You stupid kids in your stupid shoes and spitting bubblegum at my dog! Get off my lawn!" Don't worry, we're gonna shoot him. We'll show this violent roach the true meaning of violence. Steak is acting a bit unusual. What? Did Steak just shoot Patty in the face? Pretty sure that Steak just killed Patty. That's a real shame. This roach is tearing this group apart. I don't think any of these characters are gonna speak to each other after this. Okay, he's still living though. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna hit him with the beta memes. In fact, I'm gonna have to go back and heal myself. God dang. God dang, this roach has shoes? Question, does the roach have shoes or not? Beef and Steak gained a bunch of XP and also leveled up. Oh, snap. You feel it? What? It's good, Rosera. I mod places outside here. What? We got a dead person. Look at that. Look, there's a dead person. Can you do a Gru voice? I can do a Gru voice whenever I'm trying to do other voices. A Gru voice is not a voice that I've practiced, but it's a voice that fills in the gaps of my vampire accent. Because I can't consistently do a vampire accent, so I'll slip into a Gru accent. But I don't really know. I'm trying to remember what words Gru says. He says things like, "Your dog has been dropping little bombs all over my yard." I don't know what he would say. Be like, "You children are so stupid." That does not sound like him at all. He'd be like, "I am so tired of the world. We are going to blow up the moon, and then the world is next. All of me and my minions will kill everybody. Right? Isn't that right? Girls, you need to stop being girls." Would he say that? Like that? "I am tired of little..." Stop! Hey! "I am tired of little girls in my lawn selling cookies." Wait, does the angel have to climb? How does the angel have to... Stop! Oh, the angel does kind of climb the ladder, doesn't it? "I am tired of everything, and I want to..." Wait. How do I heal? Where do you heal in this game? Oh, wait, is this a bed? That's the automatic tell. That's an ATM. Have you ever tried to sleep on an ATM? Where do I go to bed? "Kyle, these are not treats. These are guests." I don't think I can do a Gru right now. The home near the entrance. I think I just saved up there, right? I saved using the phone. For some reason, I defaulted thinking that you save where you heal. But that would be too easy. Why doesn't the angel fly in this game? They do kind of be floating. The little hands are so cute. Wait a second. What was that? That angle is so... Look at the little ghost hand. It's adorable. This looks like a bed. No problem here. You want to slumber? KO. Nice. Wait, why does the angel have to climb ladders? Wow, this is garbage. You actually like this? What is that? Is that the first Gru is legit the only Gru that I like? Well, the first movie's the only... Wait oh no, they're dead. That means we have to go to the hospital. Is there a nurse around here? This does not look like a hospital. This is not a place of healing. Where's the hospital? Where can I get one of these large-nosed fellows to operate? They might not have a hospital, unfortunately. I might actually have to go to a hospital. Oh dear. Oh, there's no map over here either. But yeah, the first Despicable Me is not too bad. I kind of like it. That was it? The trash guy? I was not even joking. I was not even joking. I actually, it is Dr. Saturn. He's in a trash can. He is in a trash can. He is a doctor. He has a doctorate. I missed that. I missed his diploma on the wall. My bad. He is a doctor. Oh my goodness. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him running his office straight out of his home. Good for him. Never has to leave the office. That sounds like a dream. Talk to the one in the trash. Hi, Kenny. By the way, what happened last night? That's what we're all asking. Floggy, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Welcome in, Floggy. Hello. Lupus is here. Hi, Lupus. Lupus, I hope you're doing well. Med school is expensive. He went from Mr. Saturn to Dr. Saturn really quick, and it only took one quick trick. It only took one quick... Ooh. We'll have none of that. All right, hang on. You're sleepy, but good. Sleepy, eh? Time to go to bed. Go back to bed, Lupus. I'm just kidding. Good afternoon. Oh, wait, does it always spawn here? Little two-legged bug? I think it always... Oh, never mind. There's cheese. Cheese, Grommet. You're gonna lurk and play Grounded? Ooh, nice. Grounded is the game where you're like the size of a bug, right? Is it Grounded where you do survival crafting building, but you're the size of an ant? Hey, oh! Ah, fiddlesticks. He even gets a starting attack. That's a shame. I really don't like this specific character. I'm gonna hit him with the meme blast. Let's try to dispatch this guy with ferocity. Maybe we can kill him extremely quick. Like in one go. No, he's did it. He's venting an offensive odor. Disgusting. Okay, let's blast the ever-loving. Hey, we tamed him. All right, thank goodness. Okay, so maybe we should focus on enemies that affect us like that roach. We should probably just like give him both barrels, you know? Give him 2 barrels worth of... Oh, wait, you said, have I been to the top of the... I didn't know that you could get to the top of the... Let me see, you said, I've been gone. Were you able to get to the top section of Saturn Village? I didn't, actually. I haven't been up there, but I do need to do something with the waterfall. I was trying to remember. I think that you're supposed to stand by the waterfall for 2 full minutes or something. I do feel slightly like they're going to trick me into standing there for a long time. But, you know, I think I'll take the bait. Yeah, you need to do the waterfall first? That's what I thought. Yeah, oh, good, the fire isn't done yet. That's super effective towards armored frogs. Armored frogs hate being set on fire. Okay, we just gotta avoid all enemies. What he got? I can never tell where the... I can never tell whenever I'm gonna run into one of these trees. Plain crocodile? Do you guys think that this guy's a plain crocodile? He seems pretty zany to me. I kind of like his style. I don't know. There's nothing plain about this crocodile, in my opinion. I'm gonna use up all of my prayer power. By the way, ever since the other night in the pizza saga, I've got nothing for fear but Father Jonathan's... Oh, you've got nothing but Father Jonathan's ads for their pies? I've actually gotten a bunch of ads for Papa John's too, and I was like, you fools. Do you not know that you have already tarnished your name? Give up. Giveth up. I will never be having Father Jonathan's pizza ever again. Never, unless I pick it up. Because if I pick it up, it's no big deal. But I'm not having it delivered. Return to the dust of the earth. In this world, you either return to the dust of the earth or you get tamed. Okay, this is murdering my phone battery. I'll be back much later. Oh my gosh, Lance, we'll see you later. What? I didn't know that I walked upward. No, so many enemies to kill. I guess this is good grinding, eh? Steak is going to die. Steak is currently dying. Oh, Steak is almost dead. Steak. Should I heal Steak or should I just hit him with the beta memes? I feel like Patty and Beef do pretty well on their own, right? I don't think we need Steak. Steak could just go ahead and die. But first we'll ask him to do a little contract. Do a little bit of contract killing, you know. Steak attacks. Hey, nice job, Steak. He lives. What am I gonna do with him? Ugh, now that he's alive, whatever will I do? Okay, never mind. He's dead. Good. Alright, we're just gonna... I think that we could bash this guy to death now. Let's pray for everybody. Rainbow-colored light shown in the area. What? She just revived an enemy! Patty just... Well, oh, but Patty revived Steak too. Huh. Is it worth paying $23 for a sewing machine to arrive tomorrow? What is the other option? Like 2 weeks? I would say no. $23 for like expedited shipping? It sounds a little unreasonable.
Okay.
Hey, Star! Hey, thanks for the ride. Thanks for the ride. It looks great over there, by the way. Thanks for knocking me over to the right side of the screen. I actually like it over there better, but I can't bother changing my camera right now, all right? I hope you're doing well, A-Star. How have you been doing? I saw that you messaged me that you got a sick skin on Mad Maggie. A sick skin. It's true. It's true, 100%. It's $10 for standard. So it's really not $23 for it to show up tomorrow. It's really, what, $13? Still, $13 more for expedited shipping? I don't know. Feels like you could wait 3 days, right? I believe in you. Okay, so we're supposed to stand right here for 2 minutes. That's totally what they instructed me to do. Wait a second. Say the password. Oh, yes. But we learned the password. Why aren't we reciting it? Maybe we're supposed to shoot them whenever they ask for the password. Huh. Say the password. I forget what the password was. Maybe we need to go back and talk to those people about the waterfall. Hey, Sylvana Plays. How are you doing? What's up? Yeah, I just want to shoot them. Just shoot them out of the way. Just... don't let them impede my travel any longer. Well, maybe I need to go back. Standard is arrive on Friday. Express arrives. Oh my god. Awkward. Awkward. just do whatever you... Awkward, just do whatever you want. Do you think it's worth it? It's your money. I don't know how much money you make. I don't know how badly you want this sewing machine. just do that which seems right to you. There is no wrong or right answer. And I will not make fun of you. Oh, not enough PP. I will not make fun of you if you do either one. Wait, 3 minutes after the message? Really, Tayaki? Really? I kind of thought that was a meme. I kind of didn't expect this game to shoot that low. I'm gonna hit that. Oh, I should have shot the frog. Shoot this frog. Is it heavy? The box? What does that matter? Heavy boxes? Yes, you will. Don't listen to him. Shh. Ada, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. We're playing some fresh, spicy, and delicious Earthbound. Apparently, I'm not very far in this game, but I feel like I've been through the entire world and back again. But you know what? We've got a lot of abilities to learn. We got a lot of characters to meet. We got a lot of dialogue to enjoy. Apparently, the next thing that we're going to enjoy in this game is to stand up by the waterfall for 2 minutes. Okay, sweet. You have to wait 3 minutes? Seriously? Oh my god. Oh my god. No. You rascal. You absolute zombie rascal. I'm gonna kill him. He's just a farm zombie. Just your average everyday zombie that gets hooked up to a, I don't know, to a plow. Could you use zombies for plows? I feel like the idea of zombie livestock hasn't really been thought about too much. I haven't seen much adaptation using zombies for like labor, like they're animals or something. Say the password. All right. Now we wait 3 minutes. Set the timer. Everyone set the timer. Now it's time for us to relax. I feel like they're missing the whole nice part of the what? They're missing a whole nice part of the farming market.
Nice.
Shaun of the Dead. Does Shaun of the Dead actually use zombies in like a way that they're useful though? I don't remember that. I thought that the zombies were just like standard everyday. Remember the ending. I don't, but don't tell me it. I was planning on watching that movie again. I swear, the amount of times that Joe has mentioned royalty soaps in their business classes has probably gotten them labeled as the weird soap kid. What is, in business classes. I see. Just the weird soap kid. Can't help but talk about some soap makers somewhere doing business. Who knows? Marissa, how are you doing? What's up? Oi. Soaps, a witchy woman. I am known primarily because of my sister's channel, Royalty Soaps, where I used to make cold process artisan bars of soap. But it's been quite a spell since I've done any soap making. But that is the origin of my name. Jokes, it is more expensive because I have another item to order. Oh my gosh, this just gets more complicated. Plowing, not farming. That entails farming would include animal husbandry. Zombie plow could revolutionize the industry. I mean, do you think that zombies could maybe be used for like... I'm trying to think, like, if you could get zombies to push like a bag of seed into a feeder or something, like, could you just lock zombies in a pen since they don't die and they'll just stumble around and inevitably knock over things that need to be knocked over? Like, I don't know. Maybe you could surely put a zombie in a big hamster ball, right? I feel like you definitely could put a zombie in a hamster ball, and no matter how slow it goes, it's still free power because they work on like magic rules. Like zombies, they're hungry, but it seems like they live forever. So if we could lock them in a hamster ball, maybe we could have unlimited energy. Also, hello all. Hope you had a good Valentine's Day. My Valentine's Day was amazing. I don't know if I ate anything sweet though. You're supposed to eat like cookies and candies on Valentine's Day, but I don't think that I did. I think that I just ate normal food. I can't believe that I missed this opportunity to eat unhealthily. Just because we have enough soap under our cabinet to last us another 10 years. 10 years worth of soap. Oh, witchy woman, are you a soap aficionado? There's a very big, what is it, like the Venn diagram for witches and soap makers is like extremely well documented. There's tons of witchy people in the soap community. Lots of crossover.
Did you bring some fly, honey? It's Master Belch's favorite.
Ah, okay, you may pass through.
Hey, be careful. Be sure you don't drop it.
Ah, Belch honey, eh? Well. Let's see. How healthy are we doing? Also, is this some kind of steampunk building that's behind the waterfall? What's going on in here? Oh yeah, wait a second. There was a Super Bowl. Our Valentine's Day was Super Bowl Monday, so we ate chicken wings. Oh yeah, there was this Super Bowl. There was sports ball. I forgot all about that. Somebody was watching the Super Bowl that I know. Alright, let's, I guess, move through this door. Maybe Lord Gargon is in here. Nothing but a bunch of zombies. That's all that I've found. I'm trying to bring this fly honey to the king. You had no idea Super Bowl happened until the next day? Yeah, I saw the, I saw a review for the Super Bowl show on YouTube, and then I was like, oh, now I remember there was a Super Bowl. There was a I'm gonna hit the back row. Then I'll shoot this guy in the front row. Farm zombie A. You going down, clown. Alright. Ooh, only one of them died. That's no good. Okay, there we go. Good. Please perish. Don't kill us. I think we're about to fight a boss, right? Yeah, a bunch of babies talking about the halftime show? Huh? Oh, that's not what I heard. I heard people that were praising it and super happy about it. Because it looked like a really cool halftime show. It looked really good. I probably will watch it later. I'll probably, you know, just watch that. You said you just tuned in to the halftime show? Yeah, like, I think I'm gonna watch it because I heard it was really good. And I like the artists. Oh yeah, it's on YouTube. I will definitely be watching it because it's cool. Sounds cool to me. Beef dug around in the trash can. Well, let's see here. There's a bomb inside. What? No! This has historical implications. Bombs and trash cans. Oh no. It's the same old thing. In your head. It fulfilled my teenage heart. Ah, you like some hip hop, eh? Some hip hop, eh? I am known to hip and hop about. Burn them alive. Yes, fry them all to Foppy. These little guys are named Foppy. I like how they got one leg. They got one leg up, kind of looks like they're about to run. They're getting ready to run just in case this battle goes south. Steak attacks. All the Foppies are dead. I'm sorry. Nice. I'm glad that we're leveling up and stuff. I think that we're still in an area that's a fair bit above our level. These guys are easy, but have lots of XP. Ooh, good for leveling, eh? Especially if I had some. I think I'm gonna spam the prayers now. We'll spam the prayers and we'll try to get a little bit of our psychic points back. Because my meme attack is basically as good as it gets. Dang! That's big smack! Yeah, they don't do much damage either. I like these guys. These guys are great. I could shoot them all day. Yeah, so I was thinking about looking up like the general idea of this game. I know that we're gonna fight Gygas at the end, but like how many towns are there? That's a question that I want to know. How many chapters are there in this game? Because I normally like to have, I guess, the like end goal in mind. Oh no, they're all crying. Oh dear. We couldn't stop crying. Saddest story. These Foppies tell really, really tragic tales. Did I miss my prayer? I've still got PowerPoints on Patty, but no, we all fell asleep. They made us cry and put us to bed. That is cruel. That is a surefire way to have nightmares. How dare you? You must die for this. Instead of listening to classical music when I was pregnant with my kids, you listened to a bunch of Eminem, Dr. Dre, and Snoop? Nice. Nice. Cool, Mom. Cool, Mom.
Sorry, kids. We're not gonna... Babies don't have to listen to Beethoven. Babies listen to Biggie.
I kind of don't want to go down there. Going up. Have you made it to Squint yet? Squint? Is that the village of, Is that the village of the Olimars? Oh, they hit Patty? What? I kind of thought that they had to hit, Ness. Dang it, they're gonna bite your toes. They are. Their little mouths. Their little frightening mouths. Okay, we gotta kill him. I'm just gonna bash him. Bash his foppies. Feels like I'm speaking either British or Australian. We've got to bash these foppies. I guess a fop is a word, but still, it's funny. I want some prayer, man. Could we get some prayers in the chat, please? Can we get some prayers for beef patty and beef steak? Because these prayers that I've been doing in this game, really not working out. Oi, really long fart. What's up? How are you doing? I can smell you from here. No need to get any closer. Oh my goodness, it's the assembly line. Are they enslaving our friends?
It's hard to make the gross sounds that Master Belch does.
It's true. Master Belch makes some nasty sounds.
Master Belch is the slimiest. However, I heard that he's serving some Gygus guy. That I cannot believe.
We're about to fight Gygus himself. No problem here. Just a little bit of labor.
Ah, so honest. Smile, boing.
So honest?
Tired.
But so good, ding. Whenever you're working in whenever you're having to work with a customer, but you're almost done with your shift, I'll do you one better. I'll send my thoughts and prayers. Oh my goodness, thoughts and prayers. I don't know if I can take both of those from you. That's a little too generous. A-Star Kim, Tayaki, Alchemic. So many good prayers. I feel like our characters can't possibly die. Nah, man, you put him in this situation, no prayers for you. Awkward just wants to see us fail, but don't let awkward get you down, you guys. You think that he's called Mr. Satan? Oh, you used to think that he was called Mr. Satan. Well, close enough. You are Mr. Satan. Okay, more prayers, you guys. More prayers. I feel like I would really fit in with Belch's squad. Just a bunch of burps and then a really long fart. I think you'd fit in pretty well. Hi there, positivity boy. Well, if it isn't my most positive friendo in the chat. Well, what do we have here? A little ray of positivity shining in my eye. Ow! Let me turn down my lights, you guys. There's too much positivity. The slimy little pile did what? It's trying to make me cry. Didn't work. None of this stuff is working on me. Steak attacks, beef attacks, and misses. That's too. I think I'm crying too hard. I'm crying too much to be able to do any damage. When I'm crying, I'm bad at fighting. What? He called for friends. You sorry sucker. No, they're making me feel strange. We're all gonna throw up. No, Beef just attacked himself. Gosh darn it. Patty just, what? Did Steak just shoot Patty in the head again? Oh boy. Well, what have we got here? A bunch of infighting among the inmates. I'm gonna attack the second slimy pile, and then I'm gonna do PSI. Let's set these boys on fire. You're gonna go get a shower? Oh, good. Oh, good. Go get a shower, A-Star. We'll see you later. We'll see you after your shower. Dragon Ball Z Abridged is better than anything but the original series. Oh my gosh. I remember those abridged videos. Oh my god. Did Patty just use a fire attack on all of us? Great. Just wonderful. All right. These guys suck. Okay, so they confused me, made me cry, and then I attacked myself twice in a row. That's great. I remember the abridged videos. I think it was for, what is that? Wait, did I not escape? Why am I dying? Because I just attacked myself, Grommy. Because these stupid little slimes. Number one, there's only one slime. And then he confused me so that my friends attacked each other, and then it multiplied, and now there's two of them. It's not fair. No escape possible. I know, and now they won't let me even run away. And they just burped at me. Let me leave. Is it not? It might not be possible. Look, they're calling for more. They see that they've got the advantage, but they're still pushing their luck. They want more people to attack us. And if I did anything, including attacking, if I do anything, we'll die. Should I eat something? Should beef eat the town map? Possibly? Maybe we could use the pencil eraser and attack them. I really don't think that we can attack, though. I feel like we have to run away. There's no way that we're gonna survive this. Eat the map? I'm just gonna try to get away so that I can eat the map in peace. You guys suck. I don't think I can escape them. They're too powerful. Just look at them. Look at their angry faces. They're inescapable. They're too powerful. They will not be ignored, and I feel very unhealthy. I've only got 3. I've only got 3 psychic power. I can't even heal myself. Well, maybe we'll bash their heads in. That'll do. Let's see. What has Steak got? Steak's got a oh, I forgot about the bomb. Yo, throw that bomb, Sonny. Too bad we're dead. Too bad we're dead. We're all gonna die now. Wonderful. Now we all die. I don't even know what this does. Great. We lost the battle. I'm not even surprised. It's so unfair. I wasn't even doing bad. I just attacked myself with big, strong attacks. Do you have to constantly carry around antidotes? Was I supposed to heal myself using the power of psychic power? Gosh darn it. And I got a couple of dead friends. Good thing we're in this town. We're just gonna heal up. We'll heal up, then we're going back in there and we're gonna show Stinky the true face of torment. We'll treat him right. Oi, Shiny, how are you doing? What's up? I am playing Earthbound again. He's playing it again. You've been skimping on power leveling, haven't you? Skimping? By power leveling, doesn't that just mean grinding? Someone else said power leveling before. It's just grinding. You just have to grind over and over on the same enemies. If that is a nice fancy phrase, power leveling. Makes it sound really impressive. Something like mid-maxing. Mid-maxing sounds impressive. Oh, you know, just power leveling and mid-maxing over here. AKA just running into the same enemy and just upgrading my crit stat. Bruh, do you even power level, dude? Like, I see you power lifting, but the real question is, what about the leveling, dude? How are your levels, actually? Like, your strength levels? Like, not just your levels of strength, but, like, your actual strength level. Because if you're not at 100, you can't prestige, and everybody in this gym is at least prestige 3. And now I kind of don't want to use my power points on these lads, because we clearly needed it really bad later, but, you know, whatever. I'm gonna hit him with the razzle dazzle. Because this Stinky Roach, he kind of does the same thing. I think now I'm gonna be careful to, like, make sure that Beef, like, recovers from sicknesses and stuff. If we get sick, I think Beef is gonna do some of that PSI healing. Because he can heal actual health, or he can heal you from ailments. I think I need to take advantage of that. Ooh, I was wondering, Shiny, have you been playing any of Pokemon Arceus? I didn't hear if you had picked up the game. I don't actually even know if you have a Switch. But have you been shiny hunting in that game? Have you gotten to dig into it? It's pretty fun for shiny hunting, I must say. And I caught like as you know, like 3 or 4 shinies without even looking for them. If we're gonna power level, I guess we should kill those red goops. You never give up, do you? If you don't mind taking it in the shorts, go on in. Burp. Not my shorts. I'd take it anywhere, but not in my shorts. I've got the honey. Got the honey, we're going in. All right, time to kill some of these red blobs. Some of these red lemons. They look kind of like beans. I think that they look a little bit like a kidney bean that is unbent. An unbent kidney bean. So maybe I can bash them to death. What if I just bash, shoot, and pray? All Americans know is bash, shoot, and pray. Dead. You've been playing it a bit. I haven't gotten I even got a few shinies, but I haven't you haven't finished the game yet. Because you haven't had the time. You've been a busy bean. A busy bean. It is kind of a lengthy game, to be honest. It is certainly not a quick play. It takes a lot of time. Especially with all the story elements. Oof. This even that one time in the game where you have to like, where it basically forces you to continue the story. Ay. Kenneth! Oi! It's the world of Robbie. What's up? How are you doing? Hello. Oi. This is a little chill post Valentine's Day stream. We're chilling. Big chillin'. Playing some Undertale. I think that maybe a little bit later, after we play through like a significant bit of not Undertale, Earthbound. After we play through a fair bit of Earthbound, I'm thinking that we might play some Vampire Survivors. I know that I've mentioned the game before, but I keep playing it off stream. And there is a new goal that I have in the game that I think would be fun to stream. It's a very fun game, very interesting game. I think that y'all would enjoy it. It's just about mowing down thousands of enemies at a time. It's pretty fun. I think I'm just gonna use memes and maybe fire so that I can like kill a lot of these really quick. In fact, I think, yeah, I'm gonna use beta fire. I think that this will kill them all in 2 shots. I saw that your Valentine's Day was interesting. Oh, well, that's one way of putting it. All right, that is a very effective. How much XP do we get for that? 2,600. Oh my gosh. Nice. Patty realized the power of offense up. Ooh, some little buffies, huh? Little buffs. Well. I'd take an attack buff any day. Hey, Calico, how are you doing? What's up? Oi. Callie, what the heck are you doing here? Just kidding. Let's hit him with that alpha. There we go. I don't understand why beta is more powerful than alpha. It doesn't even make sense as far as like letters go, right? Because like A comes first. A is better, obviously. A is better than B is better than C. So I don't understand why it's like that. And also alpha is better than beta, right? Wait a second. But a game alpha comes before the beta, doesn't it? So a game's alpha is worse than the beta, but an alpha animal is better than a beta animal? Interesting. Somewhat confusing. Are you just hanging out for a few minutes, gonna have dinner with your brother and his family? Ooh, nice. Family dinner? I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy the family dinner. What's for dinner? What's for dinner? Are we gonna go out for, we going out for steak, barbecue? Here we go. Not better, stronger? Are you saying that alphas are not better than betas? Is that true? There we go. I mean, listen, I don't believe in this. I don't believe in alpha and beta humans and sigma humans because it's based on flawed. It's based on flawed logic and a horrible study that's based on wolf packs and stuff. Like, it is straight up not applicable. I was just talking about how terminology is used. But yeah, alpha and beta, that's fake. And I was trying to refresh the enemies. No. Now I'm getting brapped. And also I have a stuffy nose now. Do we really, maybe we hit him with the memes and the prayer, and then we shoot him. Right? Hey. Is that the prayer? That was nice. Gave us a little bit of healing. I really want to, like, psychic power focused healing, but let's see. I kind of want to look at Patty's, like, new offensive moves. Patty has gained some new offensive powers. Let's see. Maybe we'll just kill him one by one now. Pray. We'll shoot that one. Very subtle life. It's just health. Should have good food going to a friend's barbecue restaurant. Ooh! Yum, yum, yum. Everybody loves barbecue in Texas. I wonder what is the best barbecue food? What is the best food that you can get at a barbecue place? I mean, I do love barbecue sausage, especially whenever it's spicy. I do love a spicy sausage. But I also love ground beef is delicious. Bulgogi? Bulgogi? Is that bologna? Are you just misspelling bologna? No bologna at the restaurant. You like fatty brisket? Fat! Oh wait, people like fat. Lots of people like fat, but I'm not a fan. Bulgogi, what is that? Is that a thing? Huh? It's Korean barbecue? Oh, I meant like Texas barbecue slices or cuts of meat. Oh, I think I might have had this before. Let me see. What does it look like? Ooh, yes. I think I have had this. Yes. I think I did have this. And it's pretty good. It is pretty good. LOL, not a fan of barbecue. I'm in Lockhart, the barbecue capital of Texas. I mean, I like barbecue, but I don't buy it. Like, it tastes good. It tastes good, but it's just not something that I find, like, worth paying for. They have lean brisket. I'll take you sometime if you want. Ooh, brisket. That's a mighty fine offer you're putting there. Texas barbecue's hard to refuse. But yeah, it's generally a little expensive. But you have fun with your barbecue. Alk and I are evidently headed to Koreatown. Hey! Not even inviting me, Elfie? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm being abandoned. I'm being abandoned as usual. I've seen this all before. I don't even get to go to Koreatown. Great. Guess I'll just stay home and eat popcorn and tuna as usual. Why is Patty the one that's leveling up so much? Why are you always ignoring me when you play Earthbound? What? Isnunny, you know exactly why I ignore you. I'm just kidding. How are you doing, by the way? Hello, Isnunny. You know exactly why I ignore you. Because you're always trying to sucker me into using that voice. You're always trying to sucker me into using that voice and cadence. Okay? So I just block out your name. Just kidding. I love the Finnish word for Korea is Korea. I think that's pretty common. Pretty common for the name of other countries to at least be translated into the other language, right? Right? Certainly is for Japanese. It's just they changed the way that it's said. Oh wait, I think I'm sick. I just saw the screen flashing. Oh, I am. Beef is sick and so is steak. They're sniffling at the moment. So maybe I should do heat to one of us. Really? So the healing doesn't go to a group, even at a beta form. Huh. Let's see. We're gonna let's do healing for steak as well, I guess. All right, nice. Now we're looking healthy. We got some sniffles out here. Oh no! Our characters, they're sick. You like the title? What is the title? What does the title say? It's beef patty. Yeah, I like it too. Let me see. Also, spicy sausage. That's what you get for not knowing the good stuff. I see how it is. Elfie says that if I don't know the good stuff, then they won't introduce me to it. Okay, so instead of teaching your friend new enjoyable stuff, instead you just say, well, if you don't like it, then you're not included. Shaking my head. Elfie, I cannot believe that you would treat me this way. Ah, finally things seem to be back to normal from yesterday. Ah, yes, Joe. Back to complete normal. Just normal streams out here. You tune into a stream, what do you expect? Exactly this. Exactly what's happening. Nothing unusual whatsoever to be seen. Just your average, everyday streamer. I felt like yelling a lot recently. I don't know why. But I have like really wanted to yell a lot. I am legitimately getting concerned about my neighbors complaining or something, but nobody said anything. You want to know what the Finnish word for Swedish is? Then you want to know what the Finnish word for Sweden is? Or is that France? Oh, that's Denmark. Oh, at least Estonia's eat. Oh my gosh. See, I'm just ignoring this. Listen, all these dang old European languages are so confusing. I'd rather just study Japanese all the time. Something that actually makes some sense. You know what I'm saying? Also, Ahsoka, what's up, Hiya? Sorry I missed the stream yesterday. Huh? The stream yesterday? Oh, the stream yesterday, I explained the, oh, you're lurking. All right. Enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap, Ahsoka. Get some rest. Get some rest. Hey, Kenny, if you ever need to yell, you can tell me off for making stupid decisions. Well, like I said, I mean, honestly, Awkward, you can pick whatever shipping you want for that sewing machine. Like, I don't think that there's a wrong answer. I mean, I think that it's pretty reasonable. It's pretty reasonable. You just pick whatever thing that you want more. Do you want to have money, or do you want the sewing machine here sooner? Seems simple enough. Okay, we're going through. I'm concerned about my neighbors hating me as well. I am very loud. Oh, what? Marissa screaming? I can't believe it. Oh, well, I mean, if they don't say anything, I'm not gonna stop. And even if they did say something, I might not stop anyway. All right, I'm gonna hit the back row of these farm zombies. I'm an adult. Doesn't make me a smart adult. That's true. That's true. It's overrated. Overrated statement. Act like an adult. Adults act dumb all the time. In fact, all of y'all. I'm just kidding. Are any adults smart all the time? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. There are adults that are smart 100% of the time. I've never met them, but I truly do believe they exist. A-Star, welcome back. You are now not stinky. We're still beating up zombies, as you can see. There's questionable bucktooth zombies that have been parading themselves around. We can't let this stand. I don't know how they give me sniffles, though. It's like they have a virus or something. It's crazy. Put a mask on, you stinking zombies. Dang it, I wanted to recover some of my psychic points. All right, well, we do be grinding, though. We do be kind of grinding. Oh, trash cans. Beef dug around in the trash can, as one does. Well, let's see here. There's an IQ capsule in there? What? There's a capsule that increases your IQ that's sitting in the trash can. They should have taken it, and then they would have known to not throw it away. Gosh darn it. Darth Yoda, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, it's good to see you. I hope that you enjoyed your Valentine's Day. Or you ignored it efficiently. Either one. Either ignore it well, or enjoy it. Oh, you were working? Nice, making that moolah. Making that money, getting that bag. I'm proud of you. I think Steak needs the IQ capsule, right? Maybe we should drop our cheap bracelet. Should we drop our cheap bracelet? It's surely not. Oh wait, sudden guts. That's for use in a battle. I think that I can get rid of the cheap bracelet. I'm gonna drop it. Hey Kenny, can I have that? My IQ has gone down a lot lately. Well, it's all right. IQ is also a myth. IQ is very silly. Oh, bucktooth zombies are the worst kind. I hate it. I hate it when a zombie has only 2 teeth. At least get a full set. Go to a dentist. Go to a dentist, you heathen. Let's see. Is this a real pill? IQ capsule. It increases your IQ when taken. Okay, so you do just straight up eat it. And then you get smart. Smart pills. Did you take your smart pills this morning, everyone? There's a broken laser inside. Steak takes it. Ooh, nice. Steak automatically repairs items whenever you go to bed. So I'll just keep it on his person and bing, bang, boom. You really enjoyed yesterday's stream? I'm glad that you did, Kelly. I had a lot of fun. It was weird as heck. It was a whole trip. I almost canceled at the last minute, but I'm glad I didn't. Okay, let's pray. Let's pray and shoot. Praying and shooting, that's my team. Everybody on my team's either praying or they're blasting. All right. Someone is hurt on the team? Oh my gosh. Patty's got boogers. Oh no. Patty's dripping. I can't believe it. Or wait a second. Is that an armpit? Looks kind of like an armpit, right? Because that looks like an arm sticking out. And that's sweat dripping out of the armpit. Am I the only one that's seeing this? I don't know. Doesn't really look like her nose. Looks like Florida to me. What? What? Florida? This looks like Florida? But it's backwards. But Florida goes the other way. Florida goes like this. Oh, because it's an armpit. Oh, I see. Well, all armpits do look like Florida and vice versa. All right, let's just pray, shoot, bash, you know. You know what's up. I took 3 pills this morning, but none were smart pills. Oh no, not the dumb pills. Dang it. I think I take those every day accidentally. You couldn't ignore or enjoy it. You could only exploit it, Darth Yoda. And you know what? That's totally valid. Auto flight or run away? What is that? Hi, all you spicy refried beans. Oi, Die, how are you doing? Oh my goodness, you're gonna make me blush. Divey, hello there. I hope that you slept well. No flirting, Die. Valentine's Day is over. Listen, we can't stop Die, all right? Die is a hopeless cause, all right? I gave up on him long ago. You're off to dinner. Hey, enjoy your dinner. Yum, 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 yum. Enjoy the tasty barbecue. I hope you enjoy your fatty beef. Beef's looking kind of healthy here. 800 XP. Nice. All right. Just got to beat up some more of these Q-Berts, right? Don't these look like, whenever they're walking around, they look kind of like Q-Bert. They just need a little weird round birdo mouth. Patty, you got to keep praying. You haven't given me a single point of PP left. Oh, you're praying? It ain't amounted to much. Alright, well, we killed him anyway. We killed him. They look like jelly beans. They look like little jelly beans with feet. Little suspicious, dubious little creatures, eh? Little questionable jelly bean creatures. I want nothing to do with them. And frankly, I'm sick of them existing. I think that we might have to do something about them. I want to change this light. This light's making me look super blue. Super blue dabba dee dabba die. Do I just have like a red setting? Oh. I don't know. It's kind of red. It mostly just looks bright. Maybe I turned it off for today. Looks weird, dude. Feels weird. Let's see. So we could let's just go ahead and heal. Hey! How to solve all issues with how the stream looks. Just knock it out! Get a look from a different angle. A what? A different angle? I don't think so. I just realized that you guys won't know what L&P drink is. I feel sorry for y'all. What is that? L&P drink? How did it look from over there? Oh, thanks, A-Star. I did get a little view of it from the other side of the stream. It was helpful, very enlightening. Appreciate it. Very helpful. Lemonade and P. That's what L&P stands for. I think that's lemonade and persimmon. I think that's persimmon, not P. Goodness. Listen, they do all sorts of suspicious things over there, but I don't think that's one of them. It's lemony mineral water. Wait a second. Mineral water is just water. Huh? So it's just water with some lemon in it? Just lemon and water? Lemon water. That's all it is. What? I know it's good with gin. That's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is what it's good with. File submitted and I'm off to bed. All right, Elfie, get some rest. I'll probably see you later in Oopsie stream, eh? All right, get some rest, Elfie. It was nice to hang out with you for a bit. Much love, much love. Water with just lemon is good. I would agree, Tin. Also, hi, Tin. Just some delicious lemon water. I used to, anytime that I was given water with a lemon, like, stabbed onto the glass as a kid, I was like, finally, I can squeeze some lemon into my water and be fancy. But, yeah, I don't really drink it anymore. I mean, it's all right. Yes, my favorite drink, A&W, aqua and water. No! A&W is a soda. No. A&W is a root beer. Doesn't stand for aqua and water. I'm angry. I don't actually know what it stands for though, so I can't get too mad. It's just lemon juice. Oh, and carbonated water. Now that sounds good. Carbonated, there's a carbonated caffeinated drink. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but it's pretty tasty. I think it's lemon flavored too. What is this uprooted beer of which you speak? What is this beer of root that you say? You believe that you take a tree's root and then you dip it into water and that makes a delicious drink? I think not. Interesting names for these characters. I have gone by many names. Have you ever gone by any of these names? Have you ever been called beef, patty, or steak? Which are not the best names in this game. I am most proud of our favorite object and also the character that we have not run into yet. But we'll have them soon enough. How are you doing? I have gone by many names. I hope you're doing well. It's a soda. It's lemon and pariah. Pariah. I see. Very nice. Even included some pronunciation. Appreciate it. Lemon pariah. That sounds delicious. You could be a pariah on society while sipping on this beverage. No, I haven't gone by any of those names. gotta keep switching up your names till you've tried them all. Gotta try every name. Alright, so I think that we've leveled up enough, right? You guys think that we can slaughter them? It turns out that you must go. Have a good one. See you later. See you later. Thanks for popping in. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Peace out. Enjoy your day. We're just gonna be beating up foppies. We're just gonna slaughter foppies all day. Enjoy the next thing you'll see. Oh, of course. Yes. I'll enjoy beating up anything I find. I kill all I find. Well. What do we have here? Some little jelly bean boys. I'll have to murder them. I think we need to just go back and heal, and then I think we're about to go. I think then we're rocking. Patty's about to die good. She's praying with her whole heart, but it didn't work. It didn't work on any... What? Patty, you're... No. Patty's prayers confused Beef, made Patty cry, and made Steak feel bad. Patty, you suck. Who did you pray to, Baphomet? How dare you? With her dying breath, she prayed to not be the only one. She cursed us. She did. Patty, that witch. Wait a second, we can't... Oh, we can't. But I can't even heal. Thank you for the follow. Wait, what? DX Starman, you were already following. Hi there. What's up, DX? I hope that you're doing well. Welcome back. Maybe you weren't following, but you got a sub, didn't you? I think that you got a gifted sub, right? But hi there. I hope you're doing well. Even with the pronunciation help, I think it's pronounced pariah, no matter what you spelled out. You better pray for something good this time, Patty. You better stop cursing us. It didn't oh no. Beef couldn't stop crying. Steak, she made the whole team cry. Dang, girl, you got the whole team crying. Patty, you are the worst prayer ever. You would make a horrible deacon. But I'll give you one more chance. Maybe she's doing it because of her... Maybe she's doing it because of her crying. I just want her to heal us. She's like, dear Jesus, I wish for my friends to be sad that I'm dying. Dear Jesus, let everybody else die along with me. Don't let me be the only one. I don't want to be lonely up in heaven, where I'm sure to go. They out here crying in the club. I mean, it does kind of look like the club in here. Yo, club's looking a little exciting. I'm enjoying myself. Whoa! Never mind. Looks like we've been attacking ourselves. Looks like Patty's dead. I think we gotta go back. Yeah, the music's, at least the music's jamming. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Patty's gonna have to lay down. Lay down, sister! That's enough praying out of you! I'm pretty sure that she was killed by one of the teammates. Pretty sure that either Steak or Beef was like, that's enough. Patty went splatty. That sounds kind of nasty, A-Star. And possibly British. Oh, love, you've got to go splatty. Oi, I'm about to go splatty. Splatty. I don't know how you would say it. All right, we need to go back and heal. Back to Fancy Town. Back to the village. Everyone back to the village. All right, time for tattooing. I may actually be tattooing myself next month. Oh, are you like practicing on skin? Or are you practicing on like oranges? Or are you practicing on other people? I've always thought that that's super cool. I see, like, I want to just do like my own tattoos so that I can save some money, you know? Save some cash. Yeah, I hope it goes well. Enjoy the tattooing. Enjoy the process of tattoo. Not enough PP. A shame. I think we gotta bash our way out of here, right? Shoot them. Bash these jelly beans. Shoot them. Watch him bleed out. Wait, that might be a little violent. There you go, just a little bit of auto battle. Woof. Fruit. Fake skin myself, then other people. Oh, fruit. You're gonna make some sick freaking pears that are gonna be proud of themselves. Those pears are gonna have so much self-confidence. Except for I know you probably use like grapefruits or oranges. Obviously not pears, but still. Oh, baby. Lucky. But yes, enjoy the tattooing. We'll see you later. I went with my friend since she got a tattoo, and she was like, why am I paying for so much for pain? Ah! I did pay a lot of money for my tattoo. You're gonna head off. We'll see you later, awkward. Bye-bye. It was nice to hang out with you. It was nice to riff with you. Oh, wait. We'll see you later, awkward. Enjoy the rest of your day. Let's see. You said, I mean, then you could have one of your masterpiece gnomes. I mean, I could always draw a an image and then let a tattoo artist do the actual tattooing. You think that we can kill this guy? Think that we can kill one slimy little pile? Because we got murdered by the last one that we fought. I'm really concerned about this little lad. Maybe if we just get lucky, we can murder him. And the longer that this battle goes on... What? We killed him? We killed him, but died to the other ones earlier. All right, well. Alert! Stake's condition is critical. He will collapse if his condition isn't treated. Be careful. I think I'm gonna let him die. Also, I'm kind of curious what it does whenever you walk around and then they spontaneously perish. I kind of want to see him just go poof and turn into a ghost. This is gonna be kind of a pain, isn't it? Hey, boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? Does he just turn into a... Oh, what? No, there's more enemies now. Oh, fiddlesticks. Yeah, we zoom in. Oh, but what? We got a surprise attack out of that? He just attacked me from the rear. What? This area is kind of a pain. I would agree. Let's bash him. We got him real good. We tricked that sorry sucker. He didn't know that we were getting a drop on him. We turned around at the last second. It's like whenever I've seen videos of like dogs being chased, and they'll be like chased for a little while, and then eventually they'll stand their ground, like they'll change their mind, they'll turn around and they'll go scary. That's what we just did. We're like turn around, call an ambulance, but not for me. That would be great if that was more applicable. I would make it a sound alert. If that was more applicable more of the time, you know that'd be one. Nice. Oh, he's dead. He's dead and he's got a little H on his shirt. What do you think the H stands for? Oh, that's a bow tie. But still, bow tie even in death? Even in death, he's still dripping. Oh, Rick, dude, I got... Stupid Violent Roach. Violent Roach gets a bonus attack. You think that we're gonna survive this? I don't know if we could defeat one bug. H stands for hunk. Oh my gosh, a hunk of steak. Oh no, our steak. He's broken. He's dead. Just let him die. Abandon the steak. Throw the steak on the ground. Leave it for the ants. I was immobilized. What? Since when? What happened? Beef attacks. Ta-da. All right, we're almost back to town. Bring me back to life. Wake me up inside. Stupid cockroach. La cucaracha. Oh. La cucaracha. La cucaracha. Oh. Hey now. No reason to... How did he activate a fight off my ghost friends? That's ridiculous. That is actually unrealistic. Also, I'm getting sick of his nasty boots. Goofy sings Evanescence. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do not know what it is about it. It might be the fact that I don't like the Goofy voice very much, but I hate those covers. Oh my gosh. All my friends thought that they were so funny, but I couldn't stand them.
Okay.
Listen, I said I'm sorry. It's only a matter of opinion. They're not bad. I just don't like them. I'm sorry. They're super annoying to me. I just think I don't like the Goofy voice. Because, I mean, it's a good impression. It's a good impression, and it's funny to, like... And I think it's funny, like, to make fun of that specific song, even. But, gosh, I think I just don't like his voice. I find it annoying. Maybe that's why I'm not interested in Kingdom Hearts as much. Maybe it really is. Maybe I am so shallow that it's just the voices that are throwing me off. Maybe I really do be so shallow that Mickey's voice, Donald's voice, and Goofy's voice are keeping me away from a good game. Just because I'm like, I don't want to hear them anymore. Dr. Saturn, do you want me to operate on you, Ding? So set it to Japanese and suck it up. Listen, I'm sorry that I don't like it. I'm sorry that I don't like it. You really think that people would be fine with that? I mean, obviously nobody would get to argue with it, but still. People would be like, what is this? Why are you listening to the dub? Oh, a despicable dub. Oh. KP, what's up? We're playing Earthbound. Earthbound is a silly RPG that was made a long, long time ago and wasn't properly released to the US until they released a port of it. And now well, I guess they had ports on other consoles as well. But this is another of the rare releases of this old game about Ness, the baseball bat wielding psychic child that saves the world from the evil entity Gygus. And also talks to these little gentlemen.
We feel groove. We hi-ho, me Mr. Saturn. This place, all are Mr. Saturn.
They're all the same.
Once upon a time, we were many, many. Every day, slowly, are less. Why? Boing!
Okay, it is time to go back. We have to go back. We have to go back, and this time we are ready to commence the slaughter. Oh no! Miss me, not kiss me. I'm with you. I'm all about Final Fantasy, but kiss me with that edgy Disney malarkey. Oh my. Miss me with the Disney malarkey. You're all about Final Fantasy. I mean, I'm not. I'm not. Final Fantasy's pretty good. It's pretty good. But that dub is really bad. I don't know. It's really bad, guys. Well, you still owe me that pizza. I mean, to be fair, that's not a Final Fantasy thing. That's just a Japanese RPG into English dub thing. Like, what's it called? Xenoblade Chronicles. Oof. Oh, turn around now. Come on, where the bugs? Come on, make that bug disappear. I don't have to kill another. Oh my gosh. Somebody get my shoe. I've got a roach to squash. I hope the bug gets you. You always get so salty whenever I talk about Kingdom Hearts. You always get so salty. It's my opinion. It's not a bad game. I just don't think I'll enjoy it. What console was this from? This is from the SNES? This is from the SNES, I think. Oh no! We already have Jeff. Yeah, Rusty Keys. We've got beef, patty, and steak. Beef, patty, and steak. The perfect team, except for not quite perfect because we could use one more member. Could you be part of the team, Rusty Keys? I would appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed your Valentine's Day yesterday. Even if enjoying your Valentine's Day meant that nothing happened. Days where nothing happens can be quite nice indeed. I had one of those days a little while ago, and I had a great time. A great time at doing nothing. Got to wake up late. There's no enemies in the way. Oh, heck yeah. You'd never fight a roach hand-to-hand, let's be real. That's why you gotta grab a shoe. Grab the chunkala. Except for, I even hate killing them with shoes. Oh, I hate them so much. I hate roaches so much. They make me feel yucky. Also, we killed that slime there and he died officially. I didn't know that there was permanence of death in this game. This game teaches you about object permanence. Disgusting. All right, now, to save our time, I think I'm just gonna let Patty give him the old razzle-dazzle. And then Steak can just keep shooting. I think Patty can kill them all with this. It's only 78. Maybe I hit them with the memes last time. Yeah, because none of them died instead of all of them. It's like the opposite of all of them. Now they all get an opportunity to give me damage. I didn't know that cockroaches could fly until I found out, nearly pooped my pants. Oh my god, you found out by one flying at you? It's literally horrifying, the ones that can fly. I'm actually crossing my legs now. Can we stop talking about this? I'm crossing my legs because I don't want them sitting on the floor anymore. Can we stop talking about them? I legitimately hate those bugs. I think that now we should continue our same strategy. You're glad that Burp Redeem is gone. It reminded me too much that I live. What? What? Dice? Die? What? Not gonna lie, I'm glad that Burp Redeem is gone. It reminded me too much that I live a horrible meat case? What? What? What does that mean? Are you saying that the burps reminded you that you burp a lot? You can cross your legs, but cockroaches can climb vertically on smooth surfaces. Well, I honestly don't think that they could, even if they wanted to climb up this chair. It's not really a case of whether they can, it's whether they would want to. If anything, they like running along the walls. They like running along quiet, dark places. They like hiding. So they often will run on the edges of walls unless it's super dark in the room. So really, TBH, near this chair is probably the last place they want to be. Detective die in the case of the horrible meat. This meat has gone bad. What meat did you find there, detective? No, I mean the meat that's on my skin. The meat that's underneath my skin. It's the worst flesh vessel I've ever seen. Listen, Die, if the burps make you feel like you're at home, then I don't see what the problem is. I thought that you liked relatable content. Also, these guys look like they have little mustaches. They look like walruses. I like them. Darn, now I can't tell about the two-headed roach I saw. What? No, that's not fact. Two-headed roach? No way. No way. Absolutely not. Not even possible. Not just me. Everyone lives in a walking butchery. I mean, it's not really a butchery, though, because a butcher doesn't grow the meat. We all have our own meat farms. If anything, we're were farms because like we grow all our own meat. We don't cut up other meat that was grown somewhere else. We grow it ourselves. So we've got I don't know what you mean. Not just me, everyone lives in a walking butchery. See, I wouldn't agree with that. A butchery. But definitely like meat vehicles, right? I'm keeping all the parts to my meat farm, thanks. Yeah, that sounds like the more questionable book that was written after Animal Farm. Meat farm. I mean, if you really think about it, we're all just meat farmers out here. You live in a meat suite? Ooh, I like that a lot better. A meat suite. You don't live in some kind of small sausage hovel. No. You don't live in some sausage shack. You live in a meat suite. Ah, it's even got a view. I think that it's fine for us to use some psychic powers on these boys because they are super annoying. Patty, don't freaking ruin the game anymore. Great, you put everybody to sleep, you stupid character. I really don't like Patty. Patty's prayers have been worthless. She has a bad connection with the god of this world. If anything, I think that he's mad at her, so... honestly, our brains are piloting bone and muscle mechas. Yeah, we've got a little meat brain. Great, now Patty made everyone cry. How dare you? Patty, why? You're bad at attacking, you're bad at praying. You're good at magic though. I do like that. I do like the magic portion. Gosh darn it, she made everyone cry. Stop telling us about your childhood. We've heard enough about it. Aw, Beef missed, probably because of the tears in his eyes. No, stop, he's spitting mucus. All right, just beat him, shoot him. Patty has a broken wand, so the spells are backfiring. Oh, what? No. Backfired prayers. She accidentally flipped her rosary upside down. Oh, no. She held out her cross and said, by the power of Christ compels you. But then she realized she was holding the cross upside down. Ooh, Beef realized the power of paralysis omega. What? Right? Isn't that omega? Isn't that the sign for omega? I'm not actually sure about that. One of us. I don't think that we can look at it outside of battle. But he learned some powers. More slime over here. Ah! Oh, I should have turned around. That was close. It is Omega? Okay, good. Patty is a Weasley. Her spells are backfiring. She's awful with magic. All right, Beef's gonna bash. PSI, let's use... I don't actually know what's super effective against these guys. Let's spy on them. Didn't hit anyone. Slime piles, offense, defense. Vulnerable to paralysis. But what does that mean? What do you mean everyone's vulnerable to paralysis? Here. Get paralyzed. Get paralyzed, you bucket of slime. Then I'm gonna pray. Okay, all right, we got some healing. For once, Patty's prayers have been answered. His body became numb. He feels so numb. All right, now let's finish him off. All you gotta do is just paralyze your enemy. Ah, and then miss everything. Come on now. Narrowly hitting the target. Okay, we actually hit it. Come on, Beef, you're number one. They're still paralyzed. Maybe being vulnerable to paralysis means that they stay paralyzed for longer. Didn't you see her tattered clothes and mangy hair? It's obvious that she's a Weasley. Oh no! Don't be dunking on the Weasleys. I can't believe it. Surely you don't like Harry Potter. Surely not the titular Harry Potter. We don't stand Ron in this chat? Can't be. Patty's an only child. Ah! It's because her parents had one and they were like, that's enough. Wasn't sure before we had Patty, but now I'm sure. It's kind of a big area. Butterfly! Yay! Yum, 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 yum. But what's great is that you can use like the same kind of insult on people that have lots of kids. Because you can make it sound like they had to keep trying. They were like, let's try again. Listen, let's give another shot. Maybe we lost the lottery. We just need to gamble a few more times. One of those are bound to be good. Exactly, yeah. Listen, these kids are gonna be a gamble. We might as well put a bunch of chips on the table. All right, so let's see. I've got a PSI magnet. Let's try that. I don't think I've even ever tried magneting PSI before. Doesn't have any pee-pee. He doesn't have any pee-pee to steal. That's what my dad says to me. He says he had 3 more kids after me. I'll laugh through my tears. I'm pretty sure that my parents have joked about that too. You're like, well, after we had you 2 first ones, we were like, we can't stop there. Praying that the shot of coffee I got will actually work to keep me up through the night and I can write some more of my thesis. I mean, caffeine literally just blocks the receivers of the chemicals that make you tired. So it keeps you from being tired. It certainly does. I hope that it keeps you untired enough so that you can write more of your thesis. It's a 50-50 chance at this point. Oh no! Have you been staying up too late now? What the heck? Why can Patty only do nothing, pray, or PSI? What happened to Patty? Who hurt Patty? What the heck is happening? I'm living off of caffeine at this point. Yeah, I didn't drink any caffeine today, and I'm kind of worried about whether I'm going to survive. Patty died! It keeps you from being more tired. Yeah, it keeps you from being more tired. It doesn't wake you up. It just keeps you from getting more tired than you already are. And we all know that you're falling asleep right now, Di, so you might as well just give up and go to bed. You'd think, right? But this undiagnosed ADHD cares not for logic. That's true. That is true. I'm nothing if not undiagnosed. Patty did it to herself. She pretty much did, though. Patty's been an awful member of this team. It's not 100% her fault, because it's mostly just the fact that there's enemies that are, like, affecting our group. So... Oh. Does anybody know what happens if you throw away an item that is, like, vital to the story? Or can you not throw it away? And you can only put, you might only be able to put it in storage. But, like, what if I got rid of the jar of fly honey? Oh, you don't think that it lets you? Okay, good. I hate games that let you throw away stuff that you need. Or, basically soft lock yourself. I think it was just a bomb, right? You die a painful death, that's what. Leave the bomb behind. Then you lose the game and you have to start over. It's like, do you really, really want to throw down this item? You need it to save the world. Do you really, really want to? And if you say yes enough times, then it's like, all right, you lose, game over. They start you back from your checkpoint. No, none of us can stop crying with its stinky breath. I'm kind of scared to use my beta memes out here, but, you know, we got to do it to them. Oh, yeah, that's what we were looking for, baby. Big hits. Oh, he narrowly missed? Bruh. Steak, why are you missing so much? Patty's not crying. Dang, you got the whole squad crying, except for Patty. She's dead. No crying in death. She's crying in heaven. She's looking down from the sky, and she's like, my friends. They're in pain. You're gonna go eat some dinner? All right, get some noms. What's for dinner? Can I have some? What's for dinner? I'm starving. What's all this goop? I thought he was friendly.
Aren't you the fly honey delivery boy? What's the password? Doesn't mean I don't trust you, just say it. Say it now! Someone so quiet is either extremely shy or extremely dangerous. What a suspicious fellow.
No, don't be suspicious of me. I've never done anything wrong in my entire life. But I am gonna kill you now. But that's just a reaction. I'm just reacting to your violence. Violence begets violence. Beef couldn't stop crying. Oh my gosh. Everyone's so sad. I can't believe it. Beef, you missed a basic attack? You silly. You just use the same attack. But we already are crying. You don't have to use sad joke again. Do. That reminds me of our D&D match that we're playing. One of our characters has, I'm trying to remember, but they have a attack that gives psychological damage, and I think that it's called Vicious Mockery. So they can use Vicious Mockery to cause real psychic damage to enemies. And whenever they use the power, they just like will make up some insult about the character's mother, and they deal real psychological damage depending on how the dice roll. We could life up, shall we? I think we're doing all right. Vicious Mockery is the best. Bards forever. Vicious Mockery, how dare. Oh, this guy looks like King Glob. Okay, so if we wanted to fight King Glob without going anywhere, pretty sure. Do we have a revival? I don't see one. Bomb, broken laser, hand aid. What is that? A handmade band-aid. It heals your wounded body, gone after one use. Heals your wounded body. That sure is vague. What kind of things can it heal? Can it heal death? Bad key machine. It doesn't look like I can revive them. So I guess my choice is to either go all the way back to the village or try to fight this thing with 2 people. I think you know which one I'm gonna go for. Let's heal Steak, I guess? How much life does Steak originally have? Oh my, quite a bit. 130. Okay, I guess we're gonna talk to this guy. I think he's gonna slaughter us though.
Burp. So you are beef? I see. York, 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 york. There's a prophecy that a boy will destroy Master Gygus. Don't make me laugh so hard. If Master Gygus is scared of somebody, he would have to be worse than the greatest evil. Glarga, glarga, ga, ga, ga. I'll take you down big time, so get ready for the worst fight of your life. Get ready to feel the pain of true nausea. Yeah, come on, let's go.
Oh, great. He's going to be super status. No, the status boy, he's so ugly. Yeah. You think that was a Gary Gygax joke? I don't know, maybe. Maybe it was. But Gygas is the main villain in this game, so I don't think so. But he looks so handsome. Actually, pretty handsome. The best thing about landing a VM is giving disadvantage on the next attack. Oh, a Vicious Mockery, because the damage is because the damage is miserable. Oh, you get disadvantage. Oh no! So you get the original D&D is the vicious Mockery? The original D&D? Gygax? I don't know. Maybe. It seems like something you could look up and find out. So maybe I should try to use some like magical effects. Maybe I should try to hypnotize him, you know? try to pull off a little dance. See if I can distract him. Maybe I'll paralyze you. Let's see. We've got steak, beef. Beef has 51. I don't really see me beating this guy, but it's possible. Let's see. You can feed him your fly honey now. Ooh. Oh, feed him the fly honey. Oh, okay. Let's give him... I should have done that first. I didn't even think about that. Oh, wait. No, I can't because Patty has it. Oh, no. No. But Patty has it. She's dead. Oh, no. I don't think I can feed it. Oh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It's on the ghost. The ghost has it. I think we accidentally threw it. Mushroom Gal, how are you doing? What's up? Hi. Hi. I hope you're doing well, Mushroom Gal. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. Let's see. Steak, you gonna shoot him? Shoot him dead, brother. So they're both poisoned right now. Maybe called for help, but no one came. What happened last night? I don't know, Mushroom Gal. I don't remember a thing. Let's do alpha healing. Heal that alpha. Oh, witchy woman. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oi, it's nice hanging out with you. Have a good evening. We'll be back pretty soon with we'll probably play some more of this game. I think I'm taking off tomorrow though, by the way. Taking off tomorrow, but I'll be back on Thursday, either playing this game or maybe Banjo-Kazooie. I think we might play Banjo-Kazooie. I'm kind of missing it. Go, huh? But it's nice hanging out with you, witchy woman. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, soapy witchy friend. The Mario movie is getting its own line of toys. What? What kind of toys are we talking about here? Mario movie toys. What kind of toys? Collectible toys? We talking about figures? Oh my god. Super Mario movie. Let me see. The upcoming Super Mario movie is getting its own range of toys. Who wants a plastic toad? I do. We know the voice cast, but we know everything else is shrouded in mystery. However, we do know that Jack's Pacific has confirmed a 5-inch Toad figure in a Mini World van playset, but nobody knows anything else. 5-inch Toad. Super Mario movie Mini World van playset. Okay, that's all we know. No pictures. No freaking pictures. Chris Pratt Mario plushie, just an ultra realistic rendering of Chris Pratt's face on a nice cozy plush. Oh my god. You can buy Nightmares now. I didn't know that they sold those. Why didn't I do healing? I was gonna heal Beef from his ailments. Super Mario Mini Movie World van playset. Yeah, interesting. You'd be surprised if it wasn't. Well, I mean, I don't think that there have been like a ton of. Oh dear, Beef dies. I kind of just need to leave this so that we can come back with Patty. But I don't think you can run from this. We need to come back with Patty and with well, if Patty was alive, then we would be able to use the honey too. So I guess we can just like go for broke, right? No one came. Boss too strong? I mean, I am missing the item that I'm supposed to give him, and one of my members is dead. So it's kind of not too surprising that it's not going incredibly. Although he might be weakening. I'm not sure though. I don't know what kind of stats he has. I mean, he could be one hit point away from dying. Beef died. No! He started continuously attacking? What does that even mean? We died again! God dang it! Am I being dumb? Am I being dumb? Am I doing just bad battles? Or am I supposed to just repetitively grind? Is this the fault of my combat? Or is this the fault of me just not wanting to fight enemies over and over? I don't know. Maybe it's gotta be a combo of both, right? It's not grinding, it's power leveling. You can call it, you call it what you want, Grummy, and I'll call it what I want. Games like this have everybody calling them power leveling so that it feels more enjoyable. Yeah, whatever. I see it for what it is.
I see it through the lies of the mainstream media. When they say power leveling, that's exactly what 30 years ago my grandfather used to call grinding.
These old RPG games are always designed to have to grind a little bit. Did your companions die? We all died, Eldritch. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. We've all died before. We've all died before and we'll all die again. Oh dear. La cucaracha. Run away. Sometimes these enemies act a little bit like super hot. Where like if you move, they move. Oh, their ghosts follow you. Cute. They are cute. I ran around in circles for Final Fantasy VII for hours on end. If that isn't top quality gaming, I don't know what is. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, I have definitely had to grind in games, and I enjoyed it. And I was trying to think if it's turn-based combat that I find annoying to grind. But I could have swore that I really loved fighting in... Let me see. What is a game that I don't really think... Do you think that Final Fantasy XIV is turn-based? It doesn't feel turn-based. That's probably the closest thing that I've enjoyed grinding. Yeah, it's not turn-based, is it? It's like an action RPG, right? ARPG? Yeah, see, I don't mind that. I think it is only that I don't like grinding in turn-based games, and that generally makes me not like turn-based RPGs, because most of them require grinding. Like, I don't mind it too much. Like, I wouldn't mind playing this game that much, but streaming this game is like... It's kind of a little bit of a snoozer sometimes. Just sometimes. A little bit of a snoozer. You said that Patty's prayers are not helping? Oh my gosh. You would really tell Patty that her prayers amount to nothing? Tayaki, are you really gonna say that she doesn't have enough faith? Is that what the problem is? Sorry, Patty. Prayers only work if you have enough faith. Oh, we didn't sleep, dude. Oh, we didn't sleep, dead. Oh, no. Draw system was a mistake, but I still love Final Fantasy VIII. It's amazing. I've maxed magic in Final Fantasy VIII. Don't talk about the grinding. Oh, no. Grindy games. Grindy games for dinner. I'm starving. You young whippersnappers, you and your new slangyology and diction expertise back in my day. What did we talk about? Bring me my paper. Oh, wait. What was I talking about? Let's see, Grommy. I am like one of the youngest people in this chat. So don't worry, you're among equals. I'm the stupid one here. No, he can't carry anything. No! Sugar packet! I'm starving! We're leaving behind the sugar. Bye, followers, primes, and viewers. Oh, heck yeah. Thank you, Larry. Dude, stop. Just leave it behind. Oh, baby. Offense went up. Defense. Oh, baby. Guts went up. Oh, baby. IQ went up too. Man, that's 4 babies. Wow. 1 battle, 4 babies. You should have left it? No, thank you for deleting it. No spam, please. You engage the plain crocodile. All right, it's time to give him the old... Oh, wait, we can't use our memes because I didn't heal. All right, we're going back to heal. We gotta go back to heal now. Come on, kill him now. Murder him. Murder that crocodilian. Crocodilian bucktooth Bill over here. I don't like that bucktooth zombies hairstyle. I don't like that. What? Wait a moment, did you play a dating sim last night? Me? Dating sim? Couldn't be possible. Really? Mushroom Gala? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. This song's so good. Cory! Cory! How are you doing? Oi, 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 it's Julie! We jamming. We're jamming. It's the only thing to enjoy in this game is some music. At the Earl of Suds VODS on YouTube.com. Just check out my Twitter.com. Look, it's Oath and Crystal. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I told you that they've been in the same room at the same time. There they are dancing. All right, let's heal up. Healing up, doodle doo doo doo. Heal up, Buttercup.
Hey there, friend. You're looking a little unhealthy. You're going to head to bed? Hey, A-Star, get yourself some rest, my friend. Get yourself some rest. Enjoy your sleep.
Enjoy that sleep in. This, see, like this, look, the roach is not approaching me. There's no roach approach. There's no approach to the roach. I think the music might have been a little low, hey? There we go. We turn up the music a bit. That's a jam. Guy's just causing trouble for fun. Guy's just up to his old shenanigans. It's like Patty's fully healed. Look at Patty's pee-pee. Holy moly. Holy moly, Patty. That pee-pee is 100. Sheesh. All right. I'm telling you, did you see it? Did you see it down there? 100? It's crazy. I can't believe that she's got the most. She's the host with the most. All right, let's heal up. Patty's pee-pee is 100. What is this duck doing out here? Hey, there's no wild gooses in this area. Look here, you silly goose.
We need to heal. I feel so unhealthy.
Sometimes I feel unhealthy.
Do you want slumber?
Oh yeah, and also steak might repair some stuff. Sheesh. No problem here. Whenever I wake up, that's what I always say. Wake up, stretch, look around, no problem here. I guess I'll have some breakfast. I'm starving. Mmm, smells delicious. What's cooking? Mmm, Hand-Aid. Can I, let's see, can I get rid of any of this stuff? Rust promoter? What is that, water? Is this a bottle of water? Can we just call it what it is? You usually say the opposite. You say instead of no problem here, it would be there's a problem here. What would you say? Maybe move the honey to beef. That's a good idea. Honey on beef. Yum, 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 yum. Honey, I shrunk the beef. Honey, I burnt the sandwiches. All right, let's give it to beef. Patty tried to give the jar of fly honey to beef, but he was already carrying too much stuff. I do like,
Okay.
Hey! Floggy, no! That hurts. That hurts, and now I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy. I gotta drink some water after that. What a flight. What a flight. I feel unwell. This is how I got sick the other day. Alright, what am I gonna do? We've got to get rid of an item or something. We can sell that. We can sell an item up here. Let's go up to the tip top. We'll go up to the tip top. Is that Voss? Who's Voss? Where? Is Voss here right now? This Voss person. Are they in the room with us right now? Are you actually unwell? Not really. Not really. I was feeling a little sick on Saturday, but no, I'm good. That could have been multiple things. Yeah, I was feeling a little sick on Saturday, but no, I'm good today. Oh wait, we need to sell. Ferulio! Hey, Ferulio, I was watching you playing this game. Hey, we're like in the same spot. Oi, Ferulio. Oh my goodness, the only cute thing here is you. And everybody else. Well, let's be honest, this game is adorable. All right, fine. Everybody in chat is cute, and the game. Okay, that's a fine point. You're right. Okay. What do I do? I need to sell some stuff. I am okay looking. You know, sometimes people ask me what I look like when they haven't met me before, and I say, I'm pretty okay. Bunch of cuties over here. It's true. Ferulio, your animated emotes are so cute. Stop it. Stop. Your little strawberry lion is so adorable. You must stop. I'm getting upset. Patty, we're supposed to wait a second. I can sell my backstage pass. We don't need to go to the backstage anymore. We're done with that life. Sudden guts pill. I kind of want to get rid of that. What is that? Not gimmick. No. It's cursed. Not the grandma. Wait. I kind of want to sell my gut pill. Who had the thing for me to sell? Where's the cheap bracelet? Where's the cheap bracelet at? Oh wait, I threw it away! God dang it. This game's so confusing. Soundstone, pencil eraser, skip sandwich. We need to talk to my sister. I wonder how much it costs to deliver something to my sister. I need to get rid of these items. I'm just simply holding too much, I think. Let's go outside. Oh wait, no, we have to use a phone. Let's use a phone. Call that courier service, and if anybody knows how much it costs, tell me. It's Cargo Express. Is that you, Beef? Hey, big bro. Nice. I want to pick up. I need to pick up right now. The blankie is so cute. Oh my goodness, I love blankie emotes. Ah! I wish I could make art. This is so upsetting. I have to bother people and direct people and pay people to do art. I want all of the art right now. I want all the art right now. And exactly how it is in my brain. Oh, wait. Hello, this is Escargo Express. Your delivery charge is $18. Oh, easy. Nice. 18 bucks. I can take up to 3 things, that's it? Oh my god. For 18 bucks? We just gotta call them again. We should get rid of rust promoter? Can I get rid of the rust promoter? And I can only give what Beef's holding? I wanna get rid of rust. Right? Get out of here. Will there be anything else? Most certainly. Let's get rid of maybe one thing from each person. Backstage pass. Absolutely worthless. And then from steak, pack of bubblegum. Worthless. right, sweet. I think that we just got 3. Oh, really? The pencil eraser? Okay. Yeah, because I know that there actually is another pencil that we could erase with it. Because there was one up whenever we were introduced to Steak Story, so I thought that there might have been more around. So I didn't make that a high like priority to get rid of, because I know for a fact that there's at least one more pencil to erase. But it wasn't really in the way. It just would like, it'd help you skip an area, I think. Okay, now we've got room to move stuff around a tiny bit.
Jar of fly, honey. Let's give this away. Give it away to beef.
Okay, maybe we should call the S-Cargo one more time. Get rid of a few more items. 3 more. No, 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 I don't want to call Dad. No, not Dad. Dad, go away. Dad, I don't want to stop playing games. I'm not even tired yet, and I already did my homework. Hey, bro. All right, pickup time. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Time to put our stuff in storage, never to be taken out ever again. This cargo, hello? It's flip-flopping freezing right now. It's 32 outside and hailing. What? Let me check how cold it is outside. It's 67. It's actually pretty cozy around here. It's like 67. Yeah, it's jamming. Jamming time. Oh yeah. This whole game is a jam. In fact, I'm gonna turn up my headphones. I'm still working. How are the 3 minutes at the waterfall? Oh, they just went by so quickly. It was splendid, Monster. Splendid indeed. I hope work is going well. Ignore my mucus. I hope work is going well. Sorry. The pencil eraser. See you later. All right. We can get rid of the bad key machine. Right? Yeah, get out of here. All right, now it's time to get rid of one more item. One more. Sudden, definitely want to keep sudden guts. We'll keep the broken laser because I think that's like a weapon. Magnum air gun. Let's see. Hand aid can be used. Receiver phone. Insignificant item. What about that? Hello again. I'm back from a nice nap. I think that you were telling me about the last stream when I started working. Oh, hi, Ahsoka. Ah! No worries, Ahsoka. Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you. I wasn't really... Okay, very quickly. I was memeing whenever I said I threw up. That was a meme, and it is forever a meme. I did not throw up. However, I did actually start feeling sick around the time that you messaged me. So I appreciate it because I just spontaneously started feeling sick. So your well wishes are appreciated. However, I did not throw up. And whenever I said the sickness is getting worse, I was lying. You can't sell any of the items that Steak fixes. You might as well store them. Oh, I threw up. I threw OP. Yeah, I threw up. Ahsoka, do I have you on Instagram? Because I can send Kenny, your messages make me sick. No, I was sick before. Shut up, Dad. Leave me alone. Wait, I wonder if I can find that audio on YouTube. Let me see if there's a YouTube meme of Master Chief in the nurse's office. This is too long. I'm scared. I'm scared. I haven't watched any of these. Okay, let me see if I can play the audio for this.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing in the nurse's office?
I threw up.
That's the meme. That's the hilarious meme. Master Chief, do you mind telling me what you're doing in the nurse's office?
I threw up.
That's what it is. It's just got a tiny little Master Chief sitting on a nurse's bed.
I threw up.
And you said that you can't sell items that he fixes, eh? So I gotta store them. Hey, Spooky Vibes, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi! It is good to see you. Thanks for the follow, Dinosaurus Rex. Dinosaurus Rex. Hiya, Dinah. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Earthbound.
Welcome to Earthbound. Yeah.
Wait a sec. Hey, it's nice to meet you. Hi there. Are you interested in this game? Are you popping in? Are you an Earthbound fan? Who's your favorite character? My favorite character is Mr. Saturn. Mr. Saturn's the most important character in the entire game. We love him. And he has a bow. Okay, I was going to speed up days and check whether I could fix this gun and whether it'd be better. Because the gun might be super powerful, I'm not sure. But I also have a new gun that I haven't tried yet. Let's go to the equip page for steak. And what about this Magnum air gun? It's way better. More offensive. Much more offensive to use the Magnum. All right. And apparently we can store all the other weapons or the other things that he fixes. Because we can't sell them. But we could also speed up time and get him to fix that laser. Let's go to bed. I'm so tired. I hope you guys are tired too, because we gotta go to sleep. We want to slumber. His steak fixed the broken laser. After being fixed, the broken laser became the laser gun. Well. Let's see what this laser gun can do, eh? Blasting. Goes from 63 to 75. All right, 2 upgrades. I'll take it. Nice. Okay, and you said that I can't sell those weapons, so I just want to take them and figure out if, like, in the selling dialogue, if it tells me which ones I can't sell. Will Smith, welcome to Earthbound. Earth. Welcome to After Earth. After Earth, aha! That's hot. Aha! Rewind time. That's hot. Hey, it's Carly. How are you doing, Carly? Oi, oi, oi. We were just talking about Earthbound. Oh yeah, how you doing? Also, Anne, going to sleep. Get some rest. Get some rest. I hope that your bunnies are okay. We could talk about that later. Much love. Much love to Anne and both of her buns. All right. So, oh wait, no, I don't want to buy anything. I'm not even in the market. Actually, what were you selling? Bionic slingshot. Wait a minute. But they're magical. We don't need weapons. The only weapons we need are words. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words could kill me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words, that's enough to end me. Okay, so what if I tried to sell this stun gun? Stun gun? The most out... What? He's buying the stun gun? I thought that I repaired the stun gun. Words will destroy my psyche, and that can lead to much worse. That's true. I thought that I fixed that. Let's see, do Do I order pizza or tacos for dinner? Ooh, depends on the pizza and taco. If you're talking about Papa John's, don't even bother. Don't even bother. Any taco would be better than that. But dear boing, no can buy that.
Is there anything Zoom else need?
Ah, so definitely that one we repaired. So what, can I like throw it in the trash? I would never order from Papa John's. I have taste buds. Papa John's delivers 100% of the time. Order Papa John's if you're on a diet. Did you get your Papa refund, lad? Kind of forgot about that for a couple of days. Now I think it's too late. I think it's too late to get a refund, you guys. I don't think that you can get a refund after like a few days. I kind of want to sell this ruler to get rid of it. Ruler, $1 worth it. Maybe I'm misremembering. Sorry. Oh wait, no, you're actually right, Homestar. You are right. Your totes magotes correct. You definitely cannot sell items that you fixed. Or at least you can't sell some items that you fixed. That's for sure. You could lie and say that you've been waiting for the pizza the entire time. I hate bothering people. I hate it. Listen, I had to bother people all the time whenever I was younger, and I always felt bad. I hate it now. I don't want to be a Karen. I don't want to call people and bother them. It's not their fault. It's not their fault that this dummy didn't deliver the pizza. If it was the actual company, I'd be more annoyed, but like, I guess it's not a big deal. It wasn't your money anyway. I know, but now it went to a corporation. No! If it like went to a mom and pop shop, I wouldn't mind, but it's a corporation. Stupid Japapons. You feel the same way about bothering people? Frulio, sometimes I'll get food that I can't eat, and I'm like, oh no, now my hands are tied. Sometimes I'll get food that I can't eat, but I can peel off the cheese from like a hamburger. I can't tell you how many hamburgers I've just like scraped off the cheese with a napkin so that I could eat it. Because I didn't want to bother anybody. I was just like, I guess this is okay. And then I felt a little bit sick after it, and I was like, I guess I didn't get all the cheese off. Thank you very much for this food I can't eat. Here's a tip. That's me. That's not being a bother. That's asking for getting what you paid for. But money's fake. But money's fake and labor's real. Patty's holding a broken item. Don't forget it. Oh, yeah, we should do that right now. Thank you. Thank you, Silvana. I noticed that as well. Yes, yes, yes. Let's get all of our broken items. The old broken spray can. Money is fake. Why I got all these bills every month? Because they like to pretend that it's real. That's why. Because it's a fun game. It's a fun game. It's humans' favorite game. It's called Money Money. Who got the money? Oh, wait, I don't want to buy anything. Alright, I just want to make sure that I have very little stuff whenever I leave. Bottle rockets are really good, though. Bottle rockets are good. Franklin badge is for electric attacks. I mean, will I run into... Maybe somebody will have an electric attack. Hand-aid. Hand-aid will keep. Skip sandwich. Jar of honey. This is perfect. Beef's got the right stuff. You thought that it went button, button, who's got the button? That's right. Button, button, who's got the button? Bubbles, bubbles everywhere, and not a drop to drink. That's what I learned. Protein shake, insecticide spray. What the heck is that? Slime generator? What? Magnum air gun? Defense spray? What is all of this? What is all of this garbage? Hey! Spooky Vibes, thank you for the sub! I appreciate it. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Spooky Vibes. Money, money, who got the money? Spooky Vibes got the money. So sweet. Hooray! Enjoy your spicy, beautiful emotes. Do you see all the new emotes that we've got? Oh boy, oh boy. My favorite new emote, I'll show you. I'll show you. It's this one. He's so fluffy. He's so fluffy. I want to pet him. Let's call this cargo and try to get rid of some stuff. Oh, Nichan, it's me, Tracy. No! Dang it. Gonna get through this quick. Zoom. Alright. Yuppie. Your first 2 months were gifted. Oh, nice. That's awesome, Swass.
Everybody loves a gift.
Everybody loves a gift, and you deserve it.
Frulio, isn't it so fluffy? I love him. He's a cutie. He's a bit more anthro than he used to be, right? That one makes you think of Jigglypuff. Oh, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. It's so cute. I love that one. The other ones, like I said, are super anthro. Like look at these. Look at these boys. Look at these boys with their human bodies. Uh-oh. Getting some furry vibes. I'm getting scared. Does the emote character have a name? It's Squirrel. 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 Let's get rid of. Hey, come here again. Can't even sell that. Now we'll get rid of slime generator, right? I think so. Dana, how are you doing? Oh my goodness. Look at this cute emote. I love it. Oh, baby. Dana, thank you so much for the cute emote. That's all you ever have to do for me. If you give me a cute emote, that makes me love you forever. Okay, the rest of this stuff is usable. I think now I've only got consumables and things that I'm actively using. Except for that Franklin badge, I kind of want to get rid of that. I've never been electrocuted before. This is correct. Get them out of here, all right? I'm taking my chances. We'll never get electrocuted. All right, now let's heal up. And it's off to the cave. To the cave. Those are horrifying die, and I hate them. That Pikachu, disgusting. The Dino Dan, disgusting. All right, now that lemon, now that's handsome. Now that's handsome. All right, you've earned eternal love. That's cute. I love oh-whoa faces. Oh, whoa. Is this a new streamer? I've seen you post their emotes a lot. I love them. They're so cute. All right. Heal up real quick. Off we go. I love the frog too. I think I have in Discord one of those frogs that's just spinning. I do love a good frog spin. You've been watching too many VTubers recently? VTubers always have the best emotes. VTubers got the best emotes. Because they're already fake, you know what I'm saying? They've already made up a character. They're fake as it is. All they gotta do is just draw it. You're a character, Darth Yoda? Darth Yoda, I think you're two characters. You're two characters. Riding on piggyback. Dang it, I turned up. Gosh darn it. Fitness sticks. That dance. Oh, I know what that dance is from. Yeah, that dance is from the anime that's about... Oh, it's got a bunny girl in it. It's called, like... It's something about rascals. It's about rascals born in another world or something. It's like young rascal is born into a... something. I'm sure... No, it's not the bunny girl senpai. I think that they're still called rascals, though. Yeah, that's in the closing. I like that dance. It's a good dance.
That's a good dance, baby.
But now it's bothering me. I'm trying to remember what the... Okay, this music's kind of... jamming a little bit. Be jamming a little hard there, friends. Okay, look at my anime lists. It's in watch category probably, because I don't think I finished it. I got kind of close. Hataraku no Saibo. Is it this? Mondaji tachi ga isekai kara kurasou desu yo. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? I think it's that one that has that dance. But it's a pretty good one, all right? I'm sorry. I got a little sidetracked there. I just recognized the dance. All right, no more praying. No more praying. You hear? If anybody's praying in this chat, I'm going to be pissed. I'm already mad just thinking about it. Ooh. All prayer does is cause more injury. All right. I know that some people say that prayer doesn't work. I'm not one of those people. Prayer does work. It just works in the opposite way. It just hurts you. Speaking of bothering retail workers, one time our waitresses thought we tipped her $20. What? Instead of giving us the change, she was so happy we couldn't tell her the truth. No! Mushroom cow! Oh no! Oh, I feel like I have done that before, or I have already lived out that story before. Oh. People taking it as a tip when it's not a tip. Oh my God, no, please, my anxiety. No, I thought I was recovering from my anxiety. You're making me relive it. Oh my God. I bet she knew what she was doing. That dummy. She was stealing my money. Y'all are a bunch of cowards. I know I'm a coward. I know I am. I hate it. And the fact that I know that I'm a coward only makes me feel worse about it. So I not only feel bad because of the effects that it has, but I also feel bad that those effects happen. Here we go. Kenny's just being a weenie? What? What? Kenny's just being a weenie with what? What? Could you learn how to spell and then come back to the chat? Goodness gracious. You just need to go eat with one friend that doesn't give a darn. Yeah, that always helps. That always helps. I go to all of my other friends care less. I'm the only one. I'm the only one that cares, and all my friends are like, go back and tell them that you need to get your pizza. Get a refund. And I'm like, I don't want it. I'm too nervous. I don't want to bother them. They're like, if you won't do it, I'll do it. I'm like, okay, fine. I don't want to inconvenience my friend. I want to pass. Can I pass? Can I pass away, please? I want to... Why are they chained? Because they're in prison. Because this is slave labor. Slave labor? They're working on these cans for the goop gods.
Ah, so honest. Smile.
Boing. He's saying that he's having to lie and smile.
Tired. But so good. Ding.
They're lying. They're lying because they don't want to get whipped by these slimes. The mom friend override. I can't ask, but my friend needs something, I can ask for them. Oh. You can't ask, but if your friend needs something, you can ask. That's a lot of things are easier whenever you're doing them for other people. Like whenever you're doing somebody else's laundry. I really don't mind folding other people's laundry. I'm like, hey, these are not my shirts. These I can fold. But if it's mine, oh heck no. Growing up, we used to call it not being able to ask for ketchup. Oh, I definitely can ask for ketchup. Your boy always asking for ketchup. I'm starving. Man, I'm just gonna keep blasting this boy. Kenny Marie Kondo? Marie Kondo? What? Did I just say something Marie Kondo? Did I? What did I just say? What did I say? What? Oh, the folding. Yes, I actually do use Marie Kondo strategies for folding shirts. I studied her book very carefully. I studied it very carefully. And I changed the way that I fold everything. I do hang a lot more stuff than she would be happy with, but then again, she lives in a tiny Japanese apartment. Or it at least is helping people clean for tiny Japanese apartments. I've got a big enough closet that I can hang some clothes. But when I fold them right. But, let's just say I don't want Marie coming to this room anyway. She can check out the bedroom. Bedroom looks pretty good. Just switch out the word ketchup for refund. Same thing, really. I don't know. Oh, we killed the slimy little pile. Slimy little pile. I Marie Kondo'd half my clothes, and I never thought about doing that ever again. Oh! I mean, it does help you cut down on excessive clothes. If you got too many clothes, you can definitely get rid of some of them with Marie Kondo stratagems. Ooh, butterfly. Aw, landed on his head. And we're all relaxed. This music makes me uncomfortable. No! No! We almost made it! No, it's cohorts. Oh my god, it's got cohorts. I'm hitting them with the beta memes. I can't let this stand. No freaking way. I've got to get to the Slime King without being super damaged. I am not going to the Slime King looking like a chump. No one came. No, did I already use my 2 big attacks? No! Yes! Yes! Oh, that's it? Patty. No more prayer for you, you little rapscallion. How about you beat up one of these piles of goop? You just remembered that you bought Stroop waffles on the way home? Ooh, waffles. He said, eh. What? Beef, why are you so bad at attacking now? Beef used to be my top boy. Now these days he misses everything. Alright, he's dead. Splendid. Alright, let's go beat up this boss, shall we? I heard it.
York. Master Gygus. Blah, 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 blah. You'll never defeat me. Blah, 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 blah. Get ready to feel the pain. Har, 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 har.
Alright, now we gotta give him that goop. Let's give him some honey. Honey, I'm home. And then Patty, you know what to do. Actually, I'm not sure what's super effective against him. Maybe I could try using, well, not a magnet, because we don't need any right now. Let's use fire. And Steak, you do the spying, Sonny. He blew his nauseating breath towards us. Open to it said open to hypnosis, I think. So we can hypnotize him. He's ready. Oi, Lemonberry, how are you doing? Oh my, excuse you. That wasn't me. That was this guy. He looks like he might burp at any moment. It wasn't me, Lemonberry, don't blame me. Also, the new wave emote is so cute. And it reads really, really well. Like it's super tiny, but it has really, really good like readability with the pose. It's so good, and it's such a good job on that emote. Honey did nothing? That's seemingly what I saw. I didn't see it do anything. And it didn't say that fire or anything is super effective against it either. It just said that it's vulnerable to hypnosis. I kind of skipped past the honey thing, but also I have the text up really fast. Maybe I need to slow it down to medium. Let's see. I think he's still hypnotized. Maybe? Yo, Patty, get this. Set him on fire.
Set him on fire. Get him out of here.
Boom. Oh, are Stroop waffles normally, do they normally have milk in them? Oh dear. Darn old Stroop waffles and their milk? I need a vegan Stroop waffle sometime. I've never tried them before. Let's hit him with that hypnosis though. I think he might already be hypnotized though. This is you? Kuri, this is you? This is you right here? I would not have recognized you from my trip. Kuri. In the morning? Well, I thought I saw you whenever you just woke up. I don't know, Kuri. You must have changed. Kuri's not the same. Kuri's not the same anymore. Kuri looks like this. No! Kuri, please. Kuri, what happened? Beef. Hit him. Hit him, Beef. Hit him with the old razzle dazzle. Welcome back, Kuri. We're murdering, honest and, kind creatures. God's little creatures. Well, what do we have? One of God's little creatures that escaped the lab. Oh, it said that he just wolfed down honey. It said that something happened because he wolfed down the honey. So it did something. But the text goes by so fast. I'll have you know, I'm not clicking the mouse. I'm not like clicking the button to go faster. It's just super fast already. I should just turn it down. Okay, just blast him. Blast him. Take him out. Oh, Patty's taking damage from the poison. He lost his mind, it said. Oh, he's like losing his turns now. But he didn't lose his turns the entire time, but he's losing them now. Okay, I'm gonna heal Patty. Patty's looking a little fricked. And Patty, hit him with that fire. Hit him with that razzle dazzle girl. Come on now. We killed him! Master Belch has been destroyed. Just like I said, all it took was having Patty. We just needed Patty and that delicious, icky, sticky treat. 4,000 XP, nice. Beef is now level 30. He's more offensive than ever. Patty's now 25 years old and can use thunder beta. Nice. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you for the hype. No.
Looks like it was an even fight. But Master Gygas has managed to get Manny statue into Fourside. The city will soon be in worse condition than living in your own puke. Suffer, Spanky.
Or
Gak.
stop burping. That's disgusting. Also, did he die? Is he dead? Someone's sweating. Oh no, sweaty girls.
Hang on now. I'll help you out.
There you go. You're gonna be. It had no visible. What? What? I thought that was healing. Does that healing not work? Hey. That's some baloney. That's some grade A beef baloney. Well, at least Patty will take longer to die now. A little baby.
I escaped.
Zoom. Burp. No, don't burp. Boing.
Goody.
Burp. Stop burping. Obviously, he was a horrible influence. Okay, Patty, are you gonna die or what? Are you gonna die? I can't heal you. Stop. Woo! Stop that. Patty's gonna die. Maybe I gotta use alpha, or no, I gotta use beta healing. How to heal a beta. Oh, Oh, that worked. All right. Oh, healing beta. Nice, nice. Beta healing.
You worn down? Ah, boing. Barf. Stinky pee you.
I am tired.
You worn down?
Yeah, heal me. Don't just say that I stink. Don't say that I'm smelly. I thought you were gonna give me some health, you stupid dummy. Never mind. What? How are we way over here? We must have walked through the mountain. Oh, we were inside the mountain the whole time. Let's take a dip, shall we?
Hot springs, rest here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, it's got steam on the screen and I got my clothes on. You got in and washed all the extremely dirty gunk off your body. Extremely?
Longer ladder?
Longer ladder?
Longer ladder can go to hot springs.
Oh, the ladder over here. It's an extended ladder. Let's see. Did that heal everybody completely? No. We just cleaned the goop off. But I don't even feel any healthier. Drink coffee before go. Say yes to me. Just the question is will you say yes to me? Yes. Bottoms up, boing. What's happening? Am I tripping on coffee? You've traveled very far from home. Do you remember how your long and winding journey began with someone pounding at your door? It was Pokey, the worst person in your neighborhood, who knocked on the door that fateful night. On your way, you've walked, thought, and fought. Yet through all of this, you've never lost your courage. You've grown steadily stronger, though you have experienced the pain of battle many times. You are no longer alone in your adventure. Patty, who is steadfast, kind, and even pretty, is always by your side. Steak is with you as well, though he is timid. He came from a distant land to help you. Beef, as you certainly know by now, you are not a regular. You have an awesome destiny to fulfill. The journey from this point will be long, and it will be more difficult than anything you have undergone to this point. Yet, I know you'll be alright. When good battles evil, which side do you believe wins? Do you have faith that good is triumphant? One thing you must never lose is courage. If you believe in the goal that you strive for, you will be courageous. There are many difficult times ahead, but you must keep your sense of humor. Walk through the tough situations and enjoy yourself. How long is this? No, there's more! This is the first time that they introduced something like KK Slider. When you have finished this cup of coffee, your adventure will begin again. Next, you must pass through the vast desert and proceed to the big city of Forside. Yeah, this is like
Meep, mop, meep, meep, mop, meep, meep.
beef, patty, steak. I wish you luck. All right, what a cup. Woo. What a cup of coffee. Yum, yum, yum. That's a lot of pressure coming from a cup of coffee. This cup of coffee's got a lot of questions. So this is what people like about coffee. No, that's never happened to me before. Nothing like it either.
Sweet, fresh feel.
That's all you have to say.
Sweet, fresh. Appreciate. I so happy, happy, happy. Zoom.
You're so happy. Why don't you give me some payment?
All home. Zoom.
I'm just teasing. These little boys. They're free. Hooray. Okay, so they just get... Okay, maybe this guy will move now.
Appreciate.
Oh. I thought you'd move out of the way, but... Alright. Nice. So we're back to the village. Maybe we need to talk to somebody. Shaking my head. Couldn't even heal us in the hot springs. Yeah, I don't think so. Did the coffee heal us, though? No problem here. That's what I always say whenever I get into a hot tub. No, wait, no. I want to check status. What's my status? How do I stack up against my betters? You've been lurking for the last hour, but now it's time for me to go shovel the snow. Oh, snap. Darren, thanks for the lurk. Good luck with your snow shoveling. Before you leave, have you been checking out the new Vampire Survivor updates? I played it for like 4 hours last night. The updates are pretty great, and all of the weapons are good now.
Godspeed, wizard friend. You can do it, Darren. Go dig that snow. Gosh darn it.
This doesn't even raise my IQ.
Longer ladder.
Oh, wait. What is this? Pictures taken instantaneously. I'm a photographic genius if I do say so myself. Okay, get ready for an instant memory. Look at that camera. Ready? Say fuzzy pickles. Wow, what a great photograph. It will always bring back the fondest of memories. It's always a surprise. It's always a shock. Whole... What?
Whole milky well.
You haven't played Vampire Survivor in a week or two now? Ooh, you're gonna enjoy it next time you dip in. I might actually play a little bit of it tonight on stream. I'm not sure. I wanna try to kill death. That's what I wanna do. You definitely can, but I wanna try. I have some different strategies that I've been thinking about. Because I tried one last night and it didn't quite work, but it gave me some more ideas. Do we get a scrapbook at the end? Yeah, I think it's in the credits. But yeah, Darren, good luck with the snow shoveling. I look forward to watching you play that Vampire Survivor.
Well, milk well, what this ding? Eh?
Kenny, how could you possibly forget about last night? I've been thinking about that game ever since. What? This is the part that I was watching Frulio play. I was watching Frulio out of the corner of my eyeball while I was playing Vampire Survivor. Oh, I remember Frulio beat up this guy. Frulio killed that guy right there that I'm seeing right there. This guy. I saw him kill this guy. Yeah, let's give him the old zippity doo-dah day. We'll hit him with the beta memes, and we'll hit him with the PlayStation Fire, and then we'll just freaking shoot him, you know, with a laser. Just shoot a laser at him.
Why don't you have a laser, Woody?
Oh no, I must look away. These creatures are mean. Oh no, I don't want anything to do with them. They gotta die. Every one of them. The Renoob used a shield, that little bugger. Oh no. My memes. Oh, the rain boob. Or ran boob? What the heck? They're dead. Very John Donne of you. I like it. Teach death a lesson. John Donne. He has a smile. How can he be mean? What? Oh, I got a mushroom on my head. When did that happen? Oh no, the feet. Not the feet. Defeat. Oh my gosh, they're tough mobile sprouts. Hang on, we got blast them. Hit him. Bust out. Bust out on him. Come on. Shoot him in the head. You love it? You can actually, it doesn't really do anything too negative. It just makes it so that your controls flip every now and again. And it's not always like opposites either. It'll like rotate the D-pad like digitally so that right is down and stuff like that. So it isn't always just opposites. Opposites would be kind of easy to deal with. What a cute little accessory though. Oh my. My favorite outfit is the mushroom on head. Sometimes I get infected with head mushrooms just for style choices. I killed their friends. Nice. Steak's 27 years old. 27-year-old steak. Alright, I do kind of be styling with this mushroom on my head. Oh, there's a bunch of them. No. I don't want to fight these guys all the time. I thought it was kind of a one-time deal. No. You rascal. You have a mushroom beret, but now I think a mushroom top hat. But now I think a mushroom top hat to match this game. See, I have a mushroom hat. I have a big, I don't know what you would call it though. It's like it honestly looks like maybe a turban, sort of. It's kind of like a mushroom turban, I guess. Did I hit him with the beta memes? These boys are so silly. I know, look at them. Such silly boys. They look kind of like, they look like fruits. They look like fruits on a tree. Like maybe a durian or something? I'm not sure. I think I threw out my mushroom hat. No, die. I thought you were a fun guy. Say they're cherry boys. Oh, they're cheery boys. They look pretty friendly. These are my mods guarding the gate. Unripe pineapple. Ah, rotten pineapple. Come on, Patty. Just set him on fire. Get him. Patty. Ran boob. The spring will heal that mushroom. The spring? It'll heal the mushroom that's on my head. oh, it'll get rid of it, you mean? I was like, nah, the mushroom seems fine. That seems to be living. That mushroom out here living its best life. Pretty sure I'm about to die, though. I'm gonna die because Beef just killed everybody. Beef just blasted everybody with memes. Shaking my head. Not enough PP. No. Still not enough PP. Beef can't do anything. He can't do anything with PP like that. Get him. Sorry, I don't have much room. Don't have much room for a mushroom hat, huh? Steak died! Beef, stop killing everybody! Beef killed everybody. Beef tried to get away, and did. Beef let his friends die and escaped. Still with a mushroom on his... Oh, no! Oh, heck no! Come on now. No, there's no need. There's no need for there to be enemies in there. Ah. They changed my controls again. Come on, no, are you always here? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Now we die. Oh no. Homie, are you gonna die again? Marge, I'm trying real hard. Oh, homie, you're so bad at beating these raw pineapples. I tried so hard and I got so far. Can I just run away? Run away. Oh no. You're rather cowardly. Let me leave. Let me run away.
Try it again. You'll never escape. Mortal.
Mortal attack. God dang it. It's because my friends died. I wasn't ready. I wasn't healed. They never even healed me. That spring was worthless. I had to walk a long way to go. Oh my God, where am I? Oh, wait. No, I killed him though. No worries. You just gotta watch the coffee sequence again. And we gotta listen to the guy say, take the pictures again. No worry. No worries, you guys. Easy peasy. You worn down? I am. Could you heal me, you rapscallion? You absolute degenerate, you. Stinky. You don't have to drink the coffee again. Really? Are you sure? It said it made you feel reborn. Maybe you had to get in it twice. Did you get anything from the coffee scene? Like, I mean, I realized some things about myself. Look, I feel better. Oh my God, they came back to life from the hot spring. Just throw all your old bones in here. This is just like the big pool. I don't remember what it's called, but there's a big bunch of water that's in the Bible where an angel every few like weeks or months would go and stir up the waters and just basically spin up a big human soup. And then anybody that touched the water, they'd be healed from their ailments. It's exactly like that. Except for I don't even think that the Bible had the cojones to say that it could bring them back to life. Why is our water pink though? Because it's bubblegum flavored. Yum. Bubblegum. Not enough pee-pee. What? It doesn't heal your pee-pee, but look. But Patty has 100. So if beef was a ghost, then I could have healed him in the fountain for 100% pee-pee. But Patty was dead, so she gets to come back to life with full pee-pee? How is this fair? We have to literally go back and heal our people all the way. I keep thinking that this fountain's gonna do anything good for us, but it ain't. It ain't doing nothing for us. If it ain't doing nothing, it must be doing something. That's a double negative. Got him. All right. I think that only people come back to life in the Bible was Lazarus and big Jesus. No, that's not true. That's not true, Di. Actually, it says. So let's get into some. Actually, the Bible says that whenever Jesus came back to life, that actually graves all broke open in Jerusalem. And that actually, it said that many people, I think in the hundreds, were reborn because of him being reborn. And they apparently went and met with their relatives. Look it up. The Bible claims that a lot of people popped out of the graves, making his resurrection a little less unusual, which is odd because you would think that resurrection was an unusual occurrence, but it is not really in the Bible. I mean. All right, I'm just gonna beat him up and save my. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter if we. It doesn't really matter what we use in this battle because we just gotta go back. Oh, the biblically accurate angels. I do like those guys. Everybody loves a biblically accurate angel. All right, let's heal up, shall we? Well, yeah, that would make sense because the sign of the second coming is the dead walking the earth. My apologies. You're all right, don't worry. Jesus also raised Jairus' daughter. That's true. That's true. Jairus' daughter, Lazarus, all the folks there. And I'm trying to think. But wait a second, so did Elijah. Elijah also raised a child from the dead by just, like, laying on top of him, I'm pretty sure. He laid on him, nose to nose, toes to toes. It's true. And that was Elijah, I think, not Elisha. I don't know. My memory does not function 100%. I forgot a few then. The all-knowing cheese, how are you doing? How are you doing? I don't know. Can you think of another one, Ahsoka? Who else? Who else in the Bible came back to life? I don't know, but I just want to remind all of y'all that King David and Jesse were just roommates, okay? Oh, wait, not Jesse. What's his name? What's his name? Hey, Coco Cat Boy! Oi, 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 oi! Thank you for the raid! I appreciate it. Ah! It's a Cuddle Puddle raid! Ah, Cuddle Puddle! Thank you so much for the raid, Coco Cat Boy! Yay! Everybody cuddle. Everybody cuddle up now. Come on now. We'll go into the hot spring. The hot spring is extra cuddly. You were playing some unpacking? Ooh, nice. There we go. Now we're nice and warm. Everybody warm up in the hot tub. You enjoyed the hot springs immensely. It made you feel reborn. Hey, it's good to see you. Devaril, Luxol, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. Hi, Eliza. I hope you're doing well. I hope that y'all enjoyed unpacking. Hi there. My name's Earl, or the Earl says. We're playing some Earthbound since it was finally released on the Switch. So we just been playing. However you want to pronounce it, it's good. Oh, okay. Dvaril or Diva. I mean, listen, I main Diva in Overwatch, so if I see DVA, I think Diva.
Okay.
Watch him go! Don't do that. How dare you? You're gonna start pronouncing like that? No! That means that I'm wrong! Oh no. They're making fun of me. They're making fun of me now. Oh no. What have I done? But yeah, I don't know what I'm doing in this game. I'm just killing stuff. I'm just killing anything that I come across. We have our main hero, Beef.
Okay.
Stop that. And then also we have Patty and Steak. And soon we're going to find Poop. It's true. Our final person. Somebody else calls me Diva too, so you're not alone. Ooh. d.va.com. Nice. Nobody go to d.va.com. It's a scam website, trust me. They say that they're selling real Diva blasters, but they're actually made by Nerf, and they're not lethal. We play risky here. Hashtag sponsored. Sponsored by Diva. No! That actually works? I didn't know that everybody was allowed to call that up. You hear that? That's our totally real hashtag sponsor for the day. Check out all their products on twitch.tv/yellowsuds. No, there's no products here. There's no products here except for me. I'm the only product. All right, we're gonna set these boys on fire. We've got so much magic. We can kill these randoobs so easy. Steak's feeling a little funky. I think Steak has a mushroom on their head. I think that they might be growing a small fungi garden on their noggin. Beef is looking slightly injured. Beef, you're not looking so good, buddy. Not looking so good, King. You wanna heal yourself? That's probably a good idea. Funky Steak, never good. Uh-oh. No. The meat's smelling funky. We gotta throw it out. Sorry, kids. Sorry, kids. No taco tonight. No tacos tonight. Turns out the beef smells weird. Elisha was the one that laid on the boy to bring him back to life, but Elijah also brought a boy back to life. Elisha's the one that, Elijah brought a kid back to life, because his mom, yeah, Elijah's the one who, the mom of the kid, like, didn't have any food, and he was like, give me some food, and she was like, but we don't have any, and he's like, give me some freaking food, lady, cook me some bread, and then she was like, okay, this is all that we have, and she gave him all the bread that they had. And then he was like, all right, now I'm going to make it so that you have unlimited bread ingredients. And then he stuck around for a little while, and then her son died, and he was like, oh, hell no. This kid's mom is the best. She deserves better. And he brought her back to life. This is the best Bible study I've ever attended. That's I don't know if I like that moral. I don't listen. Not sure about that. You thought that was a different story? I'm pretty sure that happened multiple times. People really do be just like helping out these prophets and getting blessings. Like, bread's so good it brings the dead back. New goal in life. I'll be breaking. You love this game. Happy to see it on the Switch. I hope that they do Mother 3 now. Yeah, Lux, because they got 2 of them. Why are they treating us like this? There is no reason for them to treat us this way. But it is Nintendo, and I don't see a Super Mario Galaxy 2 on the Switch right now, so... I mean, it's not too surprising, but it is equally upsetting. Sweet love, by the way, thank you for the follow, and thank you, Diva. I appreciate it. Okay, I was wrong. No one stays dead in the Bible. Popping up like daisies in that book. No, it's just planting them. Oh, you gonna go make some dinner? All right. Enjoy making up. Wait a second. So stroopwafels is gonna pair with what's for dinner? What's for dinner? The stroopwafels were delicious. Thank you. I can't wait to find out what's next. Maybe we should. So beta healing heals some of this stuff. Let's use at least some life up. I don't want to use too much, but these guys are tough. These plants aren't so bad. I'll fight these these little mobile plants. No, he's so fast. He was running. There's more people brought back to life than I thought. Oh snap. There's a lot of people's lives saved, but brought back to life. Yeah, it's still more rare. Still somewhat rare, right? What about the dead saints that rose? I think that's a future thing, right? Isn't that phrased as future? Dead saints? Like the members of the football team? Like, legit question because I have no knowledge, but I'm curious based on this conversation. Do a lot of people stay dead in the Bible? Yes, most people. I mean, to be fair, everyone that gets brought back to life dies again. They just get to die twice. It's not that they got to live again, they just got to die twice. There's actually 2 people in the Bible that didn't die. One of them is Elisha, because he rides up in a flaming chariot, and Enoch. That's right. Yeah, Enoch, and that's why if you take Revelation seriously, then the two prophets could be Enoch and that. But come on now. How do you know? Does it say that they died again? It doesn't. But it does specifically mention that other people were the only people to not die. So it's kind of like everyone else is out, I guess. At one point, almost all people died, except for a few on a boat. Wait, what? LOL. I literally had this conversation today at work with my boss. He's on his 5th read through the Bible, and oh boy. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bring up religion or anything. These games have incredible music. I know. The music is honestly my favorite part about this game. No, he still got me. I went through so much trouble to avoid him. No, it's awesome that I actually know something. I felt special. You are special. You are special. For many reasons. I'm setting them on fire. Burn them. Burn the ran boob. Oh, also, how are you doing, Damon Gaming Channel? Damon Gaming Channel. Yo, how is everyone? I'm doing fantastic. We're hanging out, killing some monsters. Wait, no, it's oops. Why is it called Ranboo? No, you got it wrong. It's Ranboob. Boob. You are a special, Diva. Yes. LOL. I'm trying to think of what does Diva say? Annyeong. That just means... We're just killing them. Don't worry, it's so good. Their names will be off the screen soon enough. Mortal damage? No! What? Steak just killed Patty, I think. Steak killed Patty again. We keep getting confused and killing each other. It's really not turning out that great. We gotta get out of here. This guy's so unsafe. You know a bit of Korean, so it works. Doesn't annyeong mean hello? Or does it, and by a bit, I mean like 5 words. Oh yeah, oh, it means hello or goodbye. Oh, all right. Annyeong. Let's kill him, dude. No, you're a Ranboob. No, I don't want to be a Ranboob. No worries, I just saw it and you thought Ranboo. It's a boo that ran. It's a ghost that's scared. A ghost that's scared is a Ranboo, if you think about it. Eventually we'll make it to a oh my god, it's worse than I could have ever imagined. He caught me. Oh, actually he used his time to heal himself. In Arrested Development, they say the Korean kid's name because they think that it's his name. Yeah, they think that his name is Annyeong, but it's not. Yeah, I was thinking about that the whole time too. Annyeong, come over here. It's like, Annyeong. Just leaves. They're like, is that your name? Keep saying that word. It's horrible. Shoot him. Steak pulls out a pistol. Yes, my name is nice to meet you. Pretty much. My name is Hello. Alright, we killed him. Looks like he wasn't so tough. He was just a raw pineapple at the end of it all. All right, into the cave. Into the cave of gloom and doom. Beef opened the present. There's a coin of slumber inside. Beef takes it. The coin of slumber? Oh, this is like a boss. Ooh, I don't think that we're ready for this. Yeah, because this is... I think that this is an actual boss. Like, even more than that goop guy. And I can't heal Patty because she's dead. So, I guess we can just count this as grinding, right? We're just counting this as grinding. And we need to get Joffrey. We need to get that mushroom off his head because he's having a problem. He's got a problem. He's got that big musha on his big noggin. And that's no good. That's lowering his IQ with every... Oh, dear. Okay, can we meme them to death? Can we hit them with a surprise barrage of memes? Unexpected fresh OG content. No! My OC! It didn't work. Oh, one of them died. That's good. We could give him a good bashing. There we go. Hit him. There was there was some clip that somebody made of me saying, "Oh look, it's a dog. I'm gonna go bash it. I'm gonna go bash it with a bat." And somebody named it the Earl's hobby, the Earl's secret hobby, and it was me talking about this game. It's just me saying, "Oh look, a dog. I'm gonna go bash it with this bat." It's horrible. How dare. I really need to make that clip channel that Frulio suggested. Oh, baby. Offense went up. Guts went up. Makes sense that you'd be more offensive whenever your guts go up. You love all the Kenny clips. Frulio. I will make a clip channel. I almost did it yesterday. I just got to get on my MeBot so that I can make links aloud. There's some sussy clips out there. I was watching some of the most popular ones, and we get a little sussy out there. See, do we have enough to be able to kill him? No, drained 4 PP. No. Memes beta, what? They drained it so that I didn't have enough for the attack. That's dastardly. Absolutely dastardly.
Hit him! Yeah, the memes, finally.
Oh boy. All of this counts as power leveling. We're just power leveling on our way back to healing. No worries. You know, 2,000 experience here or there. An old Musha Musha. Been a while since I've seen one of these boys. They have legs. I love them. No, the sneak attack. Dang it. You rascals. It's a tough mobile sprout in his cohort. What? They tried to heal themselves? You fools. You fools. They'll suffer the wrath of beef. Beef and steak. Steak's feeling a little funky. Alright, that strutting evil mushroom is dead. Looks like you don't live to strut another day, Sonny. Stop moving! And I can't heal Patty because she's dead. Oh. Thank you for the quote. That counts as a quote to me. Ah, so all you gotta do is just get him off the screen. A butterfly. So this little guy's kind of stuck, ain't he? It's too bad, buddy. Not so mobile now. Steak is gonna be a little funky after trekking through a cave in Pink Lakes. I mean, anybody would be. I thought I'd maybe get a sneak attack on him. Alright, we got some tough mobile sprouts out here, but I think that we can maybe survive. I'm not really sure. It depends on how it goes. But if we die, then we go all the way back to the beginning, and you don't really drop anything. Oh, thanks, I'll give it. What did I say? Oh, wait! Oh, both of y'all did! Y'all both did it at the same time! Ooh, whose formatting do I like better? Kind of hard to say, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely reasonable to capitalize the first A. Yeah, I think that they both have. Also, you both say "cuz" the same way. That's funny. All right, we'll keep them both. I'm just kidding. I think it only grabbed one of them. Thank you, you two. I guess. So cool with that. Oh, you literally copy and pasted it. Oh, you can lurk while playing Earthbound yourself. Hey, sounds good. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your gaming. I hope you survive out there, my friend. Beat 'em up. Get power leveled. Now we're gonna die. How do you access the quote list again? I'm not sure if everybody can access the quote list. Lies die. There was no capital A. He typed it out himself. He typed it himself. Don't listen to him. Yeah, it's that. I think that looks weird as heck. That looks like a sussy link, but trust me, it's a super ugly quote list. Ye olden oopsie doopsie, you flipped the cart full of apples and your donkey died underneath the weight. Oopsie doopsie. Also, I am very beautiful. You don't want to be in town when Luigi is stepping down. You know what I'm saying? Listen, if I didn't find my quotes entertaining, then I wouldn't say things like that. So I have no shame. I added the capital because I care. Aw. Die, that's very heartwarming. And very convincing. So can they really get healed from this? I want to see them come back to life. There you go. Now we're all alive again. All it takes is a little dip. wonder what levels I am right now. We're getting up there. Level 30. So, does anybody know what level you have to beat this game? Like, what's the minimum reasonable level? Does anybody happen to know that? Do you gotta be like level 50? Or do you gotta be like level 80 to win the game? Hit points 150. Yeah, so my psychic points don't get restored from seeping ourselves in the forbidden soup, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the forbidden soup does not cover all ailments. You'd say 101? Really? You would? Would you say that based on anything? I didn't know that you'd played this game. Is the ending as disturbing as everyone says? You think that you were 80-ish last time that you played this? Oh, 80-ish. I see. Thank you, Frulio. Oh, you haven't? I see. We can experience the frightening ending together. Fantastic. 101 is a good number, but why can't I give a number? You can! All right, we're not done with this game till we make it to 101, because that's what Die and Alchemic won, all right? Ooh, there's a disturbing ending. Of course. Can't you tell? Can't you tell that this game is scary?
Appreciate. I so happy, Zoom.
Can't you tell that it have a dark ending?
Internet says you can beat him around 80.
Okay, so if you're as good as Frulio, you could do it at 80. But me, I'm gonna need it to be 101. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be grinding these levels, you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not on stream, though.
Hit him.
I cannot wait. This month is supposed to be the month that they give out Majora's Mask. But they haven't given us any more information about it. Majora's Mask should be out this month. They said February. I don't know when. I'm excited. It'll be my first time playing that too. The quote list. Ahsoka, some of it's not family friendly, I think. But that's my fault. Don't blame yourself. And they said peer pressure in high school. And they said peer pressure in high school? What? It's all family friendly? Oh, it is? Okay, good. I was just saying. Who knows? Who knows? You never know. Earl says the darndest things. Thank you, Cheese. Oh my god. I just walked my mushroom buns back in here. Okay. No, let me walk this way. Okay, there we go. I figured out which way it goes. Get this mushroom off my head. It's flying. The holy mushroom. Everybody bow down.
Everybody bow down to the Mushroom King.
Yes. The king of the mush. Hooray! Ever since the herringbone incident, the what? Herringbone? Herringbone. I don't recall this. I'm scared. I'm scared! Oh no! Alright, I'm just gonna... No, I didn't try to get away! That's not what I tried to do! Oh, I wanted to kill them. I didn't want to escape. I wanted to hit them with beta memes. Hit him. Kaboom. Oh no, Steak's gonna die. Hit him. Yeah, we can relive all of our best memories soon, all right? Relive all the best memories. Now that Earl is retiring from streaming, we're gonna watch all of the greatest clips. First, we're gonna start with the top clips. Then we're gonna go through the mod picks. And also, we'll have a live reading of quotes and a question and answer. Then we have a special video prepared, the legacy of the channel. All right, this guy's all alone. No! His friends joined. Gosh darn it, there's always a group of them. There's always a bunch of them. How am I gonna beat a boss whenever I have to fight through all these enemies over and over? Maybe I will have to just get stronger. Maybe I do gotta just grind a little bit. No one keeps tabs on Die. He's crazy. Die does whatever he wants. We can't trust him. Listen, everybody else has a time zone, a schedule that is understandable. Not Die. He's awake at any time. At any time, you never know if he's gonna be busy or not. You never know if you're safe. He'll just show up, and you're like, I thought that you were on vacation, and he's like, sorry, lad, couldn't stay away. Ah, something's itching on my arm. Something sticky on my arm. What is it? I don't know. Maybe it's candy. Okay. I'm just gonna hit him and burn him and shoot him. Kill Ranboob. Canada is a cruel mistress. That's true. Hey, I'd go through your clips too if I was an editor. What? If you were an editor? Listen, I'm not an editor. I just edit sometimes. Listen, do you want me to be one of those? Now listen. Let me check my chat list before I say this. Hang on, let me see who's here. All right, I think I'm safe. But Alchemic, you don't want me to be playing a channel trailer every time that people raid, do you? That seems to be the only thing that people use for clips is just making a 13-minute channel trailer. They're like, oh, it's a raid. Time to stop streaming. It's a raid. I hope that everybody in chat's not used to this video yet. Hope it still strikes your fancy. It's probably a good idea for some people. I'm only teasing. Oh wait. Oh, I was gonna use a fire and then shoot. Channel editors have the ability to go through clips. I'll think about it. The ability to go through them and delete questionable ones. Oh, questionable clips. Are there those floating around? I think I haven't been looking through all of them, but I don't think that I've seen any questionable clips. Okay. Ashley Rose! Oh, you're just telling me what they are. Oh. You're just explaining it. He doesn't even know how Twitch works. Nice. You know somebody who uses clips as a BRB screen, but you never leave us, so it's fine. And if I do leave you, I'm screaming from the kitchen. I don't like leaving. I have all my questionable material saved on my HDD. What? Questionable material. Hack my OnlyFans. I'm upset. What is this? A couple of mushes? You didn't even see the new redeems. There they are. Can you believe it? Oh my god. There's actually several new redeems last night. Not that anything was happening last night, but Alec has some blackmail ready to go. Ready to go. It's already in the note. It's already in the parcel. Don't worry, I got a parcel full of tapes right here. Oh no. Oh no, you wouldn't want to be seeing that, would you, Early? Not after what you said on my tapes. My mind is questionable at best. Oh, the noise. Hey, Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Look at those beautiful dogs. Look at those beautiful doggies. Oh, woo. I love them. Nice. I can't believe that you hit me like that. Can't believe that you struck me with a baseball bat. With the help from Ness, but I still blame you entirely, Ashley. Not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna save my PP. We'll just use Well, Patty's still got a lot of PP. We use fire. Fire shooting beating. Beat up these stupid plants. That's right. Tough mobile sprout my buns. I need to save up for VIP. You can do it. You can do it. Ahsoka, let's go. You always use up Patty's. No, it's always beef because I use the memes. Patty's doing all right. Let's do, does healing beta heal Musha Musha? I don't think it does, but I'm gonna try it anyway. She's always the first to die. Yeah, but she can't heal herself. She normally has HP and she normally has more psychic points and then dies. She dies with a bunch of wasted psychic points normally, because I'm a dum-dum. Yeah, she's always she always has the most, I think. Gosh darn it. So many of them. Remember, thickness is always what we strive for in this stream. What was I doing? Character design? What is that? Was I drawing Gardevoir? Oh no. Oh no. Floggy, get some rest. Good luck with your cookies. Good luck with your cookie. See you later. No, why are they able to disconnect from the wall? They disconnect from the wall, but only whenever they're coming to beat me up. I'm coming to take my lunch money, dude. So rude. I hate that. Kill the cohort. Actually, kill Randoob first. All right, give him the PSI fire. Shoot him right in his leafy head. Make him leaf this whole world. Oh, you think it was from Turnip Boy? Oh, Turnip Boy, that's a good game. That's a funny game. Doesn't have any PP. Ah, he became tame. Okay, so he doesn't disappear to the dust of the earth like so many of these enemies. Ooh, Patty do be smacking though. Holy moly. Patty just hit for 56 damage? Sheesh. Sheesh, girl. When do you get so strong? Oh, boy. I think that we're just power leveling, right? Aren't we? Ooh, butterfly. Yum, 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 yum. You look kind of like a human centipede whenever I wiggle like that. Look, we're like a little worm getting through the grass. Beware. The children, they approach. No, oh no! I should have turned around. I was trying to show you guys what I was saying. 72 squirrels in a skin suit. It's you. Oh, hi there. How are you doing? What's up? What's up, skin suit? Oh wait, are we calling you 72? Hi there. What's up? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good Valentine's Day. Yo, we kind of smacked this guy a little bit. Oh, Patty's dying. See, Patty's got 88 PP and she's about to die. Beef, no, Beef, don't defend yourself. Help somebody else. Help somebody else for once. Also, when did Beef get more PowerPoints? I don't know. Give Patty some healing, would you? You call me either? Oh, Nash. Oh, yeah. I love options. You know what I love? Choices. I never get paralysis by analysis. No way. Oh, my God. Good stretch. Good stretchies. Everybody, be sure to stretch it out. I spend it with my family since I don't have an S. Oh, no worries. Yeah, that was something that a lot of my friends messaged me about Valentine's Day, and they were like, well, we don't call it Valentine's Day. We call it Friendship Day. And I was like, I like that better. And also, I mean, you can spend time with your friends or just hang out. It's just a free day. I hope you had a good time hanging out with your family. Good stretches often involves... No, not the Singles Awareness Day. Ah!
Don't say that. Nobody was single on Valentine's Day.
Good stretches often involve screaming. That's how you know that there's good chiropractor stuff going on. Because whenever you go to the chiropractor's office and you hear, ah, 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 that's how you're like, oh, this is a good place. Good place. Can't wait to get adjusted. This is a real adjustment. Boom! Got him. Oh man, we hit him with those beta memes. They did not expect this. Nobody expected this. Patty set them all on fire. You've decided to cook a chocolate souffle. You've decided to bake a chocolate souffle for the first time as a fellow single. Ooh. Souffle. Slay. That sounds delicious. Delicious. What? No, it doesn't sound sad. It sounds freaking delicious. And you can make that? I'm super impressed. I am nothing but impressed. Okay, I'm gonna hit this right here. Oh, you're gonna go play a game with some friends? All right. Enjoy, Ahsoka. We'll see you later. Enjoy your lurkey. It's been nice hanging out with you. Enjoy your games. Let's keep Patty alive for now. We got two members of the team have mushrooms on their head. Do you think that we can make it up to 3 without dying? You think that we can make it to 3 mushrooms? Hey, whoa! Whoa! Thank you for the raid! Oi! Welcome in, raiders. The gnomes are here to serenade you. What? Wait a second, I recognize Kuya Cat in this group. What, the gnomes? Oh. Not the gnomes! Oh my goodness, we've got enough gnomes around here already. Oh. Thank you so much for the raid serenades. I appreciate it. Kuya brought us here. I know Kuya Cat. That's a sweet bean. It's nice to meet you, serenades. Hello, hello. Let me give you a follow. I'll give you a follow right now, gosh darn it. Welcome in. Thank you so much for picking me to raid. What the heck were y'all doing? Y'all gnomies. Oh, I see you were probably playing, The Sims. A Sims streamer. Awesome sauce. I just give you a friendly. Go back here. Up. But welcome in. Hi there, everybody. You watched the Phasmo VOD? The Phasmo VOD? Was that the one where I was strumming the guitar and singing a song? Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that you enjoyed my madness, I guess. Welcome in, Miss Jaxlyn. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Let me see. Kikiri, maybe? Kikiri, welcome in. And of course, serenades themselves. Sunny Girasol. Hi, I'm coming back from alert. Cuddle puddle. Hey. You came from the Coco Catboy, right? Aw, Coco Catboy rated earlier too. Serenades, I hope you enjoyed Sims. And if you need to go get some food or some water or something, please feel free to. I am having trouble controlling my character at the moment because I have a mushroom growing out of my head, unfortunately. Amanda, how are you doing? Or let me see, is that Oh no, Ferris? Amandy Ferris? I'm definitely messing this up. Fiddlesticks. I don't know how to speak English. Or any other language for that matter. Twins? Amandy? Amandy is fine. Oh no. Shrooms on the head is never good indeed. Most of the mushroom is the roots. And I don't even like thinking about that. But yeah, we're just setting these little guys on fire. You see these guys? They're, I wish they were friendly, but they're not. Sunny, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome. It's good to see you. Wait, they're called Ran Boobs? Yes, they're called Ran Boobs. And we have to set them on fire, naturally. Shrooms on the head, I'm afraid. So we gotta be careful. Thank you, Amandy, for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kikiri. Sky, welcome to the chat. Allegacia, hiya. They're called what now?
I said what? Bobby? What the heck are you talking about? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
A JPEG? Nobody knows what a JPEG is. Don't worry. Don't worry, you're not out of the loop.
I'm just looking for a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
Hit him. Oh no, the JPEG bop.
A goddamn hot dog.
It'll get stuck in your head. Oh no.
Turn down for what? Bull! It's stuck in my head. Bull!
My IQ went up. Not likely. Not likely after that. I'm having... You're supposed to... So the controls don't reverse. They just, like, basically make it so that you have to rotate your controller 90 degrees to walk around correctly. Oh, no. Here comes one of them. We got to get back to the hot springs so that we can get these mushes off of our head. We're kind of just beating up enemies at the moment, but let me tell you what. The music in this game, and also the dialogue, hilarious.
Ooh.
Hit him with the memes.
We also got to name our characters whatever we wanted. So we named them Beef, and Patty, and Steak, and the last character's name is Poop. Earl, oh my god, your impression is great. It's relevant because hubby and I started rewatching it. Oh, nice! You just started rewatching it. It's a pretty easy accent to do if you're a Texan, I feel like. If you're from Texas. It's not too hard to do. I know lots of people that could do a pretty good one. Poop? Oops! How are you doing? Oopsty, do. Hello. It's Oopst. Oops. Did I miss? Beef, steak, and patty. Just to break the pattern. Love it. Haha, I'm even more hungry. Best names. Yes, go get some food. Go get some food. Serenade, you've been streaming so hard. You gotta make sure that you feed yourself. Even though sometimes I do be, like last night, I waited till it was like 4 in the morning before I ate my dinner. Whoops. I've got to get my dinner. All right, Patty. Hit him with the PSI fire. Hit him with the flames. I think we're almost out of here. We're gonna go back. We can talk to the munchkins in town. We love you too, Obst. Oh my goodness. Oh yes. Did you come in from the Coco Catboy raid? Coco Catboy is very, very Obsty. A very Obsty friend. That does not surprise me. It shouldn't. Breakfast dinner, yay! Breakfast food is the very best. So if I can put off breakfast or dinner and make it into breakfast food, I'll do it.
Oh, I wish I just got on my PC.
What? You wish? Wait, what? What's happening? I wish I just got on my PC. What have you been doing today, Obst? What have you been up to? What kind of nefarious things have been going on? You want to answer for yourself, young man? Patty, hit him with the flames. Nothing. What? What has been going on? I threw up. He threw up. I see. That's what you were doing in the nurse's office. I threw up.
Master Chief, you want to explain what you're doing in the nurse's office?
I threw up.
Well, I'm glad to hear that that's over with. Happy to hear it. Spooky's headed out. Gonna go grab some sleep. Good. Get some rest, Spooky vibes. Get the heck out of here before you get in trouble. Go to sleep. Get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you again, Spooky. You never eat breakfast? But breakfast is delicious. Breakfast is really tasty, but it's not particularly good for you. This morning for breakfast, I ate half a bowl of cereal. New baddies for the Cookie Alliance? I know, they suck. They suck. I tell you what, Cookie Run Kingdom, they really doubled down on their stinky ideas. Like, the Cookie Alliance is already stinky, but they made it worse. I'm having to switch up my team to even get one item. They're so dumb. Alliance is the worst game mode. Easy. I'd rather go back to the Super Mayhem or whatever it's called, the Triple Mayhem where you had 3 different teams. I'm talking about the mobile game Cookie Run Kingdom for anybody that doesn't play it. I am somewhat addicted to it. But yeah, the Alliance mode stinks. I wish that they'd get rid of it, but now I'm scared that they won't get rid of it because of the museum. I don't know. Sugary cereal is a great way to start the day. Seems really easy to my teams. Do you pay for the beacon, Alchemic? Because it's easy if you have the beacon. I don't want to light the beacon. It's too expensive, and I'm trying to save my money. It's way, way too expensive. You do not get back. Well, no, it's not cheap. It costs like half a million coins. I'm trying to save up like 8 million right now. You have like 10 million? Yeah, there's actually a lot of people that express that on the wiki, and I don't know what y'all are doing. What is that from wishes, do you think? Because I definitely focus on shipments and upgrades a lot. Maybe I just spend more coins than I'm realizing. I think that you do more wishes than I do, and I probably also spend way more coins. Like, I forgot again to, because I was upgrading my like, buildings out and about, and I was like, wait a second, I'm supposed to be saving my money. I'm dumb. Whoops. So yeah, it's, without a beacon, it's a pain in the neck. So we're all healed up, but how am I gonna get through this with any amount of speed? I mean, my characters keep leveling up and stuff, but am I supposed to just keep grinding these? Because you have to kill a ton of enemies. You gotta kill a ton of enemies and then get to a boss. You have like 1.5 million coins and your team is decent. The game kicks me a bunch though. Ooh. I have like 4 million right now, I think. But I haven't had gems in a while, unfortunately. I don't get as many gems these days. Not many at all. I can't wait for the arena to be over. BRB coffee, nice! Maybe I'll get some coffee. Oops, are you streaming tonight?
Streaming? I wanna know if I have something to watch.
I have told myself I'm not donating any more tools to the guild until I maxed out my buildings. Probably a good idea. Just relaxing.
I might still get coffee.
Would you guys mind if I went and brewed up some coffee really quick? Maybe we should get to some, let's find some cute music so that I can brew some coffee. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go into the, coffee. Coffee's so good. How do I, no! Stupid. No! Dang it! Make us some! I will. Let me just kill these suckers. Is this your first time playing? It is, Matt. Yeah, this is my first time playing this game. I played like the tiniest bit on an emulator whenever I was younger, but I didn't even get anywhere at all. I think that I like made it up the hill to the comet. But yeah, first time playing it, and I'd been talking about like wanting them to make a Switch port for a while, and then boom, they started playing it. If you love it so far, you'll love it overall. One of your favorites. I definitely enjoy some things about it. It's a little bit frustrating, but some of that also comes from the fact that I'm streaming it. But it is pretty dang enjoyable. I do keep running into these spots where I'm like, am I supposed to just like grind? Like right now? I'm guessing I just have to grind at the moment. But the combat is fun. The combat is fun and I like the moves. And the music is great, so as far as grinding goes, it ain't bad. Dang it. No, I rotated my controller the wrong way. Okay, oh no, it's switched. These mushrooms are making it so that I can't even leave. Oh my gosh, please. For heaven's sake. Let's hit him. I'm just like hitting them with maximum attack so that I can get out of here. I just want to heal so that I can make some coffee. You just contacted your friend that you haven't spoken to since the school year started. Ooh, I hope that you can like start up the friendship again. I've reconnected with some people since COVID, and it's been really nice to reconnect with some people from my childhood. I don't really have any local friends about besides friends from my childhood, so it's been nice. Okay, now I'm kind of getting it. All right, let's get these mushrooms off our head. I'll take y'all to the hospital, and then really quick, I'm gonna make some coffee. Yeah, it's just down south, I think. I think that this is the shop up here, right? Calico! Hey! Calico! Welcome back! Did you get your food? Yum, 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 yum. Oh, this little shieldy guy won't die. Are you fighting one in the arena? Oh my gosh. If the stupid shield guy has... If the big axe... If the daddy cookie has his freaking special move thing... Oh my gosh, it's impossible to kill him. It's a nightmare. And even if I have way more power than him, it's almost like you just gotta have another one. Okay, I've gotta go make some coffee really quick, you guys. Enjoy the music. I actually had a slightly fun idea I'm gonna do first. Let me see. This coffee element is called image overlay? It is. Okay, it's called image overlay. I'm gonna put a coffee, that little coffee icon over my screen and 100% copy Obst. It's called image overlay? Oh no, how is it capitalized? I got two different image overlays. All right. Why did I make two image overlays? I was a fool. There it is. All right, boom. Now you know that I'm making coffee. All right. BRB. All right. I'm impatient. I had to just get a little cup, baby. Who's going to bed? Lupus, you're gonna go to sleep and walk, but first walk the dog. Nice. If I missed you, Lupus, then I'm sorry, but good night. Also, I never said hello. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. I kind of just assumed that like you'd been around the stream because I didn't see the first chatter message. But yeah, it's nice to meet you, Matt. You were brought here recently by Kuri or Tin or the Crane couple. You can't remember. No worries. I love all of them. They're all very, very sweet. I can't wait to meet the Crane couple soon. I wanna meet them. I think I'm gonna meet them in Vegas soon. Pretty sure. And I've met Kuri and Tin. They're so sweet. Oh my goodness. They're super cool people. But yeah, it's nice to meet you, Matt. I think that I met I think Kuri was the first one that found me. Pretty sure that she raided me while I was like playing lots of Animal Crossing when it was first released. It was such a fun time. I met so many really nice people through that community. It's like, I don't play much Animal Crossing now, but man, I got some fond memories when that game got released. I met so many people. I met Anti-Darkheart, I met Kuri, which through that was Tin and the Crane couple, and I met Opes through Animal Crossing, and a whole bunch of other people. Basically everybody I know, I met through that. I've met some people here or there, like I met my friend Darren the Wizard through Noita. So like, as I peek into different games, in the like my variety of games that I'm interested in, I keep meeting like super cool people. It's honestly 100% the best thing about Twitch. I really just love like meeting new people, and if there's like somebody new that just like pops up and talks, I'm always so excited to meet them and like get to talk to them about whatever game it is, because they normally join either they join because of the game that I'm playing, so we can talk about that, or they join because of one of my friends, and I'm like, oh, we could talk about all of the Kuri tea. Ew, this is not very good. You finally made it to the Jelly Worm, in Cookie Run Alliance. Oh, 17 now, 17 minutes now, and 1 Cookie Alliance run because the stupid thing won't die. I mean, like, that is something that's nice, is that since I haven't turned on my beacon, it takes me like maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. Or like 4 minutes even sometimes, which is very convenient because I want to just grab that one treasure and run because I need to save my money. You definitely leave whenever streamers do videos. I leave whenever people do videos, like, yeah, pretty much no matter what. Except if I rated them. If I rated them, then, you know, I'll sit through the video because I want to be like, I want to be talking to them and I want to give them some support and stuff like that. But yeah, videos on Twitch, not something I enjoy at all, but it does seem to work for some people. So it's not a bad idea. It's just not something I enjoy. But you like BRB screens. Not sure about raid channel trailers. Yes, BRB screens are good. And this music, this is the BRB screen music. Like, this would make great BRB music. Maybe I'll make like a scene that just like, I don't know. I was thinking about like having a band in the middle that's just like, be right back, grabbing coffee. But I feel like it's more, it's kind of odd. Because like if you join a stream while it's just getting started, or it's a BRB screen, then it's like, I don't know, it feels less inviting. It feels like, oh, they're not even here right now. But that's me personally. So I feel a lot more comfortable if I come back and I'm like, oh, the webcam's there, the game is there, they're just away. But maybe I'm just used to that because of Obst. I'm not sure. You're gonna lurk, but you can't wait to see how weird this upcoming game section becomes. What? Upcoming game section? My upcoming game section? Oh my gosh. Tonight we're going to play, before I'm done, especially since I have this coffee, before we end tonight, I'm gonna show y'all Vampire Survivors. Some of y'all have already seen it. Some of y'all have no idea what it is, but it is super fun and extremely satisfying. It's not a game that I can stream very much, because it's like Hades with the whole, like, you reset every time that you play it, you like do runs, but I don't think that it has, it's not as interesting as Hades. It's not that difficult, so it's not really a game that I would stream very much, but I'll definitely give you a peek. You missed some words. You can't wait to see how weird it becomes. Yes! It gets, I mean, Matt, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but we played Sucker for Love, where you are dating a Cthulhu girl with a Cthulhu mouth. And you have to do rituals to be able to like continue your relationship with her, and then eventually you have to decide whether to pledge your soul to her or to do like a recanting breakup like curse out of the book. It was a good one. It was super good. One of my friends, he said like, oh, I didn't get to see how it ended. Did you ever finish this or that? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, that was a lewd game. And I was like, no, it was not. You have never seen a dating sim before, because dating sims are normally way more inappropriate than that. That was extremely tame and very fun. If anything, it was more like the horror elements were the concerning part. You have music playing with one of your paintings of your BRB screen. On art days, though, I sometimes keep the camera on. Aww, if I had... They even called them smooches. Yeah, like the point of the game was to try to get smooches. Like, that's some tame business right there. It's like one of the most PG. That's what I was saying. It was super innocent. He was like, can I get a smooch? And they're like, kisses. They even made a joke about hand holding, which I love. It was very innocent, except for the horror. The horror was maybe a little frightening. Yucky coffee. I think whenever I get more cups of this specific thing, I'm gonna have to put some milk in it. The jump scares were great. Yeah, it actually did make me jump a few times. I enjoyed it. I do like a game that scares me, but I feel like y'all don't, or some of y'all don't anyway. It's definitely a different vibe for sure. The horror was to be expected with Eldritch. Yeah, and also with horror movies, it seems like they follow... There's like a few different genres of horror. So like with movies, there's slashers, which are just violence. So it's like the horror is the violence mostly. There's maybe some like menace. And then there's ones that are alien. There's alien horror, which I enjoy those a fair bit. There's ones with, but the cosmic horror is my favorite. Cosmic horror is absolutely my favorite genre or like type of horror. I'm also thinking that there's normally like, there's supernatural horror, so things with like ghosts and possession and crucifixes and stuff. That's my least favorite. That doesn't do anything for me. And then the violent ones, like anything that's like Saw, that's just trying to disturb you, like I don't find that entertaining, and it often just makes me uncomfortable. I don't really get the I don't get the appeal of movies like that. I'm not crazy about just like watching gore. If I wanted to watch that, I'd just watch the Suicide Squad or something. Yuck. Maybe I need to clean my coffee maker. Oh, all right. Are we all healed up? Let's see. I do forget about the buttons in this game. There's a few things that are just because this game is old that makes it a bit frustrating. Psychic points are low. Hang on. When's the last time you cleaned it? Oh, I've never cleaned it before. I've never cleaned it. When is never? Oh, we fixed the damage thing. Nice. 90. Okay, so is it full? Yeah. All right, we got all of our moves. Oh, I'm scared because like I had a coworker once whenever I was working at the horse barn, and my coworker like tried to clean the coffee maker and ruined it. So I'm scared to clean it. Like I'm concerned that it's gonna taste like vinegar from now on, and I'm just gonna have to buy a new coffee maker. Which is kind of tempting anyway, because I could use a better coffee maker. It's just a $20 one. Yeah! Malice! It's good to see you! Malice! Oi, 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 oi!
You survived the monsters.
I did! We survived the monsters! How are you doing, Malice? Good to see you. 25 months! Oh, snap! Malice, thank you so much. And it's good to see you. Hello, hello. Hello, love. How are you doing? Happy day after Valentine's Day. Indeed. Breakup day. National Breakup Day already. I can't believe it. You can't break up on Valentine's Day, but whenever you go on a date on Valentine's Day, then you realize that the magic's not there anymore. So it's time to break up the day after Valentine's Day after all those gifts and that expensive dinner. Half price chocolate day. Yay! That's a little more positive. Warm, damp, could be a breeding ground for bacteria. Alchemic, you shush. No. Surely not. What the frick just happened? What just happened? Oh my god. Patty and Steak are dead? What the heck, dude? What happened? Did one of my attacks hit myself? Did Patty get confused and hit us all with the flames? Gosh darn it, now I have to walk all the way back. Stupid game. You wanted half-price chocolate, but you can't leave your house. Oh no! Is there no way to order it online, Di? That's too bad. Oh, next year. The strutting evil mushroom. I know, they strutting. They kinda do be strutting in though. Guts went up, maximum PP went up, shield beta, nice. Alright, now I got 2 dead friends. Oh my god, look at Ness's expression. This is me right now. Having to walk back with my dead friends. from one hit, too. Like, I could have maybe sped through the dialogue and tried to heal them really quick, but oh my gosh. All right, hit him with the memes. At least if you hit yourself, it'll only hurt you.
Strutting evil mushroom. Come on now.
Your flatmates are COVID-y. They just got more flu-y. So so we're more put out, just rather concerned. Yeah, definitely good to play it safe. Definitely good to play it safe if people are feeling sick around you. Oh, I've had 2 COVID scares now, where like I met up with somebody and then they were like, oh no, I'm feeling sick. I'm gonna get tested, and both times the test came back negative, and I was like, whew, goodness. I mean, thankfully, I don't interact with people very often, so if I meet up with somebody or say hi to somebody, it'll be like, I'll be isolated. Yeah, one of them was you, Calico. But normally, I isolate for like a week and a half between visiting friends anyway, just naturally, so I'm like, don't worry, I'm already isolating. Just tell me what the result is. Luckily, not a single bean in your class has gotten it. That's so good. And kind of lucky, like you say. Okay, so this does restore all of our health, but not Beef's health? So Beef isn't healed by this. Is the only benefit of going to this pool to awaken your friends? Let's see if a second time. Says it made you feel reborn. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. I don't feel reborn at all. I feel like the exact same kid that I was. Also, I'm losing money. I should have taken out my money faster. Ooh, me dumb. Oh, sheesh. I should have put all my money in the bank. Oh, boy. Please select. We need to deposit all of our money. We've got a fair bit of money, so the next town that we go to, we'll be able to basically buy anything and everything and boost our characters a ton. But I think we've already, we've already bought everything in this town. There are those slingshots that we could get, but I thought I remember somebody saying not to get those. Does anybody know if the bionic slingshots are any good? Because, I mean, I could buy them. They are supposed to be more powerful, for sure. I think it's this guy that has them. Yeah, this bionic slingshot for 500 bucks. Don't get slingshots! Okay, so it was Dojimbo that said that. They don't hit well? Oh, they have a high miss rate. Okay. Dojimbo and Frulio confirm. I mean, I clearly haven't bought them. I remembered what you said. I remembered. Okay. Low hit rate. I definitely don't like that. Thank you, Frulio and Dojimbo. Hey, Mindless Riots, how are you doing? It's always nice to see some Mindless Riots in the chat. Very nice, very nice. Violence. Good. Oi. Yes, confirm for Smash Brothers Ultimate. Yeah. Mario! Luigi. Ganondorf. Mario! Ganondorf. Peach. Luigi. Mario! Alchemic said, I'm so careful about it because some of the kids are immunocompromised, so you're always cleaning everything yourself. Your room always smells like bleach. Nice. Smells sterile in here. Listen. You might not think that a real bleached environment would be. Oh, what? Kenny next, Mario! Smash announcer. I love the way that he does inflections. Peach. Yoshi. Mario! There's some like I think I saw a comment on YouTube that was like, it sounds like he's greeting an old friend. He's like greeting his favorite friend that he just saw. Mario! And then just like, Ganondorf. Please go away. Who else is at this party? Oh, I think I see Ganondorf. You're mega worried because in 2 weeks you're supposed to drop mask band-aids? Not good to hear. We've got a lot of friendos that are having to work in like the service industry, and then I think we've got a couple of teachers, and I'm just like, oh no. Aye. Me personally, I'd be wearing masks whenever I'm going in the drive-thru. I'm like, if you're wearing a mask, I'm wearing a mask. Half-price chocolate didn't reach online shopping today. What? No no half-price chocolate. Mario Ganondorf. I'm trying to think of an example of that happening at like a family get-together or something. Me greeting my grandparents versus greeting my my aunts and uncles. Grandma! Auntie. Or auntie, depending on if you want to sound like you're talking about a bug or not. Hit him! Kill that strutting evil mushroom. I don't trust anything that struts. I see a chicken walking by. No, sir. Not trusting any strutting. There's people up showing off all those fancy clothes. Strutting the runway. You don't trust anything that's mushroom? Don't say that when Mushroom Girl is here. No! Poor Mushroom Girl. Oh, frick. I'm a mushroom. You heard me, Mushroom Gal. The call out! Oh my gosh. Die with the call out. Oh my god. Did Mushroom Gal heard it? No! Mushroom Gal, I love you. Don't listen to die. I don't think I can heal these mushrooms, right? I'm pretty sure that I tried the beta and it didn't work. Mushroom Gal, that's scary. Never mind, I don't trust her either. I don't like it. Stay away from me. Get those big eyes away from me. No! Don't give me that mushroom. That's like saying, don't give me that crap. Don't give me that bunch of mushrooms. Don't give me that basket of mushrooms. I know exactly where you were last night. What's going on, Earl of Mush? Excuse me? Earl of Mush? KMN? This is how you greet me? How dare you? Also, hello, KMN. It's good to see you. Hello, it's me, the Earl of Mush. Today we're going to be talking about my favorite types of mushrooms. Dead ones. Just kidding. I do like stepping on mushrooms, though. But to be fair, like, a lot of the mushrooms, like, life juices are actually below the surface. So, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't even hurt them. Like, they can just grow another stem and cap. It doesn't really matter, because they're just roots, really. If you think about it, a mushroom's really the roots. Patty's gonna bash this tough mobile sprout. Whoever did the localization for this game is my new best friend. Who did this? Dang. I did be kind of slapping though. So the middle enemy is called a Ranboob. Yes. Ranboob. Oh, hang on. We walking down. Mushroom Squad, moving in. Come on now. Mycelium is throughout all soil. Really? So mushrooms are everywhere is what you're telling me? Oh my gosh. Say it ain't so. I will not go. Crush the mushrooms. Send them all home. On and on and on and on. I think we might die. We're all fungi. Did you know that actually, mycelium actually even flows through human veins at all times? Did you know that? Did you know that inside of you are the trace elements of mushrooms? And you're practically a mushroom. Practically speaking. Not like spiritually or anything, but practically speaking. Mushrooms are everywhere. Watching. Waiting. I would not like if mushrooms had eyes. Just think about if you were walking around and you saw mushrooms abounding in the wilderness as you do, but they had eyes, unblinking eyes, kind of like the size of googly eyes. I would not step on them anymore. Alert! Patty's condition is critical. She will collapse if her condition isn't treated. Sounds like sci-fi to me. does remind me of that one episode of Star Trek where they have the spores that make you overly emotional, so that Spock turns into an emotional baby boy, and he's like, "I'm in love, Kirk." And it's very interesting bit of character work there. Like you don't see him being a cutie pie any other time, but he's like swinging upside down on a branch, using just his legs. He's like, ha 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 ha. This is not my Spock. Not my Spock. Send him back. You had no idea that I was playing Earthbound? It's one of your favorite games of all time. Zelda bits, is that true? Omoshiroi. I'm so glad that I'm playing it then. It just came out for the Switch. It's pretty dang fun. I've been enjoying it. Yeah. Oops, the used L's. Wait, what is that even called? Tweeters? Oh yeah, tweeters. You love Earthbound, the ending. Don't tell me it. I'm playing as blind. I don't know what it is. Hey, Kuya Cat, welcome back. Kuya Cat, one of the channel ambassadors. I'm the ambassador. Let me see. Fungi do incredible things, though. They transmit nutrients between plants. They eat oil from oil spills. So, whenever the oil spills for BP, yeah, boy. Lindsay. Hey.
What up, gamers? Y'all are pretty okay, I guess.
Hi, it's Linz. Oi, Linz, thank you for the 17. What the heck? Linz, one of my mods. How are you doing? Welcome back. Well. Look what the cat tore to shreds. Just kidding. It's good to see you, Linz. Did you finish the game? Did you win? Are you winning? No PP left. No PP left. It appears that we're going to have to bash them. No PP, we gotta bash. Super Sens, please. I don't speak English.
No PP.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Oopsie, for the important message. I appreciate it. Very nice. I think we might die. Oh no. Steak's poisoned. Steak and beef are injured. Steak felt pain from the poison. Oil is just old dinosaur soup, but dangerous soup. I was gonna say, whenever they get those birds that like were all oiled out because of the big BP oil spill, they should have just planted mushrooms. They should have just planted mushrooms on those birds so that it would suck up all the oil. I mean, hi, how's the stream? Pretty incredible. Super Saiyan 64DS. It's good to see you. Hi there. What's up? We are vibing. This game is pretty dang fun. I've been enjoying it. I'm playing it blind. I got no idea what's gonna happen. Who knows? Maybe Nessie's gonna die. Nice. Not much. You can't wait to play it yourself. Ooh, are you downloading it right now or something? Hey!
Scam train.
The scam train's here. Choo choo. All right, nice. You guys, I cannot believe that we've got a scam train. Okay. Oops. Why would you mistreat me like this? How dare you? Thank you for that. Thank you for the 100 bits out, Kimmick. And oops. Oh snap. Scam train. Oopsie. I love getting scammed. What? No. Oh, you just need Switch Online. Oh, nice. Switch Online. Yeah, thankfully, it's relatively cheap. Could you please not? I'm about to die out here. Can you really treat me like this?
I threw up.
He said it right. He said it. I threw up. He said it so slow, though. Beef does not have any PP. You can't hurt me. I have no PP. I can't believe that you changed your names. What? You changed the names for shame. You don't like beef, patty, and steak? What do you mean? What's wrong with you? These are the most important. Yo, 3 home runs in a row. What a legend. Nice approach. Or what is it? He says, home run. Kind of like that, right? Isn't it? What are the other things that he says? You're out. You suck at this game. What did you rename Pooh? You'll have to wait and find out, Super Saiyans. That's the big reveal. That's the big reveal. You can't even remember the real names now. Patty is actually a really good name. That actually seems like it fits her. It seems like the right era. And it's a real name, to be honest. To be honest, I think Patty's actually a really good name. She could have been named Patty. Patty. Kenny really likes the name Beef. It's also the name of his firstborn. Yes, my firstborn child. Oh, baby. Luck went up, max my HP. Sheesh. Hello.
All aboard the scam train. Next stop, Mushroom Town.
Mushroom Town, yeehaw, let's go. Yeah, thank you, Mushroom Gal, for the 100 biddies. Here comes the scam train. Oh, no. We're gonna die, though. We're gonna die. We're gonna go back, but we have no money, so it doesn't matter, dude.
When the moon hits your eye like a big beefsteak pie, that's a patty.
He said it right. He said it right. He did. He had the cadence. When the moon hits your eye like a big beefsteak pie, that's a patty. Beautiful. You've created a work of art, Alchemic. An absolute work of art. I will admit that Patty could be better than Paula, but Ness, his name is Beef. Don't speak the name Ness in this chat ever again. If Mushroom Gal is in Mushroom Town, then I also want to go to Mushroom Town. Aww, cuties. What? Beefcake. He is. He's so strong. He's beefy. He's all beefed up. He drank his barbarian beef up shakes. Nerd is your Jeff? Oh, Taiyaki. What? Not a scam train? Oh my god. Taiyaki. Thank you for the gift sub on it with the
tier 1 sub to
serenades.
Serenades.
Aw, that's awesome. And it was random. Serenades rated us earlier. Kuya Cat introduced us to them. Thank you, Taiyaki. That's so generous. I thought it was a scam train. Y'all promised. Y'all promised it was a scam train. Oh, now it's a level 1. Beef and that cake with protein shakes. Beef is feeling funky. Wow! Shoot, dude. Whoa! King of Squirrel! What an entrance! Thank you so much for the 2,000 bits. Mamma mia! Mamma mia, Papa Pia!
I have failed.
So did I. He died. Oh no. He died because of the hype train, you guys. Alchemic was trying to save him. Alchemic was trying to save Beef, but he died because of the hype train. Kuya Cat, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you, King of Squirrel. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Alchemic Refuge, thank you for the important message. Poor Brian. I guess it's not that bad, buddy. Oof. Oof. Wish we had Wario Land games. Ooh. There's a lot of good games that they just have not included yet. Like his run over by the hype train.
And today we remember our sweet friend Beef. Lots of you knew Beef throughout the city of One Town. One it. Lots of us loved Beef. He was a good son, a loyal father, and a husband to all. Run over by a hype train on February 15th, 2022. We stand here in memoriam. Beef, looks like you got your head handed to you. So how about giving it another shot?
I give up. Just kidding.
Beef decided to return after summoning all the courage and energy that he had. Good luck.
Yeah, weren't we talking about polygamy yesterday? You're right, Linz. I'm very amusing and would make a great husband. What? Die? I think not.
We're gathered here to remember Beef. He wasn't the most tender cut, but he was still a tasty friend.
No, don't eat your friends. It's own it. Okay. He wasn't the most tender cut. Oh no. We should have beat him up a little bit better, eh? We gotta tenderize this beef. Yeah, every time that I die, we could just say that I'm getting the beef tenderized. He didn't die, he's just getting tenderized a little bit. That's a good point, Alchemic. I never thought of it like that. That's pretty smart. You're pretty smart, actually. Actually. Correction. You are pretty smart. Wait, lad. You think I wouldn't make a good husband? I think you'd make a great husband. Although I haven't even met you. I ain't never met you. I got nothing but suspicion in your direction, mister. Drink coffee in-game. Oh, no, not the coffee, Dojimbo. I could go get another cup of real coffee, though.
At least buy me some lunch first, Die. Jesus. Coffee time.
How dare you say Die isn't a good husband? You're so judgy. You like him so much, man, yourself. Lindsay. I want to sleep.
Let me in.
Another cup of gross coffee. Well, I could put in some, yeah, I think that I'm gonna put in some of that sweet milk, baby. Milk. Are we having a mod wedding? Oh, boy. Finally, I can moderate the wedding. Listen, that's how mod weddings work. If there's a mod wedding, then the streamer has to moderate the wedding. Would love to marry Die. Spousal visa to the UK sounds great. Narnivel, no! Don't take advantage of Die's nationality. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe this. A marriage of convenience? Hey, that's illegal. Actually, that's pretty reasonable, but... That's fair. Hydrate, keep the mind straight. That's true. If you... the mind straight?
Well, I don't know how straight I want to be, but...
the mind like being sharp. Let's use the word sharp. How about that? Sharp mind. We gotta grind up beef and make another patty. No! No! We've already got one patty. I don't want to get any more.
Too much trouble.
Oh no! Die! He's being manipulated! That's not even close. That's not even... That has no... We gotta grind... we do actually need to grind, though. Oh no! My Die! He's broken! He's British! Oh no! Oh no! My mods! They're British! Bad news, Narnivel. I don't make the minimum annual income to bring somebody for a spousal visa. Die!
You don't have to tell us that.
You're supposed to lie. Die, you're supposed to be like, I'm too rich for any of y'all. Hey, thank you guys so much for the hype train. 2 sub gifts and 3,000 bits. Sheesh. Thank you guys. Can we get some choo-choos? Can we get some choo-choos in the chat? Hi. Get choo-choo. It's too, see, it was too full for me to properly dance. In it. What is that bottle? What? In it, bottle, what, you got a chimney sweep? Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv, you got a bit of a chimney sweep. Oh. In it, bottle of water. Not the bottle of water. I don't want any of that. I'm not even thirsty. It's Nunny, could you please? Somebody ban us Nunny permanently. Just kidding. It's Nani. You are encouraging me to make a dunce corner though, where I can put y'all over in like a into the naughty box, the box of naught. All right, we're blasting. Ugh, I almost did it, Kenny. Don't say just kidding, please. Alchemic's like,
Let me ban them. Just let me at them, my lord. The blade is ready. My blade, it thirsts for blood.
and I'm like, kill him.
Yes, master.
Just kidding.
My blade remains thirsty.
Got a pocket full of quarters and I'm headed to the arcade. Don't got a lot of money, but I'm bringing what I made. Playing some freaking Pac-Man. Tasty. I'm sorry. No, you're not. You'll do it again. You'll be so proud of me. I caught up and good to go on homework. Nice. Good job, Zelda Bits. I am proud of you. I am proud of you. Because I got Pac-Man fever. You know what's been kind of stuck in my head is that you'll never see it coming. Because of Angel Player's art that they made. You'll never see it coming. I can't sing it, but you know what I'm talking about.
You know what I said? I said PSI memes. I also said, let's hit him with that PSI fire. Give him the old blastaroo. Bomb him back to the Stone Age.
You don't gotta tell me twice.
But I require tribute.
Oh no! My mods! They're bloodthirsty! Only some of them are. You shouldn't have eaten that spicy barbecue sauce? Oh no, not indigestion. Not indigestion. Memes is your favorite thing too? What? It is? Wait, what? What? Memes is your favorite? You pick that in the game? Oh wait, no, you haven't played the game yet because you're saving up for Nintendo Online.
Memes, my number one favorite thing in the entire world is you.
And then number 2 is memes.
You win.
Nice.
Coffee Casualty, how are you doing? Hi. This coffee is so much better. It just required a little bit of sweetened milk. Also have another injury. What the heck? What happened to my hands? Have I been juggling glass again? Not glass. Not that glass juggling that everyone's asking for. Oh, wait. One of us has a mushroom on our head already. No! What kind of coffee is it? It's actually boring coffee. It's not one of the specialty coffees that you sent out, Chemic, because I'm saving those for a special day. I actually counted. I still have like 6 bags from you. Listen, I'm parceling them out. I'm parceling them out for special days. Some days I'll be like, today's crappy. Time for some special coffee. It's for special occasions. You're playing it on. Oh, you played it on your 3DS and you made it your favorite thing. Wow, Super Saiyans. I can't believe that we have so much in common. Let me see. Every time that I read your name, it makes me want to go like. Makes me wish that I could do the Sans voice better. You want coffee now? Get it, Linz. Come on, you know what you want. You know what you want, Linz. You already know that I'll send more if you run out. I know, but it's special. I got a channel you can check out, Super Saiyan 64, of course. Wait a second, Super Saiyan, that sounds kind of like your username. Wait a second, I think I see what's going on here. You go to eat dinner, you'll be back soon unless you're off soon. I think that we're actually going to play another game, like really briefly. Briefly. But, oh, I'll definitely still be here. Enjoy your food. Nom, 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 nom. Enjoy your yum yum. Enjoy your yum yum. Another game! I'm going to play Vampire Survivor. I actually found out recently, oops, you can kill Death. I found that out, but I haven't killed him yet. I have not killed Death in that game. I thought that Death was unkillable. But you can. And also they have new they have some new combos. Like they made lightning super powerful. I won't tell you what it combos with, but yeah, they have lightning, and they also made it so that you can skip. You can purchase an item that makes it so that you can skip one of your choices. So if you have like 3 bad choices, you can skip once. And there's a new thing that lets you like re-roll. It's pretty freaking sweet. The updates, every update for that game has been enjoyable. Sweet playing Earthbound, you bet. Hey, Quality Mistakes, how are you doing? Did you join last night during Sucker for Love? I told you we play normal games here. It's good to see you, Quality. How are you doing? You have no sanity left? Ah, that's all right, Calico. I don't think you had too much of it anyway. Bring back the Valentine's Day voice. Oh, a deeper voice. I could try to keep a little more consistent. I wouldn't want anybody to have some kind of shock. Sorry. That's not my normal voice either. Neither is this one. This is somewhat my normal voice. Like, I guess. Well, it depends on my level of excitement. That's what's fair, is that like some people have been like, you're playing up the voice, but I don't know. I talk like the way that I talk on stream is the way that I talk with my friends when I'm excited, and that's kind of what's going on during stream every time. So yeah, I'm a little bit excited because I'm enjoying myself. But yeah, normally if like you met me in real life, I'd probably just like talk with a slightly lower voice, but. If he's defensive, his voice gets higher! No, it doesn't. That's not true. You're lying. Donkey Kong Country. And then there's... Wait, what's his name? Who's the good-for-nothing ape? They say, Then there's... something. He's dead. I can't remember what it was. He sounded like Toad when I met him. He kept it up for hours. It's true. It's true. I'm surprised that I bamboozled you. Yeah, I normally Chunky. Then there's Chunky. He's dead. But what was this Kong has a funny face. Put your hands together if you want to clap. And take you through this monkey rap. DK. Lanky. Oh no, he has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. And then there's Chunky. He's dead. Chunky. Chunky's dead. Chunky. No, not Chunky. Chunky died.
Chunky died and we're glad he's gone. Not gonna lie, whenever I heard that Chunky died, I heaved a big sigh of relief. Chunky's been a pariah upon monkey kind for years.
Wait. Oh, I just tried to heal. No, I want to life up. Post up. Oh no! Our Chunky! He's dead! What are we singing here, kids? Oh, poor Lynn's never played any video games in her life. Lynn's! How come you don't know? You don't know any movies? You don't know any TV shows? And now you don't know any games? Lynn's! What have you been, like, living a normal life or something? Stop that! Stop that! Spend all your time watching useless entertainment. I know nothing! That's okay. You actually have a life. Whoops! Chunky! Chunky's dead! This is why we keep Lynn's around. She's the voice of... Wiki. This is your sanctuary location, but it's mine now. Take it from me, if you dare. Oh, I more than dare. What the frick is this? What is this? What is this? It looks like a pile of poop. What is this? Why is there... What is this? What the? It's my favorite. It's just my favorite music in the entire game. The lad saw his party dying or dead and was like, boss time. I'm tired of not facing this boss. He might be easier than we think, Die. You can do the Mario voice, the Mamma Mia, Papa Pia. Super Mario. Super Mario Smash Brothers.
Oh no, Mario! Mario! Oh, Mario!
Yahoo! Let's go, Super Mario. Why did you kill me, Mushroom Gal? How dare you insult that beautiful thing? Sure. It's got a rotten banana peel for a mouth. Really, you like this? You like that? What's wrong with you? It's disgusting. Kill it. We've got no pee-pee. No pee-pee. What am I supposed to do with no pee-pee? Look at how much pee-pee Patty has. Oh my God. She's dead. Then there's Patty. She's dead. Your version of Mario is one with Charles Man. Yeah. That's the only one. There is no other Mario. Wow! My favorite thing from Super Sunshine is whenever you fall off an edge and he's like, ooh, but he just keeps falling for a little while. And then eventually he'll just out of nowhere go, wow! Then you die. That's the best part. Do you want to kill Roxy tonight? Because taking it back. What? What? Roxy? I would never. Poor Roxy. She's my favorite character. Roxy. I'm actually dating Roxy. I could life up one of us. Maybe we should save our PSI. We're gonna freaking die. There's no chance, dude. There's no chance. We're gonna die. His name is Trillion Age. Would not surprise me. What? I don't have any body pillows. We're not gonna be able to do anything in this battle. I just want to see what he looked like, okay? Just want to take a little peek. Just want to take a little peek-see. Oh yeah, Alchemic, you writing notes reminded me. I might be adjusting my favorite band soon enough. I'm not sure. Not sure. We'll see. We'll see. It has not been decided yet. But did you just squish? I didn't actually remember that you could do that. Did you just crush that blep? Did you crush that blep under your large high heel? Oh my goodness. Look at him. You deflated him. Oh, how dare you? Why are your stilettos so sharp? Poor baby. You were looking at the wrong stream, my big guys. Wait, what? Rookie Cookies, were you stream hopping? You cheated on me. You cheated on me. Large what? I said stilettos, right? Isn't that like a brand of? Isn't that like a certain style of high heels, right? Isn't it? I think. Am I off? What's going on here? What's going on here? It is. You're right, lad. All right, nice. Oh, you just didn't hear it. Oh, I said, don't step on poor squirrel with your stilettos. And then I said, why are they so sharp? Did you sharpen them on like a, what is it, like a grinding stone? Yeah, nice and sharp, just in case. The spooters are in the mail now. I'm so excited. Nice. Spiders in the mail. Fantastic. Mailman's nightmare. Mailman's nightmare and your dream. What kind of spiders are you getting delivered? A whetstone? I think that a whetstone's actually the kind that you hold. It's a smaller stone that's used for sharpening little blades. But the grindstone is the one that spins, I think. But maybe the grindstone is a whetstone. You might be right about that. I'm not 100%, but if you buy a whetstone, it definitely ain't a grindstone. No pee-pee. You can't drain my pee-pee. I don't got none. I didn't step on him. I used a hammer. No! Lens! Why did you crush him? Lens literally used a freaking hammer on Squirrel. Do you see this? It's violence? Man. Must be popping off this evening. Holy moly. I think, funnily enough, some of his, oh, we're gonna die, though. Oh, we did die. We're at 0 health, but we're still vibing.
You'll pay with your blood.
Yeah, let's just life it up. We're not enough. I'm dead. Kill him. Oh, never mind. All right, now I'm dead. Hey, that's actually a lot of damage. I don't know how much we did, but it felt like a lot, you know? It's what you pay us for. Oh, wait. You don't even pay us. Sorry, sucker. A Brazilian white knee, a type of bird eater, and a mystery spider. Mystery spider? That's scary. Now listen, some spiders are all right, but mystery spider, ooh, ooh. The Brazilian white knee is a beautiful spider, but also scary. I have a visceral reaction to spiders, but it's very pretty. It's very pretty for a spider. I'm scared. I'd be scared out of my mind. But it is a very handsome spider. Look at all these dead people. We are leveling up though, so we're not doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? We're grinding, power leveling. It's a gentle giant too. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's really cool. I'm excited for you, Splat. I'm excited for you. If I saw that thing, I'd be scared out of my mind though. I thought about getting a lizard. But I don't know. It seems like a lot of work. You know. A lot of effort taking care of a lizard. No thanks. It turns into 9 inches? Good lord. He doesn't even like us? Oh, shut up. I'm getting sick of this. I love all of my mods. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, my mods. My mods, they're begging for me to say that I love them. Alright, I'll say it again, darling. Alright. Alright, I love you all very much. Very much. Very beautiful. Every one of you, you're all darlings. You're all beautiful darlings in your own right. Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Oafsy. So good to see you, honey. Honey? Oh my god. Let me up! Move out of the way! Oh my god. It's a shout out for Oafsy. Well, I'm still working on it, alright, you guys. My new voice. It's almost there. Fran Fine, is that you? Fran Fine? That sounds like a name that you would say with that voice. Who's Fran Fine? I gotta Google half the stuff that y'all say in chat because I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my god, thank you, Linz, darling. Oh my god. Oh, Lindsay. Let me see, Fran Fine, the nanny. Who's the nanny? Whoa. Sheesh. Fran Fine. Hey. It's in the title. It's in the title. Fran Fine is fine. It's true. In a kind of 80s way. You know what I'm saying? Anytime, darling. Oh my god. Alright, hit him now. We're gonna bash him. We're gonna set him on fire. We're gonna smack him. We're gonna crush him. Early 90s, bruh. Whatever. Early 90s, late 80s. Okay. Listen out. 90s. If anything happened around when I was born, I don't count it as old. You ate your Papa John's? What? Who ate my Papa John's? Your lizard outside, remember you showing us him? He ate your Papa John's? No! No. Not true. He would never. He was a good boy. That little lizard was adorable. I do love a good lizard. A good lizard. And as a matter of fact, all lizards are good lizards, if you didn't know. If you want to wear, all lizards are good lizards. What did Linz do? I actual to don't know who Fran is. I get the reference. Oh, you actually do. Oh, you do get it. All right, good job, Linz.
Well done, Linz. I'm proud of you. Well done. You've done it again. And here we have Lindsay showing off her intelligence. She knows lots about lots of things, and we're very proud of her. This is how the Linz do. Kenny, stop doing this to me. You know what I meant. I don't know anything. I'm just a streamer. Linz is the Captain America of the mod group.
Oh, wait. Oof. Oh, alchemic! Not the Captain America! Oh, no. It's true! Oh, no. He just called you. Wait a second.
Oh, why, Lindsay? Did I make you mad?
I don't know. I'm just kidding. You didn't make me mad. I just like it. It's so close to Linz. It's literally just like, I use people's full names all the time just for funny.
Like I have a friend that's named Jono, but I call him Jonathan all the time. Sometimes I put on long johns, but my more fancy version are long Jonathans. Longathan Jonathans.
Hey, oops, that looks good. Well.
Kenny, it's Felix. Oh my God. Felix.
How are you doing? Felix, hello. Hiya. I hope you're doing well. Squirrel besties. Oh my goodness. Not the besties. Help. I get called bestie enough over an Opsty stream. No. Not the besties. You know, same bestie. By whom? You. You're always saying, so true, bestie. You didn't stop saying that whenever I met you. So true, bestie. Oh, it's true. Yes, so true, bestie. Uh-huh. That's exactly right. Felix, it's good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Ohayo. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo, Felix-kun. It's none of you said, I'm eating a jar of chocolate chips and wondering what I'm doing with my life. Spending it the best way you know how. Listen, reminder, life is meaningless. Have some fun. Felix. Felix! How are you doing? Do you love video games? Do you love weird video games? Do you like characters that are named Ranboob? You might like this game, man. It's a good game. We're gonna hit him with the memes. PSI memes. Hit him with the beta memes. You think I'm joking? Alright. Think I'm joking when I'm talking about blowing oh wait. This game looks funky. It is funky. What kind of name is Ranboob? I don't even know. It's not even that funny. I mean, the word boob is hilarious. Whoever invented the word boob is truly a boob themselves, because it's so fun to say. Any name with two O's in a row is way fun to say. Even Google. Even though it's a horrible, like, monster of a company, it's still fun. Fulux Borealus. Fulux Borealus. Oh, is that Fulux in my chat? Hello. Kuno. Kuno and Fulux. Kuno and Fulux playing gogum. The Earl of Suits. Yeah, that's kind of how Cliff says it. Except for he goes, Earl. The Earl of Suits. Well. The Earl of Suits. Earl of Suits. Oof. The Earl Suits. Wait, no, the Earl Suits. Wait, what? The only one? My cat tried to send the I'm blue message copy, pasted over and over, and only failed because she hit the character limit. What? Your cat is trying to spam chat? Incredible. So proud. She ended up being a huge dumpster fire. I cannot. Wait, who? You don't have your windy emotes anymore? What? Windy? What? Loons ul kumuk do and judo. I like do and judo. Do judo loons ul kumuk. I'd be happy that she hit the character limit, because otherwise you would be banned right now. Get ready to get banned. You know what? Starting 2022, the Earl's gonna start banning everybody. I can't wait to ban you too. Step out of line just one time and bing bang boom, you're gone. I won't even cry about seeing you gone. Oh, me first. I don't know about that. Felix, listen, if you were gonna get banned for anything, you would have been banned a long time ago. I am happier than you know, Alchemic. What? You already felt happy. I'm glad to hear it. You want to get banned, Linz? You've been communicating that through subtext for months. Felix, my love, I could never. I would never. I would never. Felix is too much of a troublemaker to get banned. Oh no, banning! I better watch out. I'm a bannable person for sure. Bannable. Steve Bannon. Can mods ban other mods? No. Nobody's allowed to get rid of mods except for me. I have, and instead of banning me, you modded me! Nice! So does that mean mods too? Because mods and I can go grab a pizza. Excuse me? You're not stealing my mods? No. Mods are completely, mods are immune from everything. Can Kenny ban mods? Nice. I don't think I can. Even if I could, I can't. What can you offer? Callie! You could be stolen with pizza? Linz, all it takes to get your loyalty is pizza? Nice. Well, at least I know your weakness. Alright, just keep shooting him, dude. Yeah! Felix. It even works on other screens. It even works on this screen. Here, let me see. Where is it? Isn't it great?
Okay.
Thanks a lot. No, another home run. It even works on the, I messed up yours. Here, look, it also does it on here, too. Where's the home run? Here it is.
Okay.
It works on all of them, dude. It just took a little bit of programming. I love it. How's that even possible? It's on Leorn board. Leorn board. It can control all of the it can control all of your sources and stuff. I'd show you sometime. I could show you sometime. But yeah, you just gotta do a little bit of programming. It's not too hard. Ooh, butterfly. A flutterby. Oh my, can you show me the secrets? Oh, poo, Felix, you've had the secrets for a long time. Ah! No. I'm just glad to be spending points. I know, everybody just wants things to spend points on. I swear I'm working on them. I swear I'm working on them, all right? I'm working on it. Just be a little bit more patient. I'm working on it. This game reminds me of Omori minus the horror. It's got a little bit of horror, but not too much. Not too much. Omori, eh? I don't know what that is. Omori. Oh, this game. Oh, this game. Yes, I've seen this out and about. I've seen this while I was on the prowl. It does kind of look like that, yeah. This game is a major inspiration for Undertale. Can you maybe out a mod soon? What can you counter with? What is it? Chocolate pizza and cookies? Oh my goodness. I mean, I'd like to pretend like you can't win my heart with pizza, chocolate, and cookies. You like how jazzy and creepy the music is? So do I. The music's #1. Listen, what is this, a mod bidding war? Give me his Wendy emotes. His what? I don't even know who Wendy is. Who is Wendy? And what emotes are we talking about? Okay, I'm gonna try to heal myself because I am injured. I am ill. I am unwell. Mod bidding war? Yes, it's a mod bidding war and you're losing? Would you really listen to the promises that they're giving? You really listen? You really just read a message and believe it, huh? I'd like to see what they're really willing to do. I'd like to see what they actually are gonna put on the table. That's a lot of talk. It's a lot of talk and not a lot of squawk. She's a mega bad person. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, let's not use any of those emotes then. Any nasty people. Nasty little demons. What do we got here? Patty. I think that steak could use a little bit of life. Heal up. Hog. Let's see. And what about... Okay, here's my counter. What if I let y'all out of the basement maybe like 2 hours a week? How about that? Would that be acceptable? Maybe what if I like let the mods go outside or at least get into the like fresh air for maybe 2 hours a week? Something like that. I don't know, seems a little high. Tempting. Your sanctuary location, but it's mine now. Take it from me, if you dare. Felix.
Who's this? Felix, is this your friend? Is this your friend Wendy?
Is this Wendy? Wait a second. Wait 1 minute. I know who Wendy is now. That looks like my poop this morning. Felix, this is why I said you would have been banned long ago if I had the cojones to do it. If I had the cojones to do it, you'd be gone. Felix, absolutely disgusting as usual, and proud of it as usual. I'm gonna use beta memes on it, of course. Let's see, we're gonna do some fires. Why did it have eyeballs though? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. If you're dropping this every morning, I've got a few medical questions for you. You may be worth studying. You may be a scientific anomaly. Who knows what we could learn? Poking around in Felix's stomach. So Kenny, you have to let the mods eat a pizza. Let the mods eat pizza for me every Friday. Hey, Dark Sky, I don't think that you understand what's going on in here. This is not a democracy that we live in. Okay? In America or in the stream. This is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship. And I'm the dictator. I think I'm gonna, should I save the memes? How much does this cost? 14? I'm gonna hit him full. I'm hitting him with double barrels. I'm hitting him double barrels. Everything I got, use all of my people for this battle. He's attacking, yeah, because he does damage. Felix, I do not care what you ate. see, I don't think that you understand, Lady Dark Sky. The mods love the basement. 4 out of 4 mods agreed the basement is fantastic whenever asked at gunpoint. Listen, the mods love it down there. They have a great time. There's lots to do. Very enjoyable. And I haven't heard any true dissent. It's true. I don't think you know your mods like I do. I mean, my mods, excuse me. They're all extremely happy. See, double barrels, baby. Bo bo. Excuse me. Sorry, neighbors. Neighbors, if you are watching this stream, I am so sorry. 4 out of 4 mods recommend the basement. And that's not all. If you order right now, we'll double the offer. That's 2 basements for the price of 1. Ah, Patty realized the power of PSI freeze. PSI freeze, eggplant? What is this? C? That's not a C. What is this? Does anybody know Latin? Theta? That's theta? Bruh, I think their pin died. Gamma, theta, a backward 6? A bad attempt of an O. I don't think so. Theta. Let me see. What is a theta? I've never even seen a theta before. Oh, no, that can't be a theta. I have seen a theta before. It looks like cursive thetas look different. Okay, it's gamma. Ah, my favorite type of radiation. Let me see. Gamma. Really? Is there like a cursive form of gamma that looks like? I don't. Well, I do see that there's a loop down at the bottom of it. Maybe it's just really weird font. It's definitely a weird font. Gamma, like my mother's mom. Oh, that's grandma. Yeah, Felix, really confused you were.
Confused you were. Limited your knowledge, yes.
Oh, baby, IQ went up by 3. Nice. That's because we just learned the new word, gamma. IQ went up by 3. We're all a little bit smarter. Oh, jolly good. Gamma, like the thing I learned in English class? That's grammar. Felix, that's grammar. Felix, don't be stupid. Alpha, beta, gamma, according to the wiki. Ah.
Gamma, yes. Super delicious gamma radiation. I can feel it in my bones. In my brittle bones.
Ah, the jelly bean song. Oh, wait, that's not a jelly bean. That's a kidney bean. Huh? Oh. Beef thought he heard his mother from far away. She said, "Be a thoughtful, strong boy." Beef Soundstone recorded the melody of the Wilkie Mel. The bean squirteth forth. Hooray! No problem here. I do love it whenever it says that. No problems. No problems here. Just normal. PSI shield does come with a Sigma, though. Not the Sigmas. Oh, no. They're even here. You can't escape the Sigmas. Not even in Earthbound. Let's try using the Soundstone. Beef touched the Soundstone to his forehead and gathered his thoughts. Beat. Looks like we missed one. That's great. Yeah, apparently we skipped one. That's fantastic. So excited about that. So excited to go back and find that one. Jolly good. Jolly good. It appears that I beat a boss and skipped picking it up. That's fantastic. Absolutely amazing. We're gonna head back to town. We're gonna go back to town, back in Happy Village. Well, we will do that later. Let's just get back to Stinky Town Village and... Oh, they kind of scared of me, huh? Look who's the beta now. Wait a second. Wow, this game is long. I mean, we haven't played it that much. We've only played it like 4 times. Hit him with the beta memes. Scoob, hit him with the Scooby snacks. Alright, let's go. But yeah, they run away from you now. That's because they're scared. Because I'm a god. Yeah, we're gonna take a small break from this game. Tomorrow, no stream. Next day, we're gonna be playing, we're gonna be, I think on Thursday we might play Banjo-Kazooie. Jambo-Kazooie? Banjo-Bango. Kanjo-Bazooie. Yeah, Kanjo-Bazooie. What's Bajoozy Kabozo? Did you die for a second? No, I just escaped my body for a moment. Look at them, they're scared.
Come back here. Let me kill you. Yes, it is I, Beef, killer of plants. Suffer now.
Now it's time to kill him. He's got cohorts. Beware. Beware the cohorts. What is that? Look, what is this? The Jahi Dink? I don't know what any of this is. I don't know what's happening. That voice is scary. Thank you. Don't even have to use a voice changer for that one. It just hurts my voice a lot after a little while. I think that there was some game that I was trying to do that voice for extended periods of time, and that hurt, dude. That looks like spinach. It does kind of look like spinach. The spinach boys with their little skinny legs, and then we have Dr. Leaf over here with his rotund frame and his weapon of choice, the palm leaf. Man, he looks like he works for a pharaoh with that leaf. You know what I'm saying? Sheesh. Get the frick out of here, you stupid plant. That's right. I'm killing you all. Tough mobile sprouts. I'll be the decider of that. Well. Was it for Skyward Sword HD voicing Demise? I think so. Demise. Realize. Rasputin. He looks like an artichoke boy. He does kind of look like an artichoke, doesn't he? With his nasty little bumps on his belly. I spent too much time here. What? Alchemic! I've been trying to take days off. I'm doing my best. Jeepers.
Looks like spinach. No, that's a germ. I think he's talking about the final boss in Breath of the Wild.
Wait, what? The final boss? You talking about Ganon? You're thinking about gamers. I think he's talking about microbes that spread illness. What are y'all talking? You guys, the conversation is not worth following. Not only is it confusing, but the answers are never worth the effort. Okay, run away. Hey, move it. Just ban me for like a month. Let the others flourish. The others flourish? What? What do you mean? That's Ganon. He must be talking about men who love men. Ganon? Canon? I don't know. I was trying to remember the name of the main character in. Who's the main? Maybe not the main enemy, but the enemy in Skyward Sword that goes like, oh, and he like licks stuff all the time. His tongue's always out of his mouth. Girahim, yeah, that guy. Oh, every time he comes on screen. Oh. Bye-bye, Rainbow. Bye-bye, Rainbow. Oh, that guy. I love that guy. I love him. Mom, you don't understand. I love him. His pronouns are gira, he / him.
No need to ask. You already know. You already know what to call him.
All right, there we go. All right. Nice. And now we save. Oh, wait. Well, I guess we could heal first. Heal up, y'all. Come on now.
Do you want slumber? KO.
Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, so tired. Woof. All right, let me check my status. Looking good. Looking healthy. We're all looking very healthy, y'all. Back up we go. Whew, it's getting kind of late. Streamer streams. Sheesh. All right, I want to show y'all. We're just gonna save up here, and then I want to show y'all this game really quick. It's so much fun. I want to see if we can kill death. I want to see if I can do it. Oh, it's up here. Hey, Kurosawa, what's up? Oh, a classic game. It is indeed. I've never played this game before. This is my first playthrough. But we're about to switch for now, Kurosawa. But I will be getting back to this game maybe on Friday. I think we'll be playing some more. We'll be playing Banjo-Kazooie on Thursday. Good morning. Long time no see. I know, it's been a minute. Where have you been? Kurosawa, I wasn't the same without you. I just wasn't. I just felt incomplete. Kurosawa, please. Don't leave us again. Let me save. Let me save really quick. There we go. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, boom. Saved. You changed your time zone? What? Such a flirt. Pfft. Shaking my head. A little bit of friendly dialogue. Sheesh. Give me a break. Come on. Don't be such a negative Nelly. Don't be such a scallywag Scamander. Newt Scamander is the name. Questionable ethics is the game. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna show y'all Vampire Survivor. Let me see. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boo. Oh wait, I think I might have to switch to this, and then I gotta. Let me turn on my display capture so that you can see my screen. Noise. Very good. It's a little big. There we go. Vampire Survivor. I just wanted y'all to have a peek of this game. Okay, I've been playing this a lot, so I thought it'd be fun. Let y'all check it out. Okay. Just plug in my controller really quick. All right. Vampire Survivor. You guys, listen, I'm a pro at this game. I've been playing this game for almost 30 hours. You got all the achievements? You bet I did. Every time they add a new one, I have to play the game until I get them all. This game is very fun. This game is great. I've dedicated my entire life to beating this game. Okay. Oh, I might have to close it so that I can use the controller. Here we go. How do you do it? I never finished the game. Always died at 27 minutes. What? There, as far as I know, are about two different strategies that you can beat the game. You can either do a more active. How many games do I have on Steam? Current count is at 1,080. About 1,080. All right. Okay. It's embarrassing. All right. Okay, we just got to turn up the volume. Okay. Let me just adjust some stuff. We'll have to do this maybe streamer safe music. Heck yeah, bruh. I'm going to keep the flashing VFX and damage numbers off because this game's going to lag anyway. I don't think I can go full screen, so y'all are just going to have to accept that you can see the window at the top. Okay. Let me see. We have pretty much upgraded everything. So I'm trying to think. Maybe I should show y'all a basic run first, right? How do you not have this indecisive energy of not being able to decide which game you play? How do I not have that? I do have that. The way that I solve that is by having that. Okay, I have that all the time. I can never tell what to play. But I have been playing this game a lot, so this is a maybe I'll refund all power-ups. Maybe we'll play this like we just started the game, and then I might die. Okay, so this is extremely difficult. All right, I just removed all the power-ups. We're just gonna play a normal. We're gonna play a normal round. Let's see. Who should we play? Antonio, Imelda, Pasqualina, Gennaro, Clarissi, Po, Porta, Arca, Dom Mario, Croci, Mortasio, X-Dash. Who do you want to see? Do you want to see the Bone Man? Mortasio. You like Poe? Poe's weapon sucks. That's probably why you keep losing. I'm just kidding. I have Poe's all right. Poe's all right. It's a me, Mario. Poe's probably my favorite too. Poe's not very good, but he's my favorite. Yeah, let's do Poe then. He is super fun to play. Because you get to start with garlic. No matter what that little sprite looks like to you, that is garlic. But yeah, his garlic makes the first few rounds super fun. I think I actually beat. No. I was just teasing Kurosawa. I think he's the first person that I beat it with. Garlic booty. Oh bad garlic booty. But yeah, they all have different abilities. So Poe's really slow, but he can pick up things that are far away. Clarice, she's all right. Porta's actually really powerful now. Opst and I call her Porta Potty. Porta Potty's pretty good these days. Her lightning ring can now, it can evolve, so she's pretty dang powerful. And also now everybody can get the bone. Everyone can get this bone. Nice. Hashtag everyone can. But what you said so Poe is the only suggestion. I mean, he is very fun. Guess we could do Poe. He's just a little bit slow. Maybe we'll just play a normal round. We could just do a normal round.
Nice.
In the Mad Forest. Let's not do hyper. I'll show y'all a hyper insane run after this one. This will be a normal run so that y'all can see what this game is all about. Let's just turn up this music now. See how loud it is? Hey! There we go. Can you hear the music? Now we're grooving. Look, this is the game. This is the game. Oh, wait. We already got an upgrade. We got we're gonna go with Axe. What'd you say? Oh, that was cool? Oh, yeah, that's with Leorn board. How did you do that? It's a program called Leorn board. You can program it to animate sources and stuff like that. So it's a program that's just running in the background, and it will alter my Twitch, my OBS sources if it gets Twitch triggers, and it's the one that's playing the sounds and everything. It's not too hard to set up, but it does take a little bit of doing. Also, animating stuff like that is a little tricky. It's not too hard. As long as you're fine with like looking up now I have Oh, these suck. These all suck. These are bad weapons. I can't use any of these. This might be us losing, actually. Yeah. I think that this is us losing because we already have garlic. Now if we pick knife is really not a good weapon. Laurel's even worse. The freezy weapon's all right. This is bad, dude. I would, if I was playing this by myself, I don't know if I'd keep doing this. I've often misspelled bones as B-I-K-E. Is that what? He misspelled it as bike? Everyone can get this bike? No, don't encourage the bike thieves. Oh my gosh, Dai's really out here encouraging bike thievery. Okay, so I didn't explain at all what this game is. It's essentially just you mow down hordes and hordes of enemies. So Poe starts with a specific weapon that's the garlic. So the garlic is the little circle that's around my my character. And the garlic at first doesn't really knock back anything. It doesn't do that much damage. So I have to keep moving away from them, otherwise they'll kill me. Now I already picked up an axe, which is just randomly like chucking an axe every now and again. And I have a knife that shoots out in whatever direction I'm pointing. All these weapons can be upgraded. All of them can be like evolved into other things. And I've already picked up a knife. Yeah, so again, this is horrible. We're getting horrible choices. Bad, 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 you guys. I'm worried about this run. It ain't looking good already.
You can listen. You can tell when a run's going down the toilet, all right? Probably because we picked this character. It's probably because we picked Poe.
If you start with Poe, you want to upgrade that garlic as soon as possible. Okay, there we go. We got a garlic upgrade. Now the circle's way bigger and it does way more damage. So we can just walk through these bats. Just walk through them. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if you kill a bat. It's all just part of our society that we live in.
Don't mind me, just an old man walking through here. Pardon me, pardon me. Oops. Sorry, don't mean to cut in line. Senior citizen coming through. Can I get a discount on my coffee this morning? I love waking up early. I'm gonna go to the golf course with my friends.
Wait a sec, we're gonna... Cross is pretty good. It's kind of a boomerang weapon. The clover makes you more lucky so that you have better pickups. And the cross and the clover combine into a super powerful weapon. The garlic combines with a heart to restore your health each time that it drains life. The knife combines with the bracer. We're gonna go for cross. Cross is very good. You can kind of see him flying around now. You see him flying about? This game looks uber satisfying. It is so satisfying. And it gets even more satisfying a little bit later. Right now, there's barely any enemies showing up. I'll tell you what, oh boy, just wait till the enemies start pouring in. But we gotta get ready before that because we're gonna get absolutely destroyed. Candelabra combines with the axe, and it also makes the axes bigger. Makes the axes bigger, and honestly, any projectile. So it makes the crosses bigger, the knives that we're throwing bigger. This is a little boss, that bat. He's a mini boss. If we kill him, he'll either drop a little bit of experience, or a big bit, or it will give me a chest, which is what I want. I want the treasure. Treasure. Yum, yum.
All right, let's crack this open.
Whoa! Triple treasure. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, nice. All right, garlic upgrade, cross upgrade, and spellbinder upgrade. We need Bibles. We need Bibles. We need Bibles like yesterday. Let's upgrade our garlic. Garlic's not a very powerful weapon. It's not gonna do anything good for us in the late game. It'll do nothing for us. Lightning is so much fun, but I can do that. I'll do a lightning run the second time, and we'll also play hyper mode. We'll upgrade the character as much as I can. We'll unlock hyper mode, play the hardest level, and it'll be a mess. It'll be an absolute mess. This was fun, but you gotta go. Hey, we'll see you later. Banjo's on Thursday. I'm taking tomorrow off. It was nice hanging out with you, Homestar Gamer. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, my friend. It was rad hanging out with you. I love chomping through those bats. Come on now. All right, we got some skeletons. Skeletons, they still kind of babies, you know? All right, just gonna idle for a second here. Just idle. Get me some delicious EXP. Okay, if I could get an attract orb, that would be my favorite. Attract orb is my favorite item. I want it so bad. Please give it to me. It increases your pickup radius. Then we won't have to walk around so much. I'm an old man. My bones are tired. My feet are tired. My back is tired. Please don't make me walk so much. We need to also pick up that floor chicken. Base area goes up, including garlic. Nice. Let's grab the floor chicken. I'm starving. Starving Marvin. Ooh, starving Marvin. Alright, here's a mini boss right here. You can't tell because he doesn't have a different color. But we're taking him out now. Get him dead. The plants like show up and trap you in. They're really hard to kill, but they don't hurt you that much. They also move super slow. They barely even look like they're moving at all, but they are. Don't let them fool you. It's a dream come true. No more bats. We killed them all. Hooray. A world with no bats. Ah, finally. The dream realized. We could escape the circle, but we're doing fine. Yeah, see what I mean? Look at the garlic. It's barely doing anything. The garlic is nothing. And it's upgraded 4 times. Goodness. It's just a waste of a slot when you think about it. And also I had to waste a slot on these stupid knives. I mean, they help a little bit, but not good. Not good. I'm scared. Somebody send help. All right. The green XP is more valuable than the blue. And if you just leave blue XP around, then it'll combine automatically into green. And if you let it sit around for even longer, it'll turn into red XP. So the game kind of mops it up for you a bit. Okay. Wings make you go faster. You don't, I mean, speed's nice and everything, but it wastes an accessory slot. You only get you get 6 weapons and 6 accessories. And that's essentially the crux of the game. The crux of the game is which ones do you pick? And also the element of randomness. You don't get to pick any one that you want. Also, you have to move good. You gotta be moving good. Move good, don't die. I'm an old man. He's the slowest character. Actually, no, I think Domario is even slower. There's only one character I don't have, and he's kind of a secret character. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. See, I barely can pick up this XP. I need my attract orb. Help! Somebody send help. Secrets. Yeah, actually, X-Dash is a secret too. That ghost, the ghost is a secret. You have to type in a special code in the credits area. But this one, I think, is even more secret, I'd say. Yeah, I'm getting damaged. What of it? What of it? If I die standing my ground. We actually need to go find some floor chicken now. I'm starving. I'm starving. There it is. Here's that chicken. Delicious. All right, back we go. Not secret enough, apparently. Well, I've played this game for too long to not look up stuff, all right? Look, I already discovered. Oh, there it is. Attract orb. Character picks up items from up further away. Yay! Nom 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 nom. And it's upgradable. Oh, so much easier. I do not like playing this game without that upgrade. That's everything to me. Lurk! Gotta get ready for bed like the old lady that I am. Oh, old lady! Oi, oi, Nardavel, get some rest. Get ready for bed. I hope you rest good. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Ooh, what do we do? Fire one's pretty cool. It like blasts a bunch of fireballs The pentagram sucks. It just erases things at like a random time intervals. Not very good. The problem with the pentagram is that it doesn't give you XP, so no good, dude. No freaking good. Hey, yo, Darren, welcome back. What's up? Oi, Darren. I deleted all of my upgrades so that I could show off this game. And then after this, we can do an insane hyper mode, last area, fully upgraded, absolute nonsense run. But I thought it'd be fun to at least try to do like, an authentic run first. Yeah, this is the starting from scratch, and it's rough. I had to get the knife. The knife is garbage. Also, they wanted me to play Poe, who's slow and starts with garlic, which is no good either. I'm already in a hole. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat it, honestly. I'm not sure. I would bet no. I would personally bet against it. I don't think that I'm gonna be able to beat it. Not with a knife and the garlic. I don't think so. Dad just asked me, do you want a cinnamon bun? Aw, that's very sweet of Dad. Of course you want a cinnamon bun. Everybody wants a cinnamon bun. Old man just schmoving through. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, Batcoon. Don't mind me, Mr. Bat. Just gonna chuck all these holy crosses at you. Just let me blast a little bit. I don't like this. Okay, we need some goodies. We need some goodies. I ain't looking so good out here. Okay, floor chicken, nice. We're so slow. I'm so slow. I'm gonna die. Help! Run away. Give me that XP. There's so much laying around. All right, we're gonna escape the ring. Let's grab all this loot. Give me this loot. Listen, we gotta focus on our XP. I don't care about killing enemies. Gotta pick up all the mess that I've made. This is a horrible display of my skills. This game is so fun. I do love this game. Every time that they release something new, I have to play it. Ooh, I'm thinking we might try to kill Death tonight. If we can get a really good run going, then we can try. Here comes the skeletons. Oh boy, my favorite part. Just hang out. Or you can mow through them, either one. My garlic is kind of weak. Not that garlic is ever good, but it's a little weak. A little concerned for my life here. I need Bibles. With this character, I'm gonna need Bibles very badly. If I can get by, I've already got a candelabra. Good. Okay, the candelabra combines with the axes that I'm throwing. If I can get Bibles and candelabra, we might win. Maybe, but I'm not totally 100%. There's also a weapon, not a weapon, but an item that you can pick up that'll suck up all the XP that's on the entire map. So satisfying. We're gonna probably go looking for one in a minute. Empty tome, don't need that. It does look actually fun. It is so much fun. It is even more satisfying to play. But like, I was kind of interested in this game, and then I saw that Darren was playing it, and I ended up watching him play it for 4 hours straight, and I was like, what? How has so much time passed? He just started playing it, and I couldn't stop watching. So satisfying. So much fun. And there's a good handful of different ways to play it, I'd say. I was supposed to be asleep too. I had things to do the next day. This is such a bad example though. I hate this setup. Makes me very uncomfortable. I need Bibles or I'm not gonna be comfortable. Because the Bibles keep back enemies. They like have a pushback factor to them. So if you can push back enemies, then you're generally safe. So the Bibles like spin around in a big arc. They would keep back enemies, and if enemies got past, they'd be attacked by the axes and by the garlic, and that'd be pretty good. But the Bibles are a necessary component for me to win. If I can't get the Bibles, then no freaking way. Upgraded axes? They do, but I need like both of them. I don't know if that's a skill thing, but yeah, I need both of them to survive because they get I mean, I think axes are better than Bibles. I would say. Upgraded axes are better than upgraded Bibles, but having both of them, now that's the money maker. Just gotta make sure these ghosts don't mash me into these werewolves. Hey! Old man's out! Old man's out! We need a grab. We need an not an attractor, but a vacuum. The vacuum will just suck up all this experience and send it straight to us. We kind of need one right now. There's a lot of XP spread everywhere. Sometimes you can go a whole game without finding a single vacuum. I've also found staying in the same area helps a lot because I think off screen they'll spawn these ooh. Oh my god, the holy grail of multiple items. First we'll slurp in all the XP. Ooh, what would I do? Bracer makes the knife better, but I've only got 2 more slots. So the axes are ready to upgrade right now. Axes will upgrade. I would rather have luck with the crosses, I'd say. The knife is just not very good, even fully upgraded. It helps, but it's not very good. Okay, now I got the fire spicy. Kill them all! Picked up an item that froze them, and we picked up an item that burned them. Alright, if we can kill this bat, then we'll get a upgraded item, which we're kind of in desperate need of, because it's looking dangerous out here. Okay, good. Alright, we got an item. It should be upgraded axes. Should be the glaives. Yes. Splendid. Yes. What are they called? Death Spiral. Perfect. Death Spiral. Oi!
CH_fan tipped $3.33.
Hey!
What happened last night? Why would we ever forget it? It was a wonderful stream.
Thank you for the $3 and the important message. Of course. How could we forget? It was a wonderful stream. Exactly. Wait, CH? What does that stand for? Is that what was the name of that game? Wait a second. What was that? What's it called? It's called Sucker for Love. CH fan. What does CH stand for? Am I being stupid? Ooh. Okay, now we're living. Hey, Matt's Farm Blonde, what's up? Night Beans, I'm tired and I got another long day. It's getting late. Linz, get some rest. So nice to hang out with you, as always. Get some rest. And hiya, Matt. It's good to see you. Oi. I'm just playing a little bonus game. We were playing Earthbound today again, but I thought it'd be fun to show off this game because I've been loving it in my free time, and it is so satisfying. I mean, just look at it. Now I've got these axes that go, yoot, pushes them out of the way. Ooh, another tractor orb or clover would make me more lucky, so more items, more choices whenever I level up. And it combines with the holy axes to make holy swords, and we're already ready to do that, so I'll pick. Even though I want the attract orb more, you also, whenever you pick up chests, you never get new items. You only get upgrades for your current items. So it's a good thing to keep in mind that you only get new items whenever you level. So sometimes I'll like leave a bunch of treasure chests out so that I can collect better items to upgrade. I just need to kill this big werewolf. He's the mini boss. I've turned all of the effects down, not because I don't like them, but because this game's gonna slow down a lot anyway, especially with me streaming. Let's increase the luck again. Luck just helps you in a million different little ways that you might not notice, but it helps a lot. God, he's tough. Holy moly, just kill him. Oh my gosh, I'm barely hanging on here. Oh, I see a vacuum cleaner down there. Oh, vacuum cleaner. Yum, yum. Who needs orb? Yes. All right. Holy swords, here we come. These poor vampires, you should be hunting werewolves. Well, look what we're hunting right now. So Kenny's barely hanging on. No, just in the game. I'm doing great in real life. What are you talking about? I've been doing great. How dare you? All right, we're mowing through them. Yum, 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 yum. My most favorite. Ooh, spinach combines with... Well, let me think. What do I want my last accessory to be? Spellbinder would tie with the Bibles. That would be great. Bracer would tie with the knife. A heart would tie with the garlic. But if I got another weapon, I would probably get... Not the whip. Whip ain't that good. Bible, and then the last one could be... Well, I would have a free slot if I picked lightning, because lightning combines with the duplicator. So maybe I'll get... Spinach is really good, even if you don't combine it with something. Kinda tough decision. I think I'm gonna put it off. I'll put off that decision. Oh, there's the Bible. All right, we got the Bibles now. We got the Bible. It's time to start reading. Everybody, I'm starting in Genesis. I'll meet you at the end. We could get a magic wand. I'm mostly playing a very idle, sitting still. I'm gonna put it off again. Putting off my decisions. Putting them off. Spinach. What does that combat in mythology? Bluto. Bluto, the big tough guy. Big tough guy. Ooh, the spicy food. Oh, I'm so hungry. Ooh, bad options. Bad options, but Santa Water's about as good as lightning, and Santa Water ties with a tracked orb, which I already have, so it's a pretty easy decision. Santa Water is so incredible. Every time that I upgrade it all the way, it becomes my most DPS and my most damage. It's insanely good. Olive fight without fighting Bluto. What? Olive oil! You wonder why they call it Santa Water? Because Satan Water sounded too fun. Oh. Alright. Let's, grab this. Grab some treasure. Oh yeah, the vacuum. Did I not pick it up? Is there a vacuum? Is there one sitting around? That's not Santa's water, right? It's Santa's bath water. Santa's bath water for sale online for limited time only. Regret to inform you. Well, look, this has been Santa's been going through some tough times, you know. I don't blame him. Get that bread, Santa. You said that there was. Did you get it? I did grab it. Yes. Thank goodness. See, these Bibles are actually really good, but they're just super low level for what we're doing right now. But we'll get them upgraded.
Don't you worry, old Santa's got your back.
This is a nice little break. They give you a nice little break with these mummies, but I kind of hate it because I need more XP. And I'm so slow. Isn't it just holy water? Yeah, it is. It is just holy water. Maybe it's like Santa Maria. So it's saint water? Is that what it is? Oh, so it's just maybe it's the water of the saints. Maybe it's the saints' bath water. Yeah, Santa water. Santa Maria water the Mario. Don Mario. Agua Santa is holy water. Ah, I see. So they just didn't want to say agua? Agua. Why not say aqua? I know what agua means, I think. It means, H2O. What do we got? Santa with a saint. Saintum? Santa with a saint? What? Santa was a saint, just saying. Santa was a saint, if you ask me. If you ask me, Santa was the first saint. Forget Peter. Forget Peter. Alright, I guess we just kind of blasting, eh? Just kind of blasting. These guys are just kind of, you know, they're big, they're just big lunks. Big dummies. Oh, hey, good night, Calico. Get some rest. Get some rest. I hope that you feel okay from your spicy sauce. I hope you feel fine, even though you had the spicy sauce. Spice. It was nice to hang out with you, Calico. As always, get some rest. Get some rest. It'd be kind of nice to find a vacuum, but we haven't really left that much behind, to be honest. We've been relatively efficient. Maybe I'll just loop around. Grab some goodies that we left behind.
Old man coming through, don't mind me. Don't mind me, just clean up some EXP.
Okay, my last X item. I feel like my last item should be spinach. Either spinach or an old tome, I would say. Spinach or old tome, because both of those have great benefits, even though I can't combine them with anything. Those knights, those knives look like lightsabers. Yeah, now they're holy swords. Now there's holy swords flying around. Those are from the holy crosses earlier, and they combined with the 4-leaf clover that I got. See, the game's slowing down. Lovely, incredible, incroyable. Ah, looks so good. Frames. We'll go with Tractor. Tractor Orb just helps me grab this EXP since I can't get very close to them anymore because they just be real strong. Can I kill this thing really quickly? Kind of doubt it. Kind of a toughie. My Bibles are not coming in clutch yet. They are not helping me barely at all. They're not helping. I need, yes, more Bibles. More Bibles. Pile on the Bibles. King James, I need your help. James, help. James, please send support. Hey, it's Local Exon. What's up? It looks like a lot of fun. This game is absolutely incredible. I've played it for almost 30 hours now. I have every achievement. I don't have every character though. There's still one more character I'm trying to get. It's true. It's lots of fun, really easy to play, highly recommended. And it's like $3. If you're even remotely interested, I would say just buy it and play it. So much fun. Why James? Does he own the Bibles? It's King James edition. King James edition of the Bible. One of the more popular ones, I think. No. I'm just trying to kill this big mum. I'm not talking about the flowers behind him. Please kill him. Please die. Please perish. Can you perish, please? Oh my god. He's invincible. I don't think we can kill him. Why are the plants moving? They move super slow. And they're super strong. But they don't hurt you that much if you touch them. I wish no one considered the lilies. Ugh. God cared about giving plants legs. How much more do you think that he cares about giving you legs? La 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 la. Ooh, vacuum cleaner. Wait a second. Is this the Kerbo 10,000? Yum, yum, yum. Let's put down more Santa water. More Santa Maria. Oh, more Bibles. More Bibles for more problems. Trombone now. Gotta wipe out the wildlife. Destroy the plants. Destroy all plant life. I want to kill that bat. I want that batch. I want that batch. What do you say, guy? Hey, Mr. Bat, you're easier to kill than your mummy compatriots. Can I interest you in some? Boom! Everything dies. If you get the rosary, everything on the screen dies, and it's incredible. Okay. Oh, all right. I'll accept this. This is acceptable. It extends the range of everything. Not too bad. Not too bad. Give me a vacuum cleaner, please. Delicious. Barely anything. I think I'm gonna just idle for a second. Let everything get closer. I think we have enough Bibles to survive the idols. And just because I'm standing still don't mean that I'm bound down to any idols now. Old man Poe, get him. They're not even getting close yet. Totally safe. There's no danger here. The Santa water, you can see it just like making huge spots all around. It's beautiful. More Santa water, more. What the heck? How did I pick that up? A little free vacuum. Yum, yum. All right. What are we gonna do? Give me the XP. We need, we're still missing an item, and we still need a, let's see. Bible's up to level, still got 3 more levels on the Bible, 1 more on the Santa water. Knife, I don't think is gonna get upgraded. I think we're just gonna leave the knife as it is. It's already not very good. I don't wanna sink any more resources into it. Not useful. We've got 7 minutes left. This is not a game that you survive as long as you want. This is not a game that doesn't end. At 30 minutes, death shows up and ganks you. He flippin' kills you. So it's a survival to 30 minutes. And we're honestly getting really close. Getting real close. Alright, can you beat Reaper? You technically can. That's something that I want to try to do. Maybe we can, after this, we can, like, do maximum build, best character, best weapons, and we can try to kill Reaper. We can try to kill the Reaper. Because you can, and if you kill Reaper, you get to play as Reaper. You missed class on Monday to buy stickers, so now I need to watch the lecture. Oh, hey, it was nice to see you. No worries. Oi. Good luck with these studies, my friend. Oi. It was nice to see you. Thanks for popping in. All right. What do we got? I'm just doing, I'm just walking the rounds. Oh, spinach. Spinach just raises inflicted damage by 10%. That's just good. That's just good. 50%? Why not? We're not really snowballing, which is kind of not great. It's like there's a certain feeling of like you continually getting stronger and stronger, and then the faster you level after that. Like, and I'm not feeling that at the moment. A little bit worried about this run, just like I was at the very beginning. Where is your yellow bird friend? Yellow bird friend? In the game? Yellow bird friend. I don't know about a yellow bird friend in this game. Back from standing outside? Oh, what have you been doing all day? Well, just standing outside. It's snowing like crazy. Ooh, watching the snow. Watching the flakes. Catching a few on your tongue. Harvest their magical energy. Big flakes. Giant flakes! We've got flakes. Sheesh. Yellow bird friend. I can't remember his name. The one that appeared on your channel a long time ago. You mean the red one that went, oh, wait. That one? You mean the, oh, wait. Red bird? Oh, yeah. I love him. Love that bird. Maybe I should re-enable that as a sound effect. I still love him. I still love him. Just yeah, I took like I took a break of like 2 full months, and after I came back, I like kinda still haven't totally gotten back into the swing of things, so I haven't like enabled everything that was enabled back then. I'm trying to be like more mentally healthy, so I've been taking a little bit easier. But we'll get it back. We'll get it all back. It won't be the same, but it'll be lots of good stuff. Here we go. Still a few more hours to go of snowing, and it's already 2 inches in the last hour. Sheesh. I don't think we had 2 hours this whole year. Glad to see you out here playing games you enjoy. Oh my gosh, I flippin' love this game. I love this game so much. We were playing oh, well, you were here, but yeah, I've been getting to try some new games that I missed out on, too. I'm really looking forward to Majora's Mask. I want to play the new Kirby game. Looks so much fun. We just got to finish Arceus. Snow day tomorrow. Oh, snap. Snow time. We got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left, and we haven't even upgraded our Bibles? How are we doing so well with no upgrades? I don't know. I'm gonna be somewhat tempted to play, but I have to, if I can beat Sekiro before it gets released, I'll be kinda tempted to play Elden Ring. I don't know how we're doing so well. I don't have any upgrades right now. I don't have any upgrades. I think the Santa water kicks buns, honestly. Honestly, I think it's doing all the work. The stream plan is yes to all the games. Exactly. Focusing on the games, not on the setup, you know. We here to play some games out here. You're unsure if you want to get Elden Ring for the release? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it for the release. Kuya, you're headed to sleep? All right, get some rest. Thanks so much for introducing me to your friend. It was nice to meet new friends. Thank you, Kuya. Kuya, our beautiful ambassador. Yeah, I already play like a lot of Nintendo games on release day, so I don't know about playing Elden Ring on release day. I think the last game that we played that was like non-Nintendo on release day was probably... Well, I guess Kenna wasn't even on release day. But we did play Kenna like while it was hot. We need a treasure chest. Let's grab this one down here. And this will give us the enhanced Bibles. This is the enhanced Bibles and a triple. Sheesh. Nice. So we're max level right now. And that just means that we are, that means that we get to either pick between health whenever we level up or money. And we're going to always pick money. Oh, a Bible! Whoa. Now it's the Unholy Vespers. Look at those Bibles go. They do not stop spinning. This is just me now. This is just life. This is life. These Bibles, the Unholy Vespers, there's no way they're going to beat us now. It's the combos, I'm telling you. It's the build. This build is broken. Next round, we're gonna pick a much riskier build. I need to try to not stay up too late, but we'll do one more. One more. Okay, now the game's lagging. Now we're feeling it. Now we're feeling Mr. Krabs. I can just vibe. We got this. Easy. Please grab this chest. Nice. Just one more run. No, I always said it was going to be 2. I always said it was going to be 2. Unless we die in a stupid way, then I might get mad. Then I might get mad and redo it. Or I don't want to reset. We didn't reset on this one and we still are winning, so. I mean, the knife's not the worst. All right, 20 seconds left. Here we go. We got this. Easiest level, no upgrades. Game lagging out the wazoo. Incredible. Incredible. I'm following bedtime for me. Oh, good night, Matt Smart. Oh no, I think I may have missed it. Oh dear. I thought you were saying good night to somebody else. Night, night, Matt Smart, if you're still here. Alright, we just get in the bag. We out here getting the bag. Run away, run away. Oh, no! You rascal.
You absolute rascal!
Yikes. Kill Death this run and save yourself the next run? Yeah, sure. You think you could kill that? The only way that I can think to kill him is the freeze power. Because I will also play a character that can revive. Okay, here's the stats. Death Spiral did the most damage. Labor was really close. It had more DPS. Freeze him? Yes, he needs to. I think that he needs to be frozen. You need to have a really fast character so that you can kind of run out of the way of him. And then you also probably need to have revives, because now there's revives, which makes it a lot easier. So yeah, we survived. We won with 2,000 coins, but we were only level 84. Like, on a really good run, you can get up to level 100 or more. So that's what we're gonna do. Let me power up our character really quick. Let me just give some little boost here, and let me just boost up all of our amounts: luck, recovery, armor. I'm gonna start with revival. Revives once with 50% health. Let's see. I'm gonna use skip, not reroll. Let's upgrade our might all the way. And what more can we do? Greed's not important. Greed is all about the coins that you get between the games, but I don't really need to worry about that. I definitely need to get the starters of these, but I don't know about recovery. Not very useful. Not very effective. We're gonna bump up I think that this is probably the best that we can do. Armor is not maxed. Growth is not maxed. No recovery. Okay. Good. I think that this will work. And now we need to pick, I think, for a character, probably the best way to kill Death is probably Croci Frito, because he's way faster than everybody. So he's got, 30% faster movement speed? The rest of them are either 10% or they're extra slow. Like, Domario, he's super slow, -30. Pose -25. Fastest one is Croci, and they've also got a free revival. And they get more revivals the higher level they are. So very good. X-Dash is a lot of fun, but his weapon is really, really hard to use. He's really a rough character to start with, but he does have extremely high luck, 130% luck. And yeah, they also have less speed of attack, not movement speed. So, like, the Bibles spinning are super slow. The axes that fly around are super slow. I've beaten the game with him, but he's a little rough. So we're gonna use Green Acres because this uses enemies from both areas, and it's a good deal harder. And we'll play Hyper, which is ridiculous. 50% gold, 10% luck. That 10% luck is what we need. All right, let's see what we can do. Oh boy. I'm not used to this music though. I normally have the music off. I only played with music whenever I was playing the let's see, we're definitely gonna use Magic Wand. King Bible is if you're getting close to people, and we're gonna play this where I don't want to get close to them. So we're gonna use Magic Wand for starters.
Now we're zooming.
Super fast character, and also, we might use this, but Fire Wand's probably more useful at the moment. Use the Fire Wand. Fire Wand, incredible. Look out, demon on the way. Beep, beep. Let me just murder you. Pardon me. Ghost is super friendly. The ghost weapon is a bird. So it's a bird that, cinnamon bun time. All right, nice. Is it an iced cinnamon bun, or is it dry? Dry buns. I love a cinnamon bun with raisins in it. But, ooh, icing? Yum, yum. Delicious. We're going to try to kill death. We're going to do our best, all right? We're going to do our very best. And we're Demon Man. How handsome. Tell Dad we said hi. Yes, please do. We love Dad. Oh, God. You going to get ready for Betty's? All right. We'll see you in a minute, Alchemic. It is getting late. Sorry for the late streams, everybody. I promise we're almost done. I'll need the attract orb. Can't do without that. Can't do without the attract orb, especially since we're going to be moving so fast and everything does so much damage. Gonna want to make sure that we can stay away from everything. This stream will continue for 29 more minutes. Fact. Okay, Empty Tome upgrades the magic wand, and it reduces weapon cooldown. We will absolutely need the Empty Tome. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, it's necessary, so might as well pick it up. Zoom! He's got wheels! Look at him go! Look at him go! Clover makes you lucky, so I'll get more items, and it combines with the crosses, so I might as well pick that up. This run is looking spicy. This is way better. We haven't been forced to take any bad deals yet. And we also have an item that lets us prevent one bad deal from happening. Just trying to schmoove around and stay close. All the evolves. Yes, I need a fully evolved character to try to beat death. Except for I will take the... Let's see. Attract orb ties with Santa water. I still might do that. But I'll be able to pick one accessory that... One accessory that doesn't tie in, because I think I'm going to use the... I have to try the freeze thing. I have to try the freeze weapon on Death. Because last time, I tried to kill Death last night. And I used this character as fast as possible, best weapons, most revives, and I still didn't get him. So I think maybe we'll replace it with Cake. Because the cake gives you another revive, so we could just stack up on revives and just keep showing back up and try to kill him. Just keep showing up. I really, really hope that the strat isn't to let like a freezy item just sit around and then you pick it up later. That would suck. This is bad. We can't use any of these, so I'm gonna use my one skip. Spellbinder ties with the Bibles, and I don't want to use Bibles. Garlic is garbage. And character recovers health. That would only be good if I tied it with something else. And I definitely don't want the weapon that goes with that. I cannot do that. That's horrible. But we do get to skip one. There's our one skip. Let's hope that there's no more bad deals. Or we're just gonna have to accept it. We have too many good things now. I won't restart. If we had opened up the first two boxes and we got screwed, then I maybe would have reset. But that's about as bad as I get. Do we want to use axes? I feel like we need to. Axes, the accessory that ties with it is also an area effect. So it would be good to increase the area anyway, I guess. Axes are really, really good. It would be kind of fun to show y'all electricity, though. I think I'm gonna try to use, let's see, lightning. Will I have room for all this stuff? I think I'm gonna go for lightning first. Maybe we'll get it over to axes. Axes are super good for, like, staying alive in groups, so I might kind of need it, because eventually there's so many enemies that you can't move around like I'm doing right now. So we're probably gonna get cornered at some point, and they might crush us, which would be a real bummer. You really do die by numbers. Like, once a big group of enemies gets around you, it's not really those enemies that are your danger, but it's the fact that other enemies around them are pushing them towards you, and they'll just jam pack onto you and just crush the ever-loving daylights out of you. Santa water ties with the orb. But I'm already actually ahead. Let's see. The tome goes. Okay, so I actually need spinach, probably. Spinach is probably the most important thing that I need to pick up right now. Because the spinach ties with the fire wand. And I probably need that to upgrade. Otherwise, we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
We're gonna be in a lot of trouble. And I don't like trouble.
We can just zoom. We can go so fast. Holy moly. There's no limit to our speed. Ooh, first chest. It's only been 4 minutes. Good, 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 good. We're making good time. We're leveling. We're leveling. It's gonna get dangerous out here. Ooh, attract orb? Yeah, let's make ourselves more attractive. Why not? The fact that we can move so fast means we can go like hunt around for floor chicken super easy. Floor chicken is on the plate. Floor chicken's on the menu at all times. Alright, go around these boys. I'll try to keep them in a little bit of a circle. Okay, what do we got? We could use wings too, because we'd be a lot faster with wings. It's kind of a tough call. We might want to leave that for now until maybe we get forced to take that. Moving faster would probably be better for killing death, but it's actually a hassle otherwise, because we're already moving way too fast. It already makes it hard. The game is much harder the faster you go, which is why hyper mode is a pain. Oh, and also enemies are 50% more powerful. You wish orbs could make you more attractive? I think they really can. You just have to find people that really like orbs, all right? I'm sure there's a Facebook group or a Reddit. Boom. What do we got? Just one? Dang it! We need to be luckier. We need luck. Just don't waste any revives. Oh, no. We can't be. You said that a while ago, but I'm not gonna waste any revives. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We gotta use everyone. Also, this game has a nasty habit of like, if you're in such a hole that you died, honestly, even a revival sometimes doesn't help. Because all those enemies that are around you are just gonna overrun you again. So oftentimes, that little bit of extra time is not going to help too much. Pentagram's worthless. Bracer is for knives, and I hate the bracer. Duplicator is like one more projectile. Everything that fires a projectile gets more of them. And Duplicator ties with the electricity ring, which recently they upgraded it, and it is so fun to watch. It is so satisfying. I love it. It makes the lightning strike twice, and it is very cool. So I will try to find the lightning so that I can show y'all. I think it's also it's pretty powerful too, so. It's not like I'm shooting myself in the foot showing it off.
Give me the XP.
Not leveling very fast, but I guess it's a little early. This area is really confusing. Because I'm very used to the two main levels have all of these, like, they have half of the enemies that are showing up here. But I don't really understand the stages as well, but it's okay. I just get surprised sometimes, like, what are these guys doing here? Let's do Fire Wand, I guess. Fire Wand's really good at doing damage to high health enemies. But it's a little bit wasted on these lower health enemies at the moment. Also, we still have to keep up with, like, moving around a lot. Even with these weaker enemies, we really shouldn't just be, like, sitting around. They'll probably run into us and hurt us. They'll hurt us and treat us badly. I mean, look at me. I'm taking damage and now who's taking damage? Let me see. Magic wand. Easy.
Paint it red. A tractor, perfect. All right. And we got a treasure chest. This game very much has me on the edge of my seat, does it? It's very goblin brain game. This is for the goblins. This one's for the goblins out there that are looking for treasure, that see shiny things and start rubbing their hands together. It's for the goblin inside of all of us. Santa water is good, but I don't think it's time to make that decision. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to make such a big decision yet. I'm sorry, but can we just put off the date of my decision? See, because I can't decide whether I want axe or whether I want, like, Santa water. We technically could have both, but one of them wouldn't be getting upgraded. Hey, Stat-Im, what's up? What happened last night? Something spicy? No. Nothing happened. Didn't you read the title? Nothing. Stat, what's up? How are you doing? I'm just showing off this. We were playing Earthbound. And now I was just going to show off this game that I've been enjoying. This is the second round that we played. We're supposed to try to survive to 30 minutes. We're 8 minutes in. And it's already getting spicy out here. We're playing on the hardest mode. Playing on the hardest mode. With possibly the hardest goal, I guess. Just kind of schmoving through these. Whoop. Schmoving around. We're just killing them, trying not to get hit. We do major damage, but we just can't touch them. We don't have a ton of health. Duplicator. Sounds good. I kind of want the electricity ring before I do anything else. He admitted to being engaged. Who's engaged? Me? Of course, yes. My fiance. My fiance. All my children in a well in Arizona. Can't forget about them. I just killed everybody.
This is getting dangerous.
I think that we might need the axes. Up from the axes, up from the axes, roll the roses of success. Yes, yes. Yeah. Thinking we might not live without the axes, TBH. This is getting a little out of hand. This is getting a little unruly out here. Alright. I'm married to the game. Absolutely. What game? More attract orbs. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh. Lightning ring. Let's do it. Zap him. Zap him, Zeusy. Come on now. We just need some upgrades. Yeah, let's do cross. Then we can upgrade for the sword. Ooh, we're getting all the goodies now. Revives once with 50% health. I feel like it would be smarter to get the candelabrador so that we can get the axes and then we can get the Santa water. All right, that's the plan. Axes and Santa water. If it doesn't happen, I'll cry. How do you find the stone mask? You need to go to the library. Library, it's sitting, just keep walking around and look at the top. It spawns at the top of the room on a little pedestal. You'll probably spot the pedestals before you spot the mask. But that's where you grab it. Let's do lightning ring. You said what? What'd you say? Very intense. You move so fast. I know. This is the fastest character. I don't even have move speed on right now. Hyper mode, fastest character. It's a mess. Let's lightning ring. More lightning. More lightning. Oh, I got your squirt too. No worries. No worries. Got any questions? I'll try to help you. There's probably like a couple of things I don't know about this game. But I've played, this is a very simple game. I've played it for a long time. There's not much to memorize. Ahsoka, you're gonna go get some sleep? All right. Nighty night, Ahsoka. It was good to see you. It was good to see you. Get some rest. Get some rest. I'll see you on Thursday if you wanna hang out. And if not, hope you have a wonderful week. Wonderful week. All right, we're just bobbing. We're bobbing. We're weaving. We also have armor, which lets me kind of run into enemies without getting hurt. Or at least you can run into them for longer without getting hurt. Oh. You've been playing this? You like it? It's freaking awesome, Willoway. I love this game. It's so much fun. Ooh, I'm so glad that we've got a clover option. We need, what we're looking for is axes and... I'll take fire one. Why not? Why not? We're upgrading it eventually. Candelabrador. Let's do magic wand. Ooh, a chest. Am I ready to upgrade something? Yeah. The magic wand. Magic wand will upgrade. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. But yeah, it's a fantastic game. You just popped in to say hello and good night, Gold Bear. It's good to see you. Much love. Oi, 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 oi. Gold Bear. Welcome, welcome. You trying to do it without really buying power-ups. I just bought some. It really makes a difference. It's a huge difference. The game right before this one, I played with 0 power-ups, and it's a lot rougher. We still beat it, but it's tough. I think if you play hyper mode, you probably have to have upgrades. I do want to challenge myself. to do no upgrades hyper mode, but today's not that day. I'm trying to kill death, okay? We're trying to kill him. All right, axes. This is what we need. Axes will tie with our Candelabrador, and then we'll get Santa Water to tie with the Attract Orb, and then we'll get the Tiramisu so that we have an extra revive. And hopefully we can kill death. Oh, actually, we're not getting Santa Water. We're supposed to get the freeze weapon. I forgot about that. Dang it. The freeze weapon is not the best, but I feel like it's the way to kill death. Because you can freeze him. I've done it before, but yeah, I don't know. I've been as fast as you can possibly be, and you cannot outrun him. Not even close. Not even close. Let's just upgrade our base weapons so that we can evolve them. You enjoy watching me play? Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I thought it would be fun to show the game, because I haven't played it on stream before. It's not a game that I'll probably stream much of, if any. But I thought I should show it. And I also have a mission right now, so that's good. Here's the freezing item. I can make the decision now whether or not I want it. Chance to freeze enemies in time. I mean, it is... I feel like it's the only way to beat the Reaper. But Santa Water would be a lot more useful to get to the Reaper. We'll do it. We're doing it. We're using the Freezy Wand. Freezy Wand, not my favorite, but it is pretty dang powerful. You'll see better what it does whenever we get into like a more sticky situation, because it just like rotates around you, freezing in like a little line. So it'll freeze a bunch of enemies right in front of you, and you can kind of like bob and weave through them a lot easier. But it's not really necessary early on, which is part of why I don't like it. It's really only useful at the end, and there's a lot of things that are more useful, but it's, you know, it's something unique. Something unique. It works. I'm gonna kill this bat. Let's focus the bat for a minute. You kind of can't focus anything because I'm not aiming any of these weapons. The only weapon that you aim is the knives. Ironically, it's probably why I don't like them, because I don't want to manage that. I'm just trying to bob and weave. I don't want to care about where I'm pointing. I'm just bobbing, weaving, zooming. It's getting dark out here. It's like night has fallen. Night has fallen, traveler. Be wary. Monsters come out at night. You might not survive. Okay, we're still melting. We are still melting pretty much everything, so we are snowballing. Let's keep upgrading the fire wand. Again, the freezy wand's not super important. We don't really need it. Better to focus on doing damage. before some new nasty enemies show up. We've still got like more than 15 minutes to go. The thing about hyper mode is that you get a lot more experience, or at least it feels like you do at least. Yeah, but I think you literally do, because I normally will be like level 100 by the time that I beat hyper, so I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. But you do end up like maxing out your character before the end, and you're just sitting there like, well, can't really get any more powerful than this. I hope that this all works out, because I'm already having trouble with these enemies, so I don't know what's gonna happen. Ooh, spicy. Another thing that's great about playing the hardest mode is that your luck goes up, so you just get more items. Get you out of some really crappy scenario. Hey! Who did that? Ah, come back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Ready for bed. I swear, only 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes. Here we go. We might die. We might die. It is a distinct possibility. It's not the best build ever. It's not a very defensive build at all. Like, you can put on armor, you can make your health restore. I'm not doing either one of those. And you can also get weapons that will push enemies back, like the Bibles or like the... I mean, we will have the axes eventually, but we don't got them right now. So I'm kind of betting on the axes. We need to upgrade them as fast as possible because they might save our life. We've still got 4 more axes to collect. 4 more. The best defense is a good offense. Yeah, I found that if you play this game, if you want to win, you got to do one or the other. Either you need to focus on defense or offense. And if you're making like some pseudo build between them, you might die. And you need to know what to level in what order. Because most of the time, having like a ton of good weapons that are not leveled up is not as good as just having one that's maxed out. Normally, maxing them out is a better idea. Especially if it's a defensive item like a Bible or like the axes. But in this game, we're just going crazy with it for fun. As fast as the game goes, as many enemies as they'll throw at me, the highest amount of health that they can give me, the highest speed character that there is. The only thing that can make this faster is if I got the move speed accessory, but I do want to kill death. So I don't think that the speed thing helps too much. Oh my gosh, everyone's frozen. Everybody's frozen. Everybody freeze. I could try to focus on killing this Medusa character or this snake lady so that I could get a treasure chest. That might be a good idea. But I kind of got to keep moving around. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can afford to stick around here. The electricity's getting more powerful. We need the axes. That's only true in war and sports. A good defense and the good offense thing. Yeah, in games, not always true. Ooh, triple, nice. All right, some of that luck's finally paying off. We've gotten a lot of vacuums and now a triple? Mamma mia, what? No axes, come on. Not a single one, bruh. Shaking my head. Why you gotta treat me like this? Kill that bat. Kill that bat, we need another chance. We need another chance. What's also nice is that getting stuff out of these chests doesn't require you to level up. The more you level up, obviously, the harder it gets. So, chess is just like free stuff. Freebies. Esports is gonna be the Commonwealth Games instead of kick the can or football. I think the football is still. I mean, it's not gonna be what the Commonwealth game. What does that mean? Like the game for the common people? I don't think so. You gotta have electricity and something to play it on and a TV. No, I think we're a little while away before that. But I'm thinking global. Like, it seems like it's easier to practice baseball as a kid in a third world country than it is to play Overwatch. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, freezies. Not my favorite item all the time, to be honest. Because whenever they freeze, I feel like I would rather them be moving towards me so that I could hit them easier. Especially with these mummies, because they're so slow. They take forever. Run around and barely get any XP. Lovely. I love not leveling up. That makes me happy. I'll recognize a sport when it's at the Olympics. Got him. I'd agree with that, though. I think that there's lots of things at the Olympics that aren't sports. They're competitions. And also, I mean, chess is at the Olympics. Do you really call that a sport? Is chess a sport? I don't know about that. I'm still worried about this run, honestly, because we don't have axes yet. Our axes are not upgraded, so things can really crush us. It's a sport of the mind. Ah, sporting job, old Chauncey. I say that was a sporting match. You are rather sporting at this game. A little bit of chess with my mates. Well, it's sporting time. I've got on my sports coat whenever I play chess with my friends. This witch is so strong. Kill it! Kill it with fire. Oh my gosh, it takes forever. Come on. Die. 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 Ooh. Die. Help me. Okay, there we go. For once, I'm not being elaborate, lad. Countries in the Commonwealth have their own little Olympics and sports being included. What? Elaborate? You're not being elaborate? What the heck does that mean? Also, Thunderloop. Pog. Love me. Watch this thunder. Bam! Bam! Boom! Let me turn on the flashing sound of the flashing VFX for just a second so that you can see it. I'll have to probably turn it off again, but it's so satisfying. Boom! Bam!
Yeah! Death! Death is all around me. Foolish mortals. I am a god.
Alright, I probably need to turn that off because it's gonna make it lag out the wazoodle in a second. Fools! Imbeciles! Suffer at the hands of an angry daemon.
Yum, 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 yum.
Give me all the EXP, please.
Tasty. Delicious. Yum, yum. Ultimate power!
Yes. Finally. Finally, the Emperor got his own game. Ooh, spicy breath. Spicy sandwich over there. Yum, yum. I'm so hungry for some spice. Oh, so spicy. Let me spit the spice on you. Ooh, axe. Yes, please. All right. We're spicing it. We're spicing them up. Ooh. We should focus fire on this thing. This nasty old witch. Yeah, nasty old goblin. See, look, they're frozen. The ice. I mean, the ice thing works. I do not want to touch that thing. Thing probably does damage. I just gotta stay close to it, otherwise I can't hit it with stuff. Maybe staying under it's good because I can throw the axes up. You can also be above it so that it throws the axes downward, but... Candelabrador. We're still missing a weapon, but... Oh, wait, no, we're not. No, we've got all the weapons. We're just missing an accessory. I think I was going to try to get the cake. You don't have to. We can make streamer an esports machine. What? An esports machine? Oh, nice. Okay, we got the death spiral. Good. Now we'll be a lot safer, especially with these little sorry suckers that are trying to kill us. Back up, boys. You can look, but you better not touch. Looking, not touching. Now if we just sit here for a little while, then it'll make like a square of experience that we can pick up really easily. Level 57, 9 minutes to go, 9 minutes to go. Here we go. Now, boys, don't touch that stuff.
What's this empty paint light go? It's moving!
Start playing League of Legends and Fortnite, lad. Cover our bases. Listen, Die. I already told Alchemic we'll have a mod meeting pretty soon, and then you can express your suggestions for games, all right? In the proper place, in the proper time. Until then, I'll be calling you lad. Oh, yes. Oh, delicious. All right. I'm just picking up stuff, you guys. Hey, Zombie Food, what's up? How are you doing? I'm playing Idle Killer Simulator. Just kidding, you can move, promise. How are you doing, Zombie Food? This game is all about killing vampires. And we've only got 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left of the stream. Oh my God, we're being surrounded by mummies. We might have to bob and weave. Let's, yeah, we definitely need to upgrade the ice machine. Now we should be able to, like, maneuver around pretty easily. Especially with that ice. That ice, though. It's been a long time since we've gotten a vacuum. Me kind of suspicious. Not gonna lie. I definitely need that. Oh, nice. All right, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it. What? Are you reverse ladding me? Reverse ladded? I can't believe it. Isn't that a genre? Reverse lad? Let's go. Well, it all comes down to it. I knew that we'd run into this eventually. Unfortunately, we have run out of time because we have upgraded everything that we have. And I've been searching for that tiramisu the entire time. But it appears that we're not gonna get a bonus revive whenever we try to fight death. So now it's all about which one's gonna help the most. Character recovers a little bit of health every second is kind of nice. It's kind of nice, but it's so little that it's not worth it. Spellbinder is probably what we have to go for, because the crown gets to be worthless eventually, especially if you buy it late, because the crown increases the experience that you gain whenever you pick up the orbs. And basically you end up having, once you're max level, you end up having a wasted spot because you could continue to level a different accessory there. So Spellbinder's got to be the one, unfortunately. It's not at all what I would ever pick, but it will have to do. It's a real shame. It increases the duration of things. I don't even know what uses duration that I'm using, because the glaives pass through everything. I don't think that has a duration. The fire wand definitely doesn't. Maybe the electricity sits there for a little while longer. It's the only thing that I can think. Maybe the electricity. But it's basically worthless. Basically a worthless upgrade. Incredible. But at least we've got the ice. We've still got a chance of killing death. I'm kind of doubting it. I mean, I've never done it before, so I don't know what it takes. I would definitely think it would be a much better accessory for us to have would be move speed, because we could run away from death a little bit longer. But, you know, whatever. These things happen. It's a random game. This is what happens whenever you play a roguelike game. You're being welcome to chat. Oh my God, are they at it again? They're at it again. Twitch, I swear. I swear to Bezos, who is Twitch's god, of course. I just refreshed just in case. Me 3, rest in peace the stream. I know, Squirt, it's a bummer. Oh shoot, dude. Yo, 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 holy moly. Okay, that was really weird, because I looked at the, internet thing, and it was saying that it was, normally it's at 3,000, so that's a normal number. It was at, 15,000. Is it the game? Is the game making it too hard to... Yeah, boy! Yo, Jacob, thank you for the sub! How are you doing? Oi! Hi, cutie. No, you.
Hi cutie, 2 hearts.
No,
sparkling
you.
heart.
Jacob,
2
that's
hearts,
enough of that.
Sparkling heart. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Hi, Jacob. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I don't know if this game's breaking my internet. I'm watching. Thanks for the hype in the chat. I hope you're doing well, Jacob. Thank you so much. I think that was Twitch, because it looks normal right now. The game should be fine. You think it's the internet, or did I reverse slatted you? I was thinking that it may have been from the bit rate or something. But yeah, it looks like maybe it was just a little hiccup. Spectrum gets like that sometimes. Spectrum's kind of a little sussy sometimes. Oh, I did it again. Oh no. Incredible. Okay, great. It's back. Is my internet gonna kill me now? We dead? This is too bad. Why is it breaking at the end, dude? Come on, man. Come on, you can do it. Am I downloading something? Death said, nah, fam, you ain't killing me. I'm not downloading anything. Looks good. Why? Is this a Twitch thing? Is this my internet? Hi. Hi there. Okay, it's now it's it's recentering. I see that we're back. I don't know why it's doing this, so I don't know how to stop it. I can't reset. If I reset my router, the stream will be down for like 3 minutes, and I think OBS will like give up. Hi, Alchemy, good to see you. Eerie Coffee. Oh, Eerie Coffee. How are you doing? My internet's dying over here. All right, we need to beat this game before my internet explodes. We can do it. Let's beat the game, quick. Before it's too late. We've got 5 minutes left. Got 5 minutes of the game left. Come on. I'm watching it, and I will pause it. I will pause it if the stream freezes. I will pause it. Chaos, go! Eerie Coffee. I'm trying. I'm trying. Go, 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 go! Look at my goat hooves. Look at my hooves. I schmoove with my hoove. My hoof schmooves. Schmooving around, hooving around. Oh man, I still take major damage. You see this? You see this damage? Holy moly. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful out here. Just make it 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes, Mom. 5 more minutes. Oh boy, now we get moving.
Death shall be defeated.
I've never done it before. I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna happen, Sayaki, but I appreciate your optimism. Just gotta dance around this boss real quick. The dance of the boss. Now I leave. Bye-bye. See you later. Chicken for dinner. Big bag of coins. Yes, please. I need a vacuum cleaner. Or spicy breath. All right, we're schmooving. We're schmooving on him. There we go. You woke up to technical difficulties. Oh, no. I hope it continues to go well. Okay, I need a way out. Ooh, hashtag a way out. Everything dies. Everything dies. I don't know if we can use that on death. Maybe that's the move. Maybe that's the move. We've got 4 minutes left to find that item. We should use an item on death if we can. We should get the Holy Cross and kill him. If we can. We just have to keep moving, unfortunately, because items drop out of those like little oh boy. It's getting risky out here. Items drop out of ooh, there's a vacuum over there. Okay, let's try to ooh, that was close. That was close. Alright, moving on them. They drop out of those things. And I need to make sure that I open it. Death is not bothered by the Holy Cross. Are you sure? Did you just look it up? Because I have not used many items on him. He definitely freezes. Definitely can freeze. You can do it, lad. It's not about your build. It's about your drive. It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. Shut up. Die. We gotta find an item. Oh, you were just riffing? Oh, no worries, no worries. I thought so. No worries. You are normally very explicit whenever you're suggesting an actual game thing. Okay, we're gonna have to use the frozen people to be able to get out of here. Because we're not that powerful, you need to make it to 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes is whenever death shows up. And I'm trying to kill death, which I've never done before. And it's not something that you're expected to do. That's like new game plus content. Like, death is supposed to kill you, pretty much. You're supposed to make it 30 minutes and then you win. But we out here trying to bend the rules. You technically can kill him, but it's just exceptionally difficult and not part of the game at the moment. But this is also an early access game. So they're still working on stuff, and they keep adding new stuff all the time. It's really awesome. They added a bunch of new combos, one of which I'm using right now. This lightning, this is new. Like, they made it this week, I think. I don't think we're gonna find a cross in time. We've only got 2 minutes left. I think we might survive. We might survive to see death, but I don't know if we're gonna have any items for him. Oh, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. Our health is going down. We need floor chicken. We need floor chicken yesterday. We gotta stay styling. We gotta stay styling on him now. We're gonna have to use the frozen enemies to get past. Like, the freezy thing is great, but I normally just am not using a build that needs it. Because it freezes. Whenever you're using this freeze wand to get through enemies, it's way more involved. If you just have, like, a spinning death spiral around you, it's a lot simpler to just stand still. But in this, you gotta, like, continually be looking for a way out. Scary. Scary, stressful. We've only got a minute left. And even if we found an item, I'd probably accidentally run into it because my item attraction range is way too high. I need to go back. There's a more chance for there to be items back where you've already been. Ooh, that was a little risky. A little risky. I had to force my way through. There's chicken over there. I could use that. Okay, we made it through. There's a coin. There's a chest that we left behind. Not very useful. You get lucky on an item anyway, even whenever death already shows up. But I don't think we're gonna do much damage on him. But we do have some revives. Who knows? All right, let's see. Can we find an item? A coin. Incredible. Exactly what I needed. Open up that. Open it. Oh, it's a freeze. No! Bad timing. Oh no, here comes death. Oh, he's frozen. Do you ever feel like a frozen death? No, he killed me immediately. Hang on. We still got some revives. We still got some revives. Here we go. Come on, run away. Kill him. Kill him. Murder him. Yes. Bitcoin bag. Kill him. Kill him. Blast him. End his life. End his career. Come on. He's staying frozen. Blast him. Yes. Destroy him. Oh, he killed me again. Okay, we got another revive though, I think. Right. Yes. Kill him. Come on. We can go searching for items, but I just want to kill him. Kill him. Oh my God. Please. How much health do you have? No, kill me again. Oh, we still got another revive. Kill him now. Kill him. Oh my God. Maybe we need the item. No, he's moving around. Give me a death item. God, it sucks. It sucks. You might not be able to kill him with that. You might not be able to kill him with damage. I don't know. I've never seen him die before. It's in-game content. It's past in-game content. I think you might have to get across. Maybe. But that seems like such a simple, easy thing to do, because you can always just like hold a cross nearby and then just hit it whenever death shows up. You don't even need a... Well, to be honest, that might be a better answer because they only made revives recently. So it's possible that it is just a cross. I'm not sure. We still won. Yeah, it was a good run. It was a good run. It's on the fastest mode on the hardest level. Freeze, then cross? Yeah, I think that if you had a freeze, then if you have freeze and revive exactly like I had, maybe instead of focusing damage, clearly damage doesn't kill him. I didn't know that. Now I think I know that because we stayed really close. We beat the absolute devil out of him. So I think next time I would build the exact same build. Exact same thing, except for I would replace... I would replace that Spellbinder. I'd replace that with move speed so that I could go a little bit faster. And then I would run in. Instead of attacking him, he'd get frozen, and I'd run and search for the cross. I think that might kill him. That might kill him. But he'd have to be on the screen. Oh, stream's dying. Stream's dying. All right, stream's dead. Stream's dead, everybody. Incredible. Incredible. Dead stream. Dead stream. Dead streamer. Oh boy. Stream's as dead as can be. I can't wait to see how dead the stream is tonight. Sheesh. We're going to say hi. Let's see. Who are we going to raid? We're going to raid. Let us... Yeah. My internet is dying, you guys. It's perishing. But... perfect timing because we're getting out of here. Let's go say hi to maybe Felix. You want to go say hi to Felix? Felix is a very questionable streamer. He be saying bad words and stuff, and he talks about nasty stuff. But we could go say hi to him, or we could go say hi to the mug. I know, it's so cute. I love it so much. Eerie Coffee, I cannot wait. I'm going to get new panels, and they're going to have credits. I'm going to have a credit panel. I don't have one right now, but you will have credit. You will have credit with whichever link you would like me to give. I was guessing that you probably just went your Twitch, but I will put your Twitch link in my below bio thing. I will do it. I just need to get my my panels done, and my artist is a little bit busy. We could go say hi to Drewby. We could go say hi to Eighth and Jedi. Hi there. My stream's barely alive. Still alive, but it's barely breathing. Just praying to a vampire that I just killed, I think. All right. We're gonna find... Let's see. I think we're gonna go say hi to... Let's go say hi to Eighth Recluse. Let's go say hi to Eighth. He's playing Pokemon Legends. He's doing outbreaks. He's catching Pokemon. He's up to no good. And we don't trust him at all. Let's go say hi to Eighth. And if y'all are going to bed, get yourself some wonderful rest. I hope you have a wonderful night tomorrow. And also a wonderful day. And enjoy yourself tomorrow. I'm going to be taking off. I got therapy, and I think I might hang out with a friend or something. So, no streamies. But I will be back on Thursday. It's been so nice hanging out with y'all. Thank you for indulging me and letting me play Vampire Survivor. Mod union! Wait, what? A union? No! No unions! No unions. I'm the Elon Musk of streamers. No unions. All right. We need to say, I'm gonna say, oh no! A squirrel outbreak. Oh no! A squirrel outbreak! Oh no! My squirrels! There we go. That's a cute one. Oh no! Got him! All right, we're gonna go say hi to Eighth Recluse instead of very, very wholesome. Nice bean. We'll probably raid Felix sometime soon as well. I think we're all vampire survivors if we're not vampires. Actually, I haven't been killed by a vampire either, which, look, even if I'm not a vampire, like I haven't even been killed by one, I guess we're all surviving. I don't even think that they're real, which makes surviving them much easier. That's like saying Loch Ness Monster Survivor, like, pretty sure nobody's been killed by it. OT, it's good to see you. We're leaving! I'm leaving, OT. I love you. Love you, and Human One. Let's head out, you guys. I will see you guys on Thursday. Much love, much love, much love. And let me just shout out really quick to my mods. Thank you so much, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. Thank you, Jedi. Thank you, Die. Y'all are good beans. Y'all are good beans, and I approve of y'all. All right. And Linz. Linz is sleeping. Linz is being lazy. That's all right. Laziness is acceptable sometimes. Sometimes. But yes, thank y'all so much for watching over the chat. Oh no! A squirrel! Outbreak! I don't know why I paused there. A squirrel! Outbreak! You love that. Somebody said something about a shirt. I like your shirt, by the way. Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, the backwards shirt, incredible. People have been killed by Nessie. Die, stop with your Scottish lies. All right. Thank you so much, VIPs that have been here forever. Appreciated. Lemonberry, Kim, the King of Squirrel, the Crane Couple, Kuri, Tayaki, Lady Dark Sky, Lime Meringue, Malice Bitter Folk, Minnie, Mushroom Gal, Oats, and One Topic. I appreciate you guys. All right, I'll see you on Thursday. Love y'all all. Take care of yourself. Thanks for watching the video.